Good morning, Telegram. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's only three of us in here right now. So I'm actually going to kick us off with our Ahmaud Arbery trial. Actually, it's five of us, which is great. I'm going to kick us off with our Ahmaud Arbery trial. I heard a rumor that the Messiah trial was supposed to start today. I'm kind of questioning it because they'd have to seat a jury. So I'm wondering if they're talking about jury selection starting today. For that, I'm still kind of like searching for some validity of that. Shout out to our boy CB, who doesn't really join us in the chat anymore, but he does comment on a few of our videos outside of the live stream. So he was the one that kind of told me about this. So I am doing some searching to see if that trial is starting today or if there's any type of coverage going on with that. And if it is, we will switch over to that. But in the meantime, in between time, we will continue on with the Ahmaud Arbery case. I found nothing as well. And just to let the people know, after this, we are switching over to Dan Markle. We'll be doing Jackie Johnson, but we're going to be switching over to Dan Markle, y'all. So I found that case to be extremely interesting as I heard the details about it yesterday. And yeah, it's a family affair, and we getting in between that. But we'll go ahead and it's tomorrow. Okay. Keisha, do you know who's covering it though? Like, is it jury selection or what's T? Let us know in the chat. I'll get us kicked off though.
Maybe a good time so I can get set up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. We'll continue with the evidence in this case at 10:30. Again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves during the break.
All right, for sure.
Good morning, Officer Rash. Officer Rash, I want to go back through your direct examination and some of the things you described for the jury. You talked about initially kind of Satilla Shores as a neighborhood.
Yes,
Would you agree with me that Satilla Shores is a nice middle-class scenic neighborhood on the Little Satilla River?
yes,
And you described the folks who live there as primarily elderly, right?
yes, sir.
There are some people who have kids.
Yes, sir.
They play outside.
Yes, sir.
The adults walk the streets, work in their yard, and enjoy the river.
Yes, sir.
You've been patrolling that neighborhood for how long?
7, 8 years, maybe.
Okay. And you've gotten to know quite a few of the residents through your work, for instance, canvassing the neighborhood.
Yes,
You may not know them all by name, but you recognize faces.
yes,
Right. And you've also gotten a chance, because you're a member of the neighborhood Facebook page, to review some of the posts some of the times on the page.
yes.
And this Facebook page is actually a pretty good tool for you, isn't it?
It can be, yes,
Because people on Facebook will post about crime in the neighborhood.
yes,
They'll post about their fears about crime in the neighborhood.
yes,
They'll post about their suspicions about crimes in the neighborhood.
yes.
And how often would you say you review the Facebook page in Satilla Shores?
Only when I knew that there was something going on. If I knew there was an incident today, then I would go today or tomorrow, start looking to see what people would post.
Okay. So we're talking about today, this time period between October 25th, 2019 and February 23rd, 2020. During that time period, approximate for the jury how many times you looked at the Facebook page to see if this black male was seen, the one seen at Larry English's house, was seen by other neighbors or talked about by neighbors in the neighborhood.
I don't believe I could put a number on that.
More than 5?
More than 5, yes.
Okay. And in reviewing the Facebook page, did you learn about other crimes not committed by or suspected by the black male in the Larry English house, but by other people who were missing lawnmowers and suspecting other intruders and things like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Are you saying there were no other posts, or you just don't recall them?
I don't recall any other.
Okay. You're not saying there weren't posts by people like Brandon Gregory's father-in-law. You're not saying, I'm just asking if you're saying that.
Well, hearsay and the Facebook posts there's nobody here to testify to those Facebook posts and putting it out there that, well, have you seen this and that? At this point, the Facebook posts are hearsay as to what anyone said or did.
Well, I think we just had a name of a person that may have posted, so.
I'll rephrase. Are you aware of posts by other people in Satilla Shores about crimes or suspected crimes in the neighborhood?
I don't recall any specific. No, I do not.
Okay. In Satilla Shores lives one of your your peers, Sergeant Brandon Gregory?
Yes,
You know Sergeant Gregory.
I know Sergeant Gregory.
Do you know
Lieutenant
Sergeant
Gregory.
Gregory's father-in-law?
I do not know his father-in-law.
In canvassing the neighborhood, did you ever speak to Sergeant Gregory?
Sergeant Gregory, yes, I
And he gave you some information about his suspicions about the black male who was entering Larry English's house, correct?
yes, he did.
In fact, we didn't see it, I don't think, on the video of February 11th, but he shows up on scene February 11th, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
And he provides you with information about a black male that he suspects is committing crimes in the neighborhood.
Yes,
Did you follow up on that in any way?
I did.
And turned out,
The elderly couple at the house where he saw them was an elderly black male and female that lived there, and neither one of them. I spoke to the male. The female was in the residence, but she was out of sight. They claimed they did not have any kids, any grandkids, and he did not. The male who answered the door did not recognize the male on the picture.
the picture that you were showing,
I was showing.
and that picture, to be clear, was a still of the October 25th video.
Yes, it was.
And that's the one that you used throughout.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's go back to then what you knew about crime in the neighborhood during this time period. You were aware that Travis McMichael was a victim of a theft, correct?
Yes.
You were aware that Ronnie Olson was a victim of a theft.
Ronnie Olson.
The man who lived across the street, we see him saying, "I can light this
Yeah, I know
place
who
up."
Ronnie Olson is, but I don't recall any crime at his place.
Okay. Were you aware that Diego Perez was a victim of theft?
I was not aware of Diego Perez either.
Okay. So the only one you're aware of then is just in that little part of the neighborhood is Travis McMichael and Larry English.
That, and I would say the Herndon residence is that general area of the neighborhood.
And that's down Jones Road.
On Jones Road itself.
Do the Herndons live on
No,
Jones?
not on Jones. They live on Satilla Drive, the same as the corner of Satilla and Zellwood, the same as where Mr. English's property is.
Further up towards Highway 17,
Yes, sir.
towards the entrance. Okay. So let's go back then to the beginning, which is October 25th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
There's a call from Larry English to Glenn County Police, and you get dispatched.
Yes.
And you get dispatched with other police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
An officer, and I may pronounce it wrong, Burgadius,
Burgitis.
and an officer Dixon.
Officer Dixon, yes.
Okay. And if you don't recall, I can show you these to refresh your memory. If you go out there, the property that you're going to, is this your first time on the property?
First time, yes.
It's 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
It's dark.
Yes.
You go onto this this construction site, but it's a house
Yes.
under construction. And tell the jury what you did when you arrived on scene.
Without going back through my camera, I arrived on scene and walked through, checked the property for the individual that was called upon.
Okay. And you knew from the video, this is the clip, and I'm looking at State's Exhibit 121.
Yes.
You knew from looking at this clip, you can answer that. You knew from looking at this clip that, this is the clip Larry English sent you.
Yes.
And what you knew about the incident he's complaining about is there's a black male on his dock at 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
A guy who has no authority to be there
Yes.
and no legitimate reason that you know of to be there.
Exactly.
And so it's described by Mr. English as plundering around his house. And that's the word you used in your direct examination. You reviewed the video. Did you review it when you got on scene or before you got on scene?
Afterwards.
Afterwards.
I had him send it to me afterwards.
Okay. When you get on scene, the house is dark. Now, you described the black male as a light-skinned black male, but you understand that the color of his skin depends on the camera that's taking the picture.
Okay, I'm not all into the technology of the infrared. Based on what I see there, that looks like a light-skinned black male.
Okay.
What his natural skin looks like in daylight hours, I have no knowledge of that until video at a later time.
On February 23rd.
February 23rd.
And you've looked at that video.
Yes.
So the male's there on screen, in your video clip, but you get up there on scene without the clip and you go to the dock.
Yes.
You have your flashlight?
Yes.
You have your revolver?
Yes.
Is it out?
I don't believe it's out at that time.
Okay. Because no one's described anybody being armed at that point.
No, sir.
Go through the house?
Yes, we do.
Flashlight?
Yes, sir.
Because without that flashlight, it is pitch black in the house.
Yes.
You look around, you don't see anything of note, right?
No, sir.
You don't see anybody of note.
No, sir.
And you leave. And you file your police report, right?
Yes, sir.
But then you get the video clip, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I get it before I leave the property that night.
Okay, so you had it before you leave. So just in case, as you're driving around the neighborhood, you see someone who fits that description.
Yes.
Okay. You understood also on October 25th that when he left Larry English's house, this unidentified black male, he went across the street to Subi Lawrence's house.
Yes.
And
Objection. We have an issue when you take up outside the presence of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can go ahead and retire to the jury room.
All right, for jury.
Almost lost somebody.
Please be seated.
All right.
I don't necessarily know that he needs to step down for this.
Okay.
All right.
You just-
Your Honor, Ms. Subi Lawrence was not at home on October 25th. And she then tells Diego Perez something, and then Diego Perez tells this officer something. I asked Mr. Rubin, are you going to go into this? Because it's hearsay within hearsay within hearsay, because Diego Perez is telling him something that Subi Lawrence said. And he said, no, I'm not going to go into that. And then you knew that he went towards Subi Lawrence's house. So the only way this officer would know that is if Diego Perez had told him that, and if Subi Lawrence had told Diego Perez. So now we're into triple hearsay here. And I mean,
Let's clarify.
so I didn't ask for any hearsay in that question. And the way and this is what I was asking, the way he knows he went towards Subi Lawrence's house is because Larry English made a second 911 call that's in evidence on October 25th saying he's going across the street to the whitish yellow house, and he went there. It's not hearsay. It's exactly what he did.
So I asked the question. So the question I thought was, and he ran to Subi Lawrence in the direction of Subi Lawrence's house.
Correct. And that's in the 911 call. He doesn't mention Subi Lawrence by name, but he describes the house. And in fact, Officer Rash went there.
Where did you learn that information?
I could not recall if it was actually from dispatch or while I was on scene with because Diego Perez was out walking around that night. And until I did not know exactly, did he come from dispatch or Subi Lawrence or from Diego Perez?
Is it one or the other? Let's just clarify that and we can move on from there then.
And I'm not asking what Diego said or anything like that.
That's not another. I mean, it could be one or the other.
and that was my concern. It's like, we're going down this path where we're into triple hearsay, and I just want to cut it off before we get
Sounds
there.
Yeah, I'm not going to address anything then before the panel. I understand what the witnesses testified to, and there's the possibility of two different reasons for him having that knowledge. You're welcome to follow up on directly. All right, let's go get back. Technically, the dispatch could possibly be hearsay too, but I'll let the state follow up on that. But that is an evidence. Yes. Call this.
He's not the 911 call. He's not the dispatcher.
Yeah.
He gets it from somebody else.
We're resolved. We're moving forward. Mr. Rubin, maybe you could just clear the whole thing up by asking him that question, where he learned that.
Okay.
How he knows that.
My fear is that the answer is, well, I don't know if I heard it from this guy or heard it from here. It's like, now he doesn't know which hearsay source.
I just asked him what he did.
Strike that. Let's not worry about it. Let's move on to whatever your next question is. Whatever he did becomes relevant.
That's what I was trying to get.
All right, for jury, please. Please seated.
Welcome back. All right. We've resolved the matters we need to resolve. We're ready to get back into the evidence. Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Rash, after checking out Larry English's house, did you end up going over to Subi Lawrence's house?
I did.
And what did you do at Subi Lawrence's house? Tell the jury.
I went over and knocked on the door. I noticed that she had a black square camera on her front porch, shining down towards the walkway leading up to the door.
Did you look around the house or just go to the front door?
I looked around. The rear of the property is fenced in. So I looked around the front yard and would be the left side, which faces Jones Road.
Didn't see the black male.
No.
By that point, did you already have this video clip? Do you know?
Would have to look at the time that was actually sent to my phone.
Okay.
versus the time that I was over there.
When you went to Sue B. Lawrence's house, were you aware that Larry English had called back to the Quinn County Police Department describing where this man, in his perception, was going to?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you went to Sue B. Lawrence's house?
Yes.
Okay. While you were out at Sue B. Lawrence's house, did you see a man named Diego Perez?
Yes, I did.
And without telling us anything Diego Perez said, what was he doing out there?
Checking her property.
Okay. You know if he was armed?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ask him?
No, I did not.
Did he get in your way in any way?
No, he did not.
Okay. So he was looking around the property at about the same time you were looking around
Yes.
the property. Was he still in his boxer shorts?
I do not recall him being in boxer shorts.
Okay. Fully dressed,
I'm assuming, yes, dressed. Yes.
as far as you know.
As far as I know, he was dressed.
Okay. If I understand correctly, you received the next call to go out to Larry English's house on November 18th. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And that would have been your second time out there.
Yes.
Right. Did you, at the time you went out there on November 18th, have Larry English send you the video clips again?
Yes.
So when you went out there on the 18th, you knew you're looking for the same black male who's come back on his property.
Yes.
And this time, if you can play November 18th, and this is State's Exhibit 123. You saw this video clip.
Yes.
Okay. Now you see in the video clip. Let me just pause it for a second. You saw in the video clip the boat on the left-hand side of the video, right?
Yes.
That's not the boat where Larry English's electronics were stolen from.
No, sir.
That's a smaller just boat for pulling around the river,
Yes, sir.
not his offshore boat.
Yes, sir.
But you understood by the 18th, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he had a theft from his boat that was parked at the property.
I was aware of a theft from the boat, but I do not know the date and time that he called me
And told me.
and told me about that.
Okay. So it's possible that you went there on the 18th and still didn't know about items missing from Larry English's house.
Yes.
You went there on the 18th, and this time you're still with other officers.
Yes.
It's dark.
Yes.
You go into the scene. You have your flashlight.
Yes, sir.
You have your gun.
Yes, sir.
Is it drawn?
While we're checking, I don't recall.
Okay. Because at this point, you still have no information that this man is possibly armed.
No, sir.
No reason to worry about a threat at that point.
No, sir.
But it's now struck you that twice the same black male has entered Larry English's house
Yes.
and didn't catch him. He's gone.
No.
By the time you get there, he's gone now twice.
Yes, sir.
How long does it take you? And believe me, I'm not criticizing you at all. You get the call, you go. How long does it take you to get there on these occasions? You know?
That could vary very well. I mean, am I on another call? Do I have to finish up there? It could be, if I'm just out riding from the central location of my area, 4 to 8 minutes.
Okay. So within 4 to 8 minutes, if at best 4 minutes, worst 8 minutes, the guy's gone.
Yes.
On the 18th, when you check out the property, and I assumed you checked out the dock area.
Yes.
There's a camper on the property, just like we saw on the 11th. You checked out the camper area.
Mhm.
He's got valuables stored at this property, right?
Yes.
It's got construction valuables,
Yes.
saws and other tools, right?
Yes.
It's got boats that are valuable,
Yes.
equipment within the boats that are valuable.
Yes.
He's got a camper that contains his belongings.
Yes.
It's his property, right?
Yes, sir.
Even though it's an open construction site, it's his property.
Yes, sir.
And he has a right to keep people on or off as he sees fit.
He does.
Okay. You're now there twice. You miss him twice.
Yes.
Do you know how he gets away on the 18th?
Other than walking away, that's it.
Okay. Do you do any other steps that night? Take any other steps to find the black male?
Just canvass the neighborhood.
When you say canvas, and this is on the 18th, are you just patrolling the neighborhood or are you actually knocking on doors?
No, driving around, shining the spotlights.
Okay. Doing what you can to find this elusive black male.
Yes.
You get a call from Larry English on the 1st of December, but you're off duty.
Yes.
But he describes for you a suspect,
Yes.
someone he thinks may be involved in the theft of the stuff from his boat.
Yes.
So is it fair to say to the jury that by December 1st, you know Larry English has been burglarized?
Yeah.
Objection to that characterization, because that's not all what their English said or testified to.
Well, I'm asking this officer's perceptions at that time.
Relevancy as to this officer's perceptions at that time of what Larry English said. Larry English testified yesterday.
Whoa.
So go to speaking objections. Larry English has testified. His testimony is in the record. You're asking this witness what his recollection is and what it's based upon, as I understand it.
Correct.
Okay. With that, so we're
By December 1st, 2019, you understood that Larry English was missing his Yeti cooler, right?
I knew he was missing a cooler. I didn't know it was a Yeti, but yes, a
We
cooler.
just gave a plug to Yeti. You need to do that. An EPIRB satellite system
Yes,
and another piece of electronic, I think, a microphone system.
yes,
Okay. And you understood that the items were taken from the offshore boat that had been parked at Larry English's house,
yes,
right in the same area where this boat is now parked in State's Exhibit 120, 123,
yes,
right, at Arbery Garage.
yes, sir.
Of course, you're off duty. Last thing you need is to get these calls. So you say, call somebody else or I'll be there. I can check it out tomorrow.
Now, are you referring to the item stolen or the,
Well, on December 1st, it's calling you because he's got suspect now of who might have done it in his mind.
yes, I told him I was off duty and and he called in reference to the people under the bridge.
Right.
And I told him I would check it out when I was back on duty.
And you were nice enough on the 2nd of December to go down to the Fancy Bluffs Bridge and look under the bridge to see if there was any truth to this notion that the person who was stealing the items and entering his house was down there under the bridge.
Yes,
You didn't see any evidence of it.
did not,
And that was the end of that.
into that.
Okay. Help us understand when you not just patrolled the neighborhood, but actually went around the neighborhood talking to everyone, is I think the word you said on February 11th. When did you talk to people?
Not every single one, but anybody that I encountered out riding their golf cart, walking, I would stop. Hey, I'm Officer Rash. I would introduce myself and ask them. I would show them a still from that video. Have you seen this guy in around the neighborhood? Do you know where they live? We would patrol. Every day I'm on shift. I ride that neighborhood. Try to ride it once or sometimes twice per shift.
Okay, so it's not just one day you said, I'm going to go knock on doors. It's throughout this whole time period.
Yes,
And you're patrolling the neighborhood. You're going down Satilla, Burford, Zellwood, Holmes, Jones, all the streets you patrol in that subdivision.
Mhm.
And when you see someone in the yard, you stop.
yes,
When you see a house has a Ring doorbell or some other camera system, you stop and inquire
yes,
because you're trying to find the guy who has entered Larry English's house now twice and twice gotten away.
yes,
You're asking people, but to your frustration, no one knows this guy.
no, sir.
No one can tell you where he lives. No one can tell you. No one even told you they saw him jogging in the neighborhood.
No, sir.
Not a single person has seen him jogging that you talked to.
Now, I did not specifically ask, have you seen this guy jogging? But no one had seen him in the neighborhood, period.
Tell us about how many people over the course of those months that you talked to about this. How many people did you talk to?
A dozen, 12 to 10 to 20 people.
You're showing people the stills, not from the November 18th, but the stills from October 25th video, or both?
I believe from the 25th, still from the
The
25th.
guy on the dock.
Yes,
Okay. And you're letting them know that this is a guy seen up at 220 Satilla Drive.
yes.
Some people might know Larry English, but I assume most did not know who he was.
I have no idea on that.
When did you ask people to review their surveillance videos to see if he might have been captured on certain dates on those videos?
I never encountered anybody that had video that, so yeah, no, I didn't ask anybody to review.
Okay. The next time you go out there is February 11th.
Yes, sir.
And February 11th is now your third time responding to Larry English's house.
I believe so, yes.
You're aware, though, that that other officers have been to Larry English's house, right?
Yes.
Are you talking to these other officers?
I have interacted a couple times, just passing on, like at the end of our shift, the beginning of the next shift, let them know, hey, be on the lookout, pass along to the next officer. I believe I called, it was Seth, Officer Powers on the phone and passed on some information because our briefings is we don't always see each other face to face. I would just call, hey, are you working Baker 9 tonight or are you working Baker 9 today? Be on the lookout.
And Officer Powers is one of those officers who did respond to Larry English's house on the 17th of November,
I believe so, yes.
right? When the white couple came to his house, you didn't respond to that call.
No, sir.
Is it your understanding that Officer Powers responded?
I'm not 100% sure. I had to look at the catalog to see who was on duty that day.
All right, but if you don't have any knowledge, that's fine. February 11th, this time it's not Larry English's call. It's Travis McMichael's call.
Yes.
Were you aware when you got there or on your way there that the man who is now seen on the 11th of February is possibly armed?
At one point, Travis says that he appeared to reach for his pocket or his waistband.
Mhm.
I do not recall if that was relayed to me via dispatch while I was en route or once I arrived on scene.
Okay. So we saw a video, and this time you're not just going in with your flashlight. This time you got guns drawn. So does that help refresh your memory? It does. Of when you heard that the man in the house is possibly armed.
Yeah, I would say yes.
And what does your memory now tell you is when you learned that he's possibly armed?
We went in with our guns drawn based on that. The dispatch told us that he was possibly armed. That's why we would have went in there with our guns drawn while we searched the residence.
So this is a different situation. You're now going to a house and you might encounter a man who has a gun.
Yes,
Heart pumping,
yes,
adrenaline flowing.
yes,
Okay. Now you got to be really on your toes.
yes.
And we saw another officer with you. I think his name is Trenton, but
Trenton Sherman,
Officer Sherman.
Mhm.
He's there with you.
yes.
At some point, did you hear Officer Trenton say, and I'm just using the quote, I misquoted, tell me, where you at, motherfucker?
I don't recall hearing that.
Okay. At this point, though, you're on heightened alert.
Yes,
You have, when you get on scene, you have neighbors out there. You have Travis McMichael out there,
yes,
who you hadn't met up to that point.
No.
You have Gray McMichael out there.
Mhm.
And again, you have Diego Perez out there.
yes,
You recognize Diego as the guy you saw on the 18th of November?
yes.
You got Officer Sherman with you, or does he come later?
Officer Sherman arrived after. That's why I stood by the car out front waiting on him.
Okay.
He and Officer Chandler Smith, they arrived about the same time.
Okay, and they're your partners, they're your backup essentially.
Mostly backup.
You're taking the lead on this.
Yes,
Okay. And when you get there, essentially Travis McMichael, Diego Perez, and Gray McMichael are keeping an eye on the house.
yes,
Okay, making sure that if this guy goes anywhere, this intruder, that they keep eyes on him.
Objection, overuse of the word intruder, and Judge, we would object to that use of that word.
Burglar?
So, ladies and gentlemen, as I've already instructed you, the questions asked by lawyers and statements made by lawyers are not evidence in this case. Mr. Rubin chooses to use that word to describe the individual. Again, the testimony that comes from the stand is the evidence in this case, and what you may see as exhibits. Mr. Rubin.
When you get there, 3 neighbors have basically blanketed the front and back of the house to keep an eye out for this guy. Right?
upon my arrival, they were all in the front yard.
On the front. Okay.
Yes.
At what point do they start going in the back?
I don't recall them going in the back while we were clearing the residence.
Well, you're told Travis is in the back at some point, aren't you?
That's after we walked back to the front, after we cleared the residence, I believe.
Okay. All right. If you'll go start the video. This is. No, 2. States Exhibit 231. Let's walk through this video a little bit. Yes, actually, if you don't mind, Mr. Johnson. Do you mind, Your Honor, if we pass this?
You're going to refer to a specific portion of the transcript just at this time.
We're going to walk through the exhibit again.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we could, you're going to get copies of the transcript. Don't start reading back over. Mr. Rubin's going to be referring to portions of the transcript, and those transcripts are being given back to you to help you refer to that page and line that's being addressed. So if you could please use those in that way. Thank you.
And I'll try not to ask about what's being said versus what's being seen, so we don't have them reading while they should be watching.
Okay.
All right, stop right there. And this is, you testified earlier that the man seen on the screen at this point is Diego Perez.
Yes.
He's got a flashlight
Yes, sir.
and he's heading towards down the side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, to the side, yes.
Okay. Now the side of the house, that white vehicle for that white item, that's Mr. English's camper.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's stop there. At that point, Officer Rash, had you authorized Diego Perez to do any investigation?
I have not authorized him.
Had you authorized him to do any search for Mr. English or for you?
No, I have not.
You had not deputized Diego Perez,
No, I have not.
but he's out there assisting.
Yes.
You're okay with that?
At that time, yes.
You didn't have any problem with that?
No.
And Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael are out there as well.
Yes, they are.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
You even find out Travis is armed. Right?
Yes.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
You didn't tell Travis to go put his gun up.
No.
You didn't tell Travis to go home.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell Greg to go home.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell Diego to go home.
No, I did not.
They're out there keeping their eyes out, assisting you.
Yes.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
Such a
Can you stop right there? Do you see this flashlight back here?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who that is?
That's Diego Perez standing along the fence, shining the light back there.
Okay, so while you're in front with other officers, your body camera is now just turning on. He's out back. He's heading back by the camper and back where the dock is, correct?
He's walking down the side of the house. Yes.
Okay.
The owner of this house has caught this guy on video.
Oh, yeah,
I know about that.
Yeah, he's called him several. I'm surprised he hadn't called me tonight.
All right, stop right there. Larry English didn't even call you that night until you called him.
Correct.
Right. Is it your understanding that instead of calling the Glenn County Police, he called Diego Perez?
I did not know that.
Okay.
At that point, I didn't know
Well, I'm
that.
sorry. Go ahead, say that again.
At that point, I did not know that.
When did you find that out?
When he on the phone, he told me he had sent the video to Diego, and that's when I responded, "I'm the one on duty tonight." I understood him. He sent it to an officer we have, Del Torre, Diego Del Torre. And I was thinking he sent that to another officer. That's why on the phone with Mr. English, I said, "I'm the one on duty tonight. Send it to me."
Did you ever ask Diego Perez this night to see what Larry English had sent him?
No, I did not.
Because you didn't know he had it.
I did not know.
Okay. Stop right there. What do we see you getting out of your, it looks like the
A flashlight. That's out of my front door. I have my standard police issue flashlight, and then I have a larger, it's a brighter flashlight, and my police issue flashlight was going dead, so I went and retrieved a second flashlight.
Okay. And while you're retrieving your flashlight, we see two gentlemen on your body cam. I think you've identified the man in the blue shirt as Diego Perez. And you know who that is?
I believe that's Travis, or Greg McMichael.
The man in what looks like a gray short sleeve shirt.
Yes,
Okay. And he's walking around the house as well.
they're in the front yard of the house, yes.
Okay.
They've been watching. They said unless he's jumped the fence and went over somewhere, they don't know if he hasn't went on the road. So we just need to check everything.
Stop right there. That's you.
That is,
You got your flashlight in one hand and your police issued firearm in the other.
yes,
Okay. Guns drawn.
yes, sir.
Okay.
The county police, anybody in here?
Let me stop for a second. You got your gun drawn, but it's a burglary or trespassing. It's a property crime. So why is your gun drawn?
I believe at that point then we were notified, that's, I guess, dispatch had notified us that possibly armed,
So it's for your protection,
my protection.
not to hurt anybody. It's to protect you
Absolutely.
in case somebody jumps down from the rafters we're looking at
Yes, sir.
and surprises you.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect yourself.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect Officer Sherman.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect Greg McMichael, Travis McMichael, and Diego Perez because they're in danger too.
Possibly.
You don't know what's going to happen,
I do not.
but you don't take any chances.
Not at all.
So it's standard procedure when you go into a possible armed situation to make sure you have your gun ready
Yes.
for your protection.
Yes, sir.
Clear here.
Can you stop right there? I didn't hear you, Officer Ash, say, and maybe I just missed it, Glenn County Police, come out, like they do on TV. Did you say it and I missed it, or you didn't say it?
I said Glenn County Police when we walked in.
Okay, so that's to announce your presence.
Yes,
And that's to make sure you're not surprising anybody.
yes,
And it's to make sure that that person knows if that they should come out because you're an officer.
yes,
You use your presence to get compliance with orders.
yes,
You're in uniform, you want them to see your badge, right?
yes,
See your vest if you're wearing a vest that night that says Glenn County Police.
yes, sir.
Because presence is one way to gain compliance, right?
Yes, sir.
Shouts is another word. Shout meaning I'm here.
Yes, sir.
I want you to come out with your hands up. That's gaining compliance, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the phrase shout, shove, show, shoot?
No, sir.
You're familiar with the use of force continuum.
Yes,
And the use of force continuum, as you know from your training, is the levels of force that can be used by a police officer,
yes,
including just your presence is a use of force.
yes,
When I'm here and I tell you to do something, you do it just because I'm here.
yes,
Another way to get compliance is shouting a command.
yes, sir.
Do as I say, because I'm telling you as a police officer what to do,
Yes,
right? And I have the authority to do that.
yes,
Another way to gain compliance is to show your weapon as you're doing here.
yes,
I have a weapon, don't do anything stupid. Here it is, you're not hiding it, right? It's not a concealed weapon. You want them to see it, right?
yes, sir.
Because seeing a weapon will gain compliance from the person you're seeking to investigate.
Yes, sir.
And then last, of course, the ultimate use of force is shooting somebody,
Yes, sir.
and that's deadly force.
Yes,
And you only do that when you yourself are in danger or when other people are in danger.
yes.
No, it's just an attic. They don't have, there's a ladder here, but to access that attic, but, well, I mean, there's a ladder right here we can stand up, but they don't have the attic.
Is that Officer Sherman?
That is Officer Sherman.
Right here, doing this next room. Maybe on the dock in the boat or something. We got police go here.
Example of a verbal command and presence.
Yes,
You already checked the doors on this camper? Yeah. So he's got cameras out here, and the guys caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff.
Who are you talking to?
Officer Sherman.
Okay, so you're getting him up to speed on the things that you know that the guys caught him, the guy being Larry English,
Yes,
caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff. You're talking about the stuff in the back of the house,
on the docks. Yes,
on the docks. Okay.
Man,
They got the alarm out there trying to see if they can find it.
so they're missing a person, huh? Huh. Well, so this guy's got these cameras, and he lives in Douglas or somewhere, and he's always calling and texting me, video guy plundering through the house. Well, tonight, the neighbor come by and saw the flashlight of somebody in here. So
you use Mr. English's word, plundering, kind of like you're back in your grandma's kitchen. Plundering means messing around with stuff you shouldn't be messing around.
The way I feel, yes.
Just like your grandma
Yep.
said, get out of our way. You're getting into my stuff.
Yes.
And that's how you use it. You got that word from Larry English. Same word he uses.
Yep.
Oh yeah, man, that's good quality stuff too. He sends me the video of it.
Some good quality stuff. What are you referring to?
And the officer, I believe it was Officer Sherman, was standing there looking up at the camera located on the front of the house. My body camera doesn't show it, but he's standing there with his light looking at the camera that Mr. English has mounted on the front corner.
So the good quality stuff is the good quality surveillance system
Yeah.
that allows you now to know what this guy looks like
Yep.
and to be able to identify him.
Yes, sir. A lot of places we go to, the cameras look like they were from the 1950s, very, very poor quality. And those were some of the better quality cameras I have seen.
Okay, great. Now you're back out front.
Yes, sir. Walking back up to our cars.
We don't see him back there unless he jumped the fence this way or.
Travis just walked down there. He's going in my backyard. Back this way.
Okay.
He's armed my way.
Okay.
Stop by there. So at this point, Greg McMichael is talking to you, correct? And Greg McMichael is telling you that Travis just walked down there. He's going in my backyard to check back this way.
Yep.
So Mr. McMichael, Travis McMichael at this point is kind of expanding the search
Going down, I took that as he's going down to his residence.
in the backyard. Or I'm sorry, yeah, he's going in my backyard to go check back this way, right?
Yes.
Because it's possible that the black male intruder is left that scene and is in somebody else's backyard.
Possibility.
And Travis is checking that out.
Yes.
And Travis is checking it out on February 11th, 2020 with a gun.
I don't know that he is checking out other people's backyards.
No, his backyard.
He's going to check out his backyard.
And
Yes.
he's armed,
Yes, he is.
just like he was armed when he was back at Larry English's house.
Yes.
He didn't go home, get the gun, come back out and go into his backyard, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
You're okay with that?
Yep.
No problem. He's right to carry a firearm.
He does.
And just like you're needing it for protection, he has the right to protect himself as well.
He does. On his property, yes.
On any property, he has the right to protect himself.
Yes.
I think all our guys are walking.
They said he had, I think he said, red shorts and white shirt.
I wonder if it's the same guy, if he's got a sleeve. So Travis actually saw.
Yeah, he said he turned around right here, put the lights on, and I said, called ass inside the house.
So,
Yeah. I'll let y'all know I can lock this up about daylight. It's over.
did you have a camera in your window, right? Had,
We didn't identify, I don't think, this guy. This is Ronnie Olson.
Ronnie Olson.
And he lives right across the street,
Yes, sir. Directly across the street.
directly across the 219 Satilla.
I believe so, yes.
Did you understand that he had a surveillance system?
I knew he had a camera in his window, and he mentioned then he had one on the corner, the eve of his house.
But it just wasn't very good at night.
No.
have you
But
seen,
at night, it don't move through the glass. I don't have any vision out here after dark. I mean,
Okay.
on the eve, I'm lazy.
Okay.
The rest of them on the eve, so it's not.
well, get with it, man. Get with it, man. Chop, chop.
He said he was lazy, so
I got this whole place up by daylight.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Mr. English and get him to look back at his cameras.
Yeah, because he's got.
Now, this guy, he's always on foot. Nobody in the neighborhood knows who he is. We can't identify. I've been about every house, door to door, trying to.
I know you said earlier, it wasn't really every house door to door, but 10 to 20 people, no one's seen him walking the neighborhood, running the neighborhood, jogging the neighborhood, doing anything in the neighborhood. No one's seen him.
no one had ever seen him.
ID. He's been on their video. They have video over here. We called him on
This
this.
guy right there, he was.
We called him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where he's. And he usually goes this way, straight down that road.
Right, it's fine. Again, when you're saying he goes this way, you're talking about Jones?
Jones, yes.
Okay, I could just. Just to orient everybody, if they can see, and if you can see, Stilla Drive, here's the entrance up here. Can you see that, Officer?
Yes, sir.
And Stilla Drive, this is Jones, and that's Larry English's house right across
Yes.
from Jones. Big Michael's live further down.
Yes. So where I'm standing in this picture,
Yeah.
Jones Road would be right to the right where Mr. Olson, you can see Mr. Olson pointing down Jones Road.
Okay. So if you look right across the street, you look down Jones Road.
Well, yeah, at an angle directly across, you see the house, but off to the right of Mr. Olson is Jones Road.
Right.
That's Satilla Drive.
Okay.
And then Jones would be off to the right of him.
Do you know Matt Albenzi?
I do know Matt Albenzi.
He lives down Jones.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Right here, if you go down that road,
Yeah.
I'll go check.
Okay,
Go
yeah.
check, see if it's like-
See if you see, because that's usually the way he goes.
How do you know the way he usually
We
goes?
call him
That
owners.
Mr.
Based on his
Mr. English is saying when he leaves the property, the first time he said he went over towards Jones Road, towards the house on the corner. And the second time, I believe Mr. English, I remember him telling me that he left in the same direction.
Do you know if that black male has any business down that road?
I do not.
Doesn't, there's no grandma down there?
I don't even know who he is, so I have no knowledge of that.
Okay, thank you.
There's cameras. Hold on. What's that now? Yeah, the son saw him, put the light, he ripped it around, and the guy ran inside. This is a. That's from the dog out there. This is videos from before. They called him inside. So he's got kind of a twist hair, if it's the same guy, and his sleeve, he's lighter skin, and he's got sleeve tattoos. So
At this point, you hadn't gotten English's videos yet for this night,
No, I'm showing Officer Sherman video because he is about to start driving around canvassing the neighborhood.
and you want him looking for that black male.
Yes.
here he has no shirt on.
So he ran into the garage?
That's where they
That's
saw
what
him.
Travis said he did, but he came, when Travis got down there, he ran in the house and told me, and I ran out front, he was looking for a flashlight, all that kind of shit. And so I was watching that here the whole time, I didn't see anybody come across the street.
Yeah, good on backyard, so.
That or else he, when Travis turned around, he could have come across behind him, and he would have seen him.
You live there?
Me?
No, we don't know. I've tried, been door to door, nobody knows him. Mr. English.
How you doing, Officer Ash?
Good, how you doing, sir? I guess you see him.
Hanging in there. I'm sorry if it's not for long. I sent it to you. I don't know if you was able to get it tonight.
Okay, you sent me?
I sent it to Diego, but I was sending it to you. I didn't know if you was the one that was over there, but I'll send it to you.
No, I sent it to me. I'm on duty tonight. No, we've there's 5 or 6 of us here along with the neighbors, and we haven't seen. We've searched everything, so thinking of, I think, trap.
5 or 6 of you, meaning Glenn County Police Department
Yes.
and neighbors.
Yes.
And neighbors are not only the McMichaels and Diego Perez, but also Ronnie Olson now.
Ronnie Olson, yes.
At some point, we see Matt Albenzi come into view in a red shirt, right?
Yes.
This here said he run into the house, so he went out back. He's jumped the fence somewhere and went right or left. But we looked all on the dock and in the camper, under the camper, around the camper. We looked all up in the rafters and everything. Officer even got on the ladder and looked up there to see if he was gonna pop up around the air handler and that up there. No signs of him here. They're canvassing the neighborhood right now, trying to find him. So we're actively looking, and your neighbor across the street's gonna look at his camera because he says his camera looks at whatever this road is, Jones Road. He's got a camera that looks at Jones Road. He's gonna look at it and see if he's seen where he went that way. But as of now, that's what I was gonna see. So yeah, send me what video you have. Does it look like it's the same guy as always? I lost him. We're talking to nobody. I lost you there. My Bluetooth tried to connect. So does your camera, does it look like the same guy as always? Hello? Hello, sir. Okay, does it look like the same guy as always?
Same guy, right? That's what he's telling you.
Yes, sir.
First time now, you've actually confirmed that the guy on February 11th is the guy on November 18th, the guy on October 25th.
Yes, sir.
Still can't catch him.
Nope.
Yeah, the guy, Mr. McMichael lives down the road, the retired law enforcement officer and the DA investigator. His son saw him and said, the black male had on red shorts or whatever. I had to go back there and get exactly what he had on. But he saw him and turned in the yard, put the headlights on, and he run in the house. He saw him run through the house, so we just don't know who he is. So. All right. Thanks, sir. He's saying it's the same guy. He's got the video.
Officer Ash, you're approaching Greg McMichael, Travis McMichael, and somebody I don't know who that is. I don't know if it's Officer Sherman or somebody else, telling them English has just confirmed it's the same guy who's been breaking into the house on multiple occasions.
Yes. Or entering, not breaking in, trespassing on the property, yes.
Trespassing, but stuff's missing.
Not by this guy.
Do you know that?
None of the video shows him taking anything from the property.
None of the video shows anybody taking anything, but stuff's missing.
There is stuff missing, yes.
From the boat.
From the boat, yes.
Parked on the property,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Circumstantial evidence, right?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. This is for the jury.
This officer is now explaining what he knows and how he knows it and what significance it has to him.
Yeah, he's going to explain what he knows and understands. Go ahead.
Boat's on the property.
I know there's stuff missing from the boat on the property, yes.
At the same time, this black male has now entered 3 times.
Yes.
But you're talking to Travis and Greg, right? As you're walking down, confirming that Larry English says it's the same guy.
Yes.
Yeah, he said it to another officer. He didn't know who was on duty. That's the first time I've seen him in here, but we don't. This is video. It is being built. Oh, that one. This is the video from one of the prior. Same kid. Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, the same guy. He's got sleeve tattoo.
So now Travis confirms for you that the guy he's looking at on February 11th, the guy he saw in person, is the same guy that's been there before.
Yes.
He was wearing a red shirt and white pants. I didn't see the tattoos. But he's got like twisty hair. Yep. Yep. That's what dreads. Yep. Yeah, dreads or twists, whatever they call it.
I was watching the inside, you know.
But yeah, that's what it is. It's the same guy. I don't know where the crap he's coming from. He's going down this road. He's going down this road. So I don't know if he's going down 17 or he's probably going across from that dead place.
When Travis tells you he's coming down this road, we're talking about Satilla Drive.
He is pointing from the entrance down to Tiller Drive. Yes.
So at least Travis suspects, or at least telling you, it's coming from the entrance at 17 into the neighborhood.
That's what he's telling me.
Okay.
Well, I've been up there. You know, down here at the corner of Jones and Selwood, you have the family there to have the adopted, right, and all foster kids. I went and talked to them because they got one that kind of matches it, but he's Bear, he's got something wrong with him. As a matter of fact, he just had a kidney transplant, blah, blah, blah.
He just kind of shoved
Yeah.
the old black lady right in the corner.
Yeah, and then when you turn on Selwood down there, the house has got a dumpster out by the driveway. There's some blacks right in there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I can't forget about it. They have some kids that age that hang around that house.
Yeah. Well, I've been there for a report of an alleged assault or whatever, and it's the kids they have are only female. Now, I don't know if it's one of them's boyfriend. They only had daughters there, so it could be unless somebody's moved in with them or whatever. But yeah, nobody seems to know who this kid is, where he's coming from. But like he's always, and all the times on the video that Mr. English sent me, it's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything.
He hasn't seen him take anything, right? That's what you
What he
described for Travis and Greg. But you don't say he hasn't taken anything.
That's true.
Only that he hasn't been seen.
Hasn't been seen taking anything.
Just as no one's been seen taking anything.
No one.
I said, so, it's criminal trespass. Yeah, at the very least,
Scott.
loitering and prowling.
Criminal trespass, yeah, at the very least. Is that you talking or someone else talking?
I believe Greg said criminal trespass, and I said at the very least.
At the very least. Because it could be
I have to
burglary.
look at
Right?
how it is. Yes.
Because it could be burglary.
If he is caught taking something, then yes, he could be charged with burglary.
Well, if it's not taking something but goes in with the intent to take something, you understand that's burglary, right?
With the intent to take something.
Mhm.
If he, how do I know he had the intent?
I don't know. I'm just saying that's the law as you understand it as an officer, right?
With the intent, yes, the law does say with the intent.
Okay.
And reported it stolen on the first right down the road. Now, we did have, I took a report down the road here at the house on the corner. The guy with Jeep and all this, he had some stuff stolen, some guns stolen, but we got on video the car that people had come in and stole them. They were from another neighborhood. Yeah. How y'all doing? Something? Hello.
That's Mr. Albenzi.
I'm Mr. Benson.
Breaking in, I just called him, but you got on. In the river. This is tonight, I'm sure. This is facing out the road. Yes, it is. There he is. Yeah, dreads on. Black boy, kind of a lighter skinned black boy. We'll walk back across here. So he's twist or dreads, 3 or 4 inches long. He has sleeve tattoos on his arms.
Was he down in your window?
No, he's right here. I come driving by, so I walk across the yard. You know, and I couldn't do it. When I pulled around, talk to him, he's already reaching the pocket. First time in my life I had.
This is again where Travis McMichael was describing the man he saw on the property reaching into his pocket.
Yes, he's talking to Mr. Albenza, I guess.
But either way, I was gonna back the hell out anyway. You know? If I would have had it, I would have sat right here and called him. You know, I had to run back up there and phone. So who knows where he went after that point? Somebody walked across there again. Somebody down there behind me.
I see her, she's running over on the right side of the street. That's probably your mom. I'm gonna walk back down.
Okay. Right here around that van, or this partner on the side.
Right.
Yeah, we're good. Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all being here, man. See you fix that stuff. I've been lucky. You talked to me a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
About a week.
Yeah, the house over on the right there.
I'll tell you something that's been happening on the Foreign and Jones Road. I come home early yesterday, work on the sheet I cut on Sunday. And people park down there at the end of the road. And another car will come up, I guarantee you they're making deals down there. But they're across the streets and they'll go down there and take pictures. They got pictures there all the way.
We busted a house.
Rob Wade's place.
Rob had a guy living with him. We got him on some outstanding warrants, and he got a bunch of dope out of there then. But you know, around there, what's the guy, Gene, that used to own Tackle Shack?
Yeah.
Lives around there. You know where he lives?
He's got a great story with the white big chickens and all.
Well, boy, the Tash Bowie, which is Gene's, I guess that's Gene's
Son, a girlfriend's kid or something.
Yeah, girlfriend. I don't know if that's Gene's wife or girlfriend, but her kid. He's been in prison. He's fully tatted, face tats, everything.
He told me he's trying to commit suicide in jail. He's paralyzed now.
No, he ain't paralyzed. I was just out there last week. He called the other morning. He was tripping out and said the satellites were watching him and this, that. I mean, he was out there. He was on something that was like, that's what brings up Gene. That morning, I said, well, "Where's your mom? Where's Gene?" Well, they're in Alma. Not Alma. I think maybe it was Alma. Supposedly his grandma died. Tasha's grandma died, and they were up there staying at her house for a little while. But the house looks like nobody lived. I mean, I'm wondering if they even knew. So I said, "Do you have permission to be here, Tash?" "Oh yeah, they know I'm here." Well, I tried to call Mom, and I couldn't get a hold of her. So I passed on to my day shift guys. I said, "You may get a call there. Mama may come home and find. Want to know why the crap he was over there because he had been trespassed on the property at one time." So, but I guess any of us looking.
Got to look at the porta potty.
All right. Appreciate you calling.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't know if he can look.
Well,
Let's put up that one.
Mhm.
There was a dark colored car. Stop it. Stay.
Can't see who's talking to you there. Someone's telling you about a dark colored car.
Officer Chandler Smith.
That's Chandler Smith.
He had went out and drove around the neighborhood.
And he's telling you on page 19, line 21, I'm pretty sure he got somebody to pick him up.
Yes.
Okay. And on page 20, line 1, same guy, Officer Smith, is telling you there was a little dark colored car that was stopped. It stayed there. I watched it all the way until you notice Attila Drive comes into view.
Yes.
What is he explaining to you? What do you understand him to be explaining to you?
That there was a dark colored car stopped down the road, and as he approached, the car took off.
Is that suspicious to you, or was that suspicious to you at the time that car took off?
Could be just somebody standing there apart to see what we're doing, watching us.
Do you know where on Satilla Drive he's talking about?
I do not.
Do you know if it's closer to 17 or closer towards Burford? Talking about up here or down?
He said I was coming up Zellwood, and there was a little dark colored car that was stopped. It stayed there. Was he coming up? I don't know which way he was coming up Zellwood.
Okay.
If he was coming up from Satilla or coming up from 17. I don't know.
There, I watched it all the way until Satilla Drive up in the view.
Yeah, that's his video in there from tonight. I mean, so that video is good. He's got good cameras are good. He walks in, he just plunders around. And they got like 5 different videos of him coming in there, and none of them he doesn't take anything. He's just pilfering around. Now the guy has had some stuff stolen out of his boat, but he had a bigger boat parked where that Bobcat is, and the Bobcat was in front blocking him. and he had like the EPIRB and a Lorraine and whatever that fish finder, different thing. About $2,000 worth of stuff stolen, but he had no video of the people taking it. So he's thanking the air conditioner people who was inside working, because at that time he only had cameras outside the house. After that theft, he added the cameras to the inside the house.
You just sum up the whole thing. Guy coming in the house, pilfering around, stuff stolen from the boat, suspect air conditioning guys, right? Same black male coming back now 3 times.
Yes.
To your knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Officer Rash, between February 11th and February 23rd, you never saw this black male.
Never.
Never able to catch him,
Nope.
despite being out there within minutes, right?
Yep.
And when seconds count, sometimes minutes don't work.
True.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That's all I have now.
Sure.
Oh, Judge, if you don't mind, we can collect the
The transcripts.
transcripts.
Officer Rash, I'm Franklin Hogue, and along with my wife and co-counsel Laura Hogue, we represent Greg McMichael. I'll adopt everything Mr. Rubin just did with you on cross-examination, and I won't repeat any of it. So I just want to talk to you about one other topic that hasn't come up much here, okay?
Okay.
Let's go to December the 20th of 2019. You're out patrolling the Satilla Shores area.
Mhm.
Are you oriented and with me?
Yes, sir.
And you see Greg McMichael out in his yard in front of his house.
Yes.
At 230 Satilla Shores Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize him.
Yes, sir.
You already knew who he was.
Yes, sir.
You knew him from law enforcement. Years you'd seen him around the DA's office or the Glenn County Police Department, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you knew that he had once worked with your own dad, who was in law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And you stopped that day to talk to him while you were patrolling Satilla Shores because you were, in effect, investigating this possible burglary at Larry English's house.
Yes.
And specifically, you stopped to show him videos or still shots or both that you had in your possession on your cell phone that you had gotten from Larry English, right?
Yes.
So did you get out of your car and stand in the yard to show him these?
I stayed in my car, the seat of my car.
So he came over to your car door.
Yes, sir.
And you were talking and you were telling him about your investigation and showing him these videos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so by that time, you're showing him the video of October the 25th, 2019, that we have already seen, that I won't replay, that shows the young black male on the boat dock, right?
Yes, sir.
And you show him all of the video you have of that night?
I don't believe we sat and watched every clip entirety.
Then you move on to the November 17, 2019 video that shows the white couple walking into, looks like the boat garage of the house, right? Showed him that video?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And then you showed him the video from November 18, 2019 of the same black male that had been there on October the 25th.
I don't recall if I showed him the 18th, but when we had the discussion, he had been there multiple times.
That's what you told him.
Yes.
This person on the screenshot and the video you had from October the 25th had been there multiple times.
Yes.
There being the English house.
Yes.
And he told you, Mr. McMichael, that he did not.
Objection, what Mr. McMichael told him. Hearsay.
I'm not offering it for the truth of what he said, but for what this officer did with the information he acquired as he's conducting an investigation of a burglary.
Objection to the characterization of it as a burglary.
It's,
What is that?
it's not a burglary?
It's sustained. Yes. You're just asking what he did. That's what he did.
All right. Based on your showing the video of this person, the young black male or the white couple, to Greg McMichael, did you acquire information from Greg McMichael that then helped you that day solve the crime?
No, I did not.
No. And so he was of no help to you in solving the crime by telling you who these people were and where you could go find them?
He was not.
You understood that he didn't even know who it was that owned that house.
My understanding, yes.
But you did tell him that the person who owned the house didn't live there. He lived a couple of hours away in Douglas, Georgia.
I believe so.
And then you discussed with him that the owner of the house had indeed had expensive items stolen from a boat that was parked at that house sometime in October or November of 2019, right?
I don't remember the exact date, but I do recall telling him that there was had been items missing from the boat.
And you let him know that what you were doing, you were trying to identify the people in these videos so that you could get help from the neighbors to solve the crime.
Yes.
So you knew he was retired law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And he told you that day that he would give you his phone number and that you could give his phone number to the owner of that house,
He did.
Larry English. And in fact, he gave you his phone number, right?
He did.
And told you that you could convey that phone number to Larry English, and that if Larry English got any more activity on his camera, he could call Greg McMichael day or night,
Yes.
and that he would do what he could to help.
Yes.
Now, in your experience, it's not uncommon in tight-knit communities for there to be neighbors who will offer to help neighbors like that, is it?
Not uncommon. No.
You've encountered that sort of neighborly helpfulness from other people before.
Other neighbors, other neighborhoods.
Not uncommon that as a police officer that you will respond to businesses or residences when alarms go off and there's some other person who's not the owner who's looking out for the place, and that's who you'll end up talking to, right?
Yes.
So you took this phone number and this message that Mr. McMichael gave you that day, and you conveyed that to Mr. English, right?
Yes, I did.
I want to mark as Defendant's Exhibit GM1, please. I'll show this to you, Officer Rash. Make sure the sticker stays on it. Before we read it, tell us first if you recognize it.
I do.
And you recognize it to be a screenshot of a text message
I do.
from whom?
That is a screenshot of the text message from me to Larry English.
All right. I tendered into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
Objection. Submitted.
And you say it's from your phone to Larry English's phone, right?
It is, sir.
And it starts at the top. Here's a clip from my Blink camera. That's from Larry English to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the part that's from you to him, I'm going to read it. You tell me if this is what you said to him. Your neighbor at 229 Satilla Drive is Greg McMichael. Now you know now that he lives at 230 Satilla Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Greg is retired law enforcement and also a retired investigator from the DA's office.
Yes.
He said, please call him day or night when you get action on your camera.
Yes,
His number is, and then you gave his cell phone number.
that is correct.
And this is dated 2/11/20, 7:47 p.m.
Mhm.
But the text at the top is 12:20. So do you have any idea when you actually sent that to him?
12:20 at 9:40.
That's when you sent that
Yes.
to Larry English.
Yes, the 211 is for the next clip.
Okay.
That's below
So
it.
the date pertinent to the text that you're sending to Greg McMichael is the date at the top, 12/20/19, 9:40 a.m. And that's when you were talking to him in his yard, right?
Yes.
That's all I have, Officer Rash. Thank you.
Mr. Butler.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm Jessica Burton. I'm co-counsel for Roddy Bryan. I just have a couple of questions.
Okay.
The first one is you never spoke with Mr. Bryan about any of the break-ins or the thefts that were occurring at Mr. English's house. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. And then you also never spoke with him in late 2019 or early 2020 of all of the break-ins and thefts going on in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I don't recall. No.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else for you. Thank you.
Yes, Judge. So Officer Rash, there was no communication at all between you and Larry English between 12/20 of 19 and February 11th of 2020?
None that I recall. No text messages.
No text messages. All right. And when you sent that text to Larry English, was it your intent to deputize Greg McMichael or Travis McMichael?
Never.
What did you want them to be?
Witnesses. Actually, the text was for Greg McMichael, not for Travis McMichael. For
Fair
Greg
enough.
McMichael, based on his training and knowledge as a retired officer, retired investigator, to be a witness, to call 911, to tell us what he saw and direct us where we needed to go.
Because you hadn't met Travis at this point on
No, I hadn't.
12/20.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And your intent, the defense has characterized it as solving a crime, but if you made contact with the now deceased homicide victim,
Mhm.
your intent was to what?
Identify him, okay, then trespass him. And if that's what Mr. English, it's ultimately his decision. And it does happen. Some homeowners, some business owners, they just say, tell him to leave. I don't want you to trespass him. Just tell him to leave and don't come back. And it's ultimately Larry English's decision, property owner's decision,
The property owner's decision.
property owner's decision.
Okay. To say whether to actually give a formal trespass
Okay.
on this person
Correct.
or to just say, hey, officer, can you just tell him to please stop coming back?
Absolutely.
You went and knocked on Subi Lawrence's door on October 25th, 2019. She answered?
No.
Mr. Rubin went over all the stuff inside the open unsecured construction site.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there was that saw that we see, all that lumber,
Mhm.
all that's just laying out,
Mhm.
totally unsecured. Okay? You ever report any of it stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any of his electronics stolen?
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Ever report any plumbing or fixtures stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any electrical or electronics stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any tools stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report that anybody's broken into that camper?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Any report that anything's been stolen off of that dock?
No, ma'am.
So while for January 1st, 2019 through February 23rd, 2020, Larry English never reported anything actually stolen at 220 Satilla Drive.
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
You never even reported the cooler and the satellite system stolen, did you?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you have any evidence about who stole that stuff?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any knowledge of where the boat was when the stuff was stolen?
I do.
Where was the boat?
The boat was inside of the boat garage, RV garage, whatever terminology he's calling it. It was parked inside of there.
So your understanding right now is that the stuff was stolen when it was parked there, or that's how Mr. English discovered it?
When Mr. English called me,
Uh-huh.
told me he discovered it, I was under the impression it was stolen from there. And no time did Mr. English ever tell me he takes that boat from that location anywhere else or had it been any other location. So I was under the impression it was stolen from that site based on the phone call where he called me.
How many conversations did you have about the stuff being stolen on the boat?
One call, he called me on my off day.
Okay.
He told me what he had. I said, if you need to, I'm not on duty, you need to call, have the on-duty officer come to the scene to report it. And he started talking about his insurance deductible. He didn't know if it was worth it. And he decided, and there was never a report made, so I can only speculate he decided against it.
All right. Do you remember when this off day was, when he calls to tell you he discovered his missing stuff?
I don't remember the exact date. Like I said, my phone didn't keep record of the calls. It only kept record of the text.
So you never had a follow-up conversation with Larry English about what he thought had happened with the stuff and where the boat was at the time.
He told me the boat was inside the garage. Now, at that phone call, we discussed the air conditioning HVAC contractors there.
Okay.
My theory was if those,
To his theory, unless it's relevant to something in the case.
Well, I thought we were talking about his understanding from Mr. English. So the state is going to go and ask you, what was your understanding about this?
he had contractors there working, they were in and out of the house. He did not have video inside the house at that time. Contractors carry, air conditioning contractors carrying toolboxes, boxes that have ductwork, other items in and out. Very well possible those items could have been taken by the AC contractors, but nothing was ever seen, according to Mr. English. There was no video footage of the AC contractors or anybody else taking any items from the house. He just knew they were missing.
All right, so is it fair to say that your understanding is that because the AC contractors can take big boxes in and out, that they could hide these goods in it to take it?
Absolutely.
Okay. You ever see Mr. Arbery with any bags, backpacks, or any way to steal anything out of the house?
Never seen him with anything in his hands coming or going from the property on the videos that I have seen.
All right, so each time Mr. Arbery stops by to wander around inside the open unsecured construction site, he only stays for a few minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when the defense characterized this as gotten away, do you have any information that Mr. Arbery has ESP and has some sort of ability to know the police are on the way, that anybody's called, any police on him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And how are you employed?
With the Glenn County Police Department?
So you're a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And as a police officer, you get paid, right, as a police officer?
Very little, but yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So it's your job to respond to 911 calls, right?
It is.
That's why you get paid, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they give you a uniform
Yes, ma'am.
and equipment,
Yes, ma'am.
like the body cam,
Yes, ma'am.
a patrol car.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when the defense was asking you about use of force, you said something like, I am here. Okay, that's as a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Okay, and as a law enforcement officer, we saw the officer on the camera. Is that how you were dressed as well?
Yes, we've got green pants with a tan. At that time, our uniform was green BDU pants, a khaki shirt, and I had an outer vest carrier. At that point in time, it was not a load-bearing vest carrier. It made it look like a more formal Class A looking uniform, but that outer carrier contained my body armor.
And did you have identifiers that showed that you were a law enforcement officer?
I had my badge, I had my name tag, and no big words that said police, but my uniform showed, and I wore a duty belt with all my equipment in it.
Okay, so the first phase, as the defense brought it up to you, saying, I am here as a law enforcement officer, is because you're recognizable as a law enforcement officer.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the next thing that Mr. Rubin brought up is do as I say, because I'm a law enforcement officer. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay. Easily identifiable as a law enforcement officer, and then I'm employed as a law enforcement officer. I'm being paid, correct?
Yes.
And then you're telling people what to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Travis McMichael described Mr. Arbery as hauling ass into the house. Is that right?
Yes.
You saw that video?
Yes, ma'am.
What did Mr. Arbery do?
In that video, he was walking slowly, walking through the house.
Now, when Larry English talked to you about leaving in the same direction, like going down Jones Road, he described him as running, right?
I believe so, yes.
So when he leaves this particular property, this open unsecured construction site, he leaves and he runs. Describe what he does when he leaves the open unsecured construction site per Larry English.
He runs to the right towards Jones Road.
However, once again, to your knowledge, does he have any ESP or any way to know?
Objection, speculation. There's not a silly objection, so.
That's not, I agree. Sustain.
Do you have any information if this was Mr. Arbery's routine?
His routine.
His routine, this is what he did. He went into this house, looked around for a few minutes, and then would continue his jog on.
No, ma'am, I do not.
I'm objecting to the mischaracterization. This officer has no knowledge of him jogging.
Sustain. You're talking about personal knowledge.
Personal knowledge, but
Yep, this is the
You have any evidence whatsoever that Ahmaud Arbery ever stole anything from the open unsecured construction site?
I do not.
I'll pass the witness back.
Just so I'm clear, we take this out of order.
I'm just going to recross. I'll probably cover it for both of us. That all right, Demas?
that's fine. I trust
All right, Officer Rash, just a short recross to follow up on some questions just asked to you on redirect. So you had to go to police school to become a police officer, right?
I did.
And in police school, you learn basic crimes, the elements of basic crimes, right?
Yes.
Including burglary.
Yes.
And you learned in police school that burglary,
Objection, relevancy. What he learned in police school is relevant to your guilt or innocence. Absolutely no relevancy.
do I need to defend that, Jan, before you
I don't even know
rule?
why we're going to get into the law of burglary.
It'll become completely clear if I have given some latitude to finish my question and have him answer it. It concerns his investigation, and it follows up on exactly what was just asked of him by the state about things he would have done had he been told, for example, by the owner to trespass out Mr. Arbery if he'd caught him.
I'll give you some latitude. But
I don't
getting
need
into,
I don't need much.
I'll give you some latitude. But again, we're getting into definitions.
I only have this many questions. I don't have much.
Sure, just let me finish my statement. I'll give you a little bit of latitude here, but I think you understand that the court has already ruled a number of other times about defining crimes and all of that.
Yes, and I'm not getting into that area, I assure you. So you've been to police school, you learned, you have to know some of the crimes so you know what it is you're investigating and what you may be arresting someone for, right?
Absolutely.
And that's just basic police knowledge, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't need to know what a lawyer knows or what a judge knows, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. You're out there in the field and you're trying to decide, what do I charge this guy with if you catch somebody doing a thing, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you know then the basics of burglary, how to arrest for it if you see it.
Relevancy and outside the scope of redirect.
Now, that's the same objection we just had, and I've asked for a little latitude. And once we get past this, we'll be at the finish line.
Again, give you some room here. Go ahead.
I don't need much. So you understood burglary from police school to be the entering of a dwelling with the intent to commit a felony therein,
Yes.
right? And you understood Larry English's house to be a dwelling.
Yes.
You understood that items, expensive items up to $2,500 worth of stuff you've been told had been taken from that house, right?
Yes.
And the taker of that stuff didn't have permission from Mr. English to take it, right?
That is correct.
So you knew as a police officer that would be the basics for a burglary, right?
It was not stolen from the dwelling. It was stolen out of a boat.
That was parked in the dwelling.
Or in the
right?
dwelling. Okay.
And you would know that to be a burglary,
Yep.
right? Okay. And so as the state asked you, if you had caught Mr. Arbery at some point,
Objection, that is mischaracterization. The state didn't ask that. That's speculation. And I specifically did not ask about speculation in this case.
if I may remind the court before ruling, the state asked the officer, if you had confronted or caught Mr. Arbery and then spoke to Mr. English and he wanted to trespass out, was the phrase he used, what would you have done? It was a hypothetical. And I'm asking the same thing. That's what
Your Honor,
Mr.
that's not at all what the state asked.
He indicated what he was going to do if he was able to identify the individual on the video.
Yeah, he was going to do what the homeowner wanted him to do. That was the question. If Mr. English wanted you to trespass out this person, had you been able to speak to him, he was asked by the state, what would you have done? And he's told the jury, I would have told him, don't come back over here.
He was explaining his regular practice.
That's right. And that's where I'm headed. I've got one more question, but that's what they asked. I brought him back to that, and now I want to ask my question.
Ask the question, and then we'll see what the question is.
Well, I'm reorienting Mr. Officer Rash to what he'd been asked.
Past that, just go ahead and ask your question. You said you've got one more question. I said, well, let's see what the question is.
Okay. Well, are you with me, Officer Rash, so far? You know where we are in this cross-examination?
I believe so. I'm a little
Yeah.
lost here with the back and forth.
Okay, well, I want to get him back to where I am so I can ask my final question if I can get it out. So when you were asked about trespassing out somebody, you've used that phrase. I had not heard that referred to that way before. That's where a homeowner would tell you, hey, if you catch the guy and the homeowner wants you to just tell him, don't come back over here anymore, that's what you would do, right?
Absolutely.
Now, isn't it also true if you catch the guy and the homeowner says, well, he may be the burglar, would you investigate it further for me? You would do that too, wouldn't you?
At that point in time, there not have been a crime reported. There was no report made by Mr. English of a burglary at his residence.
So telling you that things have been stolen and I'd like you to investigate it, you would say, well, you got to file a formal report and then we'll investigate it.
Yes.
And that means for you, if that had been done, get the person's name and address, right?
Yes.
And then either you or someone would then investigate to see if they could find the cooler, the EPIRB unit, and the Lorraine fish finder for Mr. English, right?
I was not on duty the day that he called. Had Mr. English called the police department and made a formal report, if weeks later I would have had come in contact with Mr. Arbery and identified him, then I would notify whichever officer took that report and say, I have identified this male, here is his name. That officer, that himself, or it may have been handed off to our CID, Criminal Investigation Division. One of them would have followed up and looked into that. Myself, I was not the officer who took that report, I would not be the one following up doing that investigation.
Sure. And I'm not suggesting you would have been the one to go out and investigate the burglary, but some investigator would have in the normal course of things, right?
An officer or an investigator, yes.
Right. And tried to find out what happened and where his stuff was.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions.
Nothing further to say.
All right, thank you. You may step down. I believe you are released for the day, but still subject to recall. Thank you. Sorry, I'm all tied up in my cords here. There we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the point we're going to break for lunch. During the lunch recess, again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Enjoy your lunch. It is, let's see, like 20 past. We'll plan on reconvening at 1:20. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you in an hour.
All right for the jury.
Anything from the state before we recess for lunch?
No, but our missing witness has appeared.
I think Travis.
No, yeah.
From Greg and Michael.
No, you're not.
From Mr. Brian.
No, you're not.
All right. An hour, we'll reconvene at 1:20. Thank you. Defendants present, represented by counsel. Got a little bit of movement going on, but I think we're good. I understand the state is ready to proceed with its next witness.
It's ready.
All right. Just make sure if we have any additional movement. Let's get everybody in. They're supposed to get in. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's get the panel.
All rise for the jury, please. Please sit.
Welcome back. Hopefully everybody did enjoy their lunch. We are ready to proceed with the evidence in the case. I appreciate everybody's attention. Stay ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Agent Jason Seacrest. Agent Jason Seacrest.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I will. Proceed.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them your name and spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Jason Seacrest, Seacrist.
And how are you employed?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And what is the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
The GBI is a state law enforcement agency that's primarily tasked with assisting local law enforcement or other law enforcement agencies in criminal investigations.
Okay. And is the GBI made up of like two different sections, the crime lab and the investigative division?
That's correct. There are actually 4 divisions in the GBI, 2 of which are the investigative division and the division of forensic science.
Okay. So what's the difference between those 2 divisions, just briefly?
The investigative division is tasked with doing exactly what it sounds like, which is conduct the actual criminal investigation. Part of that would be conducting interviews. Part of that would be collecting evidence. And once those items are done, then they are turned over. Evidence is turned over to the Division of Forensic Science for actual scientific testing.
Okay. And where is the headquarters located?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. Now, other than the headquarters, are there various regions with different offices?
Yes, ma'am. The investigative division is divvied up into 15 regional field offices that each cover, generally speaking, about 10 counties.
Okay. And which region are you assigned to?
I'm assigned to the Region 4 field office in Douglas, Georgia. We cover 11 counties.
Okay. And how long have you been with the GBI?
Approximately 10 years.
Any previous law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what are your primary duties in your position there with GBI?
Currently, I'm a supervisor out of our office. Our office has 5 field agents, 2 crime scene specialists, an office manager. I'm, again, the assistant special agent in charge, and then the special agent in charge is the top supervisor in the office.
Okay. And are you post certified?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
What does that mean?
So POST stands for the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council. They're the ones that establish the credentials for becoming a police officer in the state of Georgia. Being post certified means that you would have completed the what's known as the police academy. And then every year after that, you've also completed additional training to maintain your certification.
Okay. And as a post-certified agent with the GBI, do you have arrest powers under Georgia law?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation into the death of someone by the name of Ahmaud Arbery. Are you familiar with that investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you become involved in that investigation at some point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How did you become involved?
On the morning of May 6th of 2020, I received a phone call from one of our command staff. She advised that I was being tasked to assist the regional office in Kingsland to end the investigation into the death of Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay. Now, were you being assigned the lead role in that investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know who was assigned the lead role in that investigation?
Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Richard Dial.
Okay. And you said you became involved on May 6th, 2020?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So at the point where you got the call, what did you do?
I packed my bags and I came over to Kingsland.
Okay.
I got the call about 9 o'clock in the morning and I arrived at the Kingsland office at about 12:30.
Okay. Now, what were your duties as it pertains to the investigation itself?
Primarily was just to assist ASAC Dial in whatever investigative leads were need to be followed. Eventually, it culminated primarily into 2 tracks of the investigation, one being Mr. Roddy Bryan and one being Mr. Larry English. And then, of course, with other miscellaneous, I would say, interviews or lead follow-up as they occurred.
Okay. So when you essentially got to Agent Dial, were you briefed on the investigation thus far?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. And was that from Agent Dial?
It was from Agent Dial, and as we were beginning to review the investigative work that had already occurred.
Okay. Now, were you given the file of Glenn County Police Department?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term neighborhood canvas?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what that is?
A neighborhood canvas is where you go to an area where a crime has occurred and you knock on every door that you can find in that area, trying to identify additional witnesses or people who had additional information regarding the incident.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did GBI agents in this case do neighborhood canvases?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with a neighborhood by the name of Fancy Bluff?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And was that neighborhood a part of the canvassing in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. Where is Fancy Bluff located in proximity to Satilla Shores?
It is directly across, I think it's Highway 17, probably within a mile or two of where the incident occurred.
Okay. Now, did you participate particularly in any of that neighborhood canvass?
Not in the blanket neighborhood canvas, but I participated as it came to specific residences nearby in those areas where it identified that we needed to do interviews.
Okay. Do you remember when you started doing interviews, like what date?
It was on May 7th.
Okay. Now, do you recall a couple by the name of Diego Perez and Brooke Perez?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. How do you know them?
They were living in the neighborhood of Satilla Shores. I believe they were a couple residences away from Mr. English's property.
Okay. And did you interview them in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you remember when you interviewed them?
It would have been on May 7th.
Okay. Are you familiar with a couple by the name of Danielle Studdard and her, not Studdard, but Stoddard, and her husband, James Stoddard?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How are you familiar with them?
Again, there was an interview that was done at their residence.
Okay. When did you do that interview?
I believe it was also May 7th.
Okay. And are you familiar with a person by the name of Matthew Albinze?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
How are you familiar with him?
Mr. Albinze was the one who contacted the non-emergency line on the day of the incident, and he lived on Jones Road, and I believe I interviewed him there or participated in an interview.
Okay. And is that, what neighborhood was that in?
That would
Located
be
in?
in Satilla Shores.
Okay. And the Stoddards, do you recall where they lived?
It was the Fancy Bluff area.
Okay. Now, you mentioned before that a part of your role in the investigation was the track of William Roddy Bryan.
That's correct.
Okay. At some point, did you interview Mr. Bryan?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you remember how many times you interviewed him?
There were two formal interviews, what I would call formal interviews.
Okay. And when was the first one?
The first one was on May 11th,
Of what year?
2020.
Where was that interview? Where did it happen? Where did it occur?
It occurred at the DNR regional office on, I believe it's Conservation Way here in Brunswick.
Okay, it's 196A. So was that interview recorded?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay, was that video and audio?
That one was only audio recorded.
Okay, all right. And did you review that recording before coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review the whole thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also review a transcript of that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was the transcript accurate as it pertains to what actually happened in the recording?
Yes, it does.
At this time, we would tender states 196 and 196A.
This is the recording, what is the transcript?
Yes, sir.
Objection. Objection.
Objection.
They're good.
Thank you. Now, Agent Seacrest, if you were to see Mr. Bryan in court, would you be able to recognize him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you see him in court today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He is sitting to the far right at the defense table in a blue jacket and looks like a gray shirt, wearing glasses.
Okay, let the record reflect that he has identified William Bryan. May I approach? Thank you. There you go. So Agent Seacrest, I'm showing you what's been admitted as 196A. Do you recognize 196A?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, what is it?
This is a transcript from my May 11, 2020 interview with Mr. Bryan.
Okay. Now, was Mr. Bryan under arrest at the time of this interview?
No, ma'am, he was not.
Okay. Was he detained in any way?
No, ma'am.
Was Mr. Bryan handcuffed at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall how he got to the interview location?
He drove on his own.
Okay. And was anyone else present during the interview?
During the interview, his attorney, Mr. Kevin Goff, was present, and another GBI agent by the name of Larry Kelly was present for a brief portion.
Okay. And do you remember what time it was when you interviewed him?
I was middle of the afternoon, maybe 2 o'clock hour, if I recall.
Okay. Would looking at the transcript help refresh your recollection?
I'm sorry, it's 3:40 p.m.
Okay. Now, did you promise Mr. Bryan that he would get anything of benefit from talking to you?
No, ma'am.
Did you promise him that he wouldn't be charged with a crime if he spoke with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you promise him he would get some kind of lesser sentence or plea deal or anything like that if he spoke with you?
No, ma'am.
Did you make any promises to his attorney, Mr. Goff, as it related to his client getting any kind of benefit from speaking to you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you threaten Mr. Bryan in any way to talk to you?
I did not.
Now, did you actually explain to Mr. Bryan, even with his attorney there, that he didn't have to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And did you ask him if he understood that?
I did.
And what was his response?
He indicated that he did.
What, if anything, did you tell Mr. Bryan about leaving after the interview?
I advised Mr. Bryan that when the interview was completed, he would be able to go wherever he wanted to go. He would be free to leave.
Okay. And did he acknowledge that he understood that?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Did Mr. Bryan appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol during the interview?
No, ma'am.
Did he appear to understand what was going on?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you, in fact, specifically ask him if he's under the influence of anything?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
He said he was not.
Okay. Were there any limitations imposed on the May 11th interview?
There was.
And by whom?
Mr. Gall.
Okay. And what was that limitation?
The limitation on this interview was that we would only discuss things pertaining to what happened from the time he left the police department on February 23rd up to the current time.
Okay. Current day being May 11th.
The day of the interview. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So nothing about the incident or before that?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, during the interview, how long was the interview? Do you remember? Just like a ballpark?
I would say probably about an hour and a half.
Okay. So during that time, did a few questions come up that may have gone over those limitations?
They did.
Okay. And did you receive permission to still delve into those areas?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. So let's talk about the statements that Mr. Bryan made to you. Okay. Did you ask Mr. Bryan whether he knew Greg McMichael?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And what did he say?
He indicated that he knew him from the neighborhood and from his work at the hardware store.
Okay. Whose work at the hardware store?
Mr. Bryan's work at the hardware store.
Okay. And did you ask him if he knew Travis McMichael?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
He said he did not.
Okay. Now, where did Mr. Bryan say he lived?
At 307 Burford Drive in Satilla Shores.
Okay. And how long did he say he lived at that location prior to February 23rd, 2020?
He lived there approximately 3 years.
3 years. Okay. Did he at any time mention anything about purchasing that home?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say?
He said he had just bought the house approximately 2 weeks before the incident.
Okay. So 2 weeks before February 23rd, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
He had just purchased it.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, according to Mr. Bryan's statement, did Mr. Bryan say that he could see the victim's hands as the victim was running during the chase?
Objection, Your Honor. We're going to be referring, we understood from the pretrial order, to the man's name, not a characterization.
Well, I made no specific ruling on it. What I did ask the state was to use terminology that was not, to just use terminology that didn't over and over again.
Over and over again. That's what I understood, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
So again, I did not in place over the hand, but if the state could
limit how many times I say it.
that would be perfect.
Yes, Your Honor, I will do my best. Let's see here. So, Agent Seacrest, according to Mr. Bryan's interview, did he talk about whether he was able to see Ahmaud's hands during this chase?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did he say about that?
He said he could see his hands; they were out, and that he appeared to not be holding anything.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to page 76 of the transcript, beginning at line 21. And if you can just read that to the jury, that would be great. Thank you.
To which line? 21?
76, line 21.
Through
25.
Okay. Okay. Were his hands out like normal running, like running arms, like moving back and forth, or were they in his pockets, or do you remember? Mr. Bryan responded, no, they were out.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Bryan ever see a gun or other weapon in the victim's hands during the chase at all?
He did not.
Okay. And did you speak with Mr. Bryan about any thefts in the neighborhood right before the incident happened?
I did.
Okay. Did you speak with him about thefts while he was living in Satilla Shores?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he say he had anything stolen from him while he was living there?
He had.
Okay. Now I want to turn your attention to page 84, lines 23 on to 85, line 10. If you can just read that, please.
Mr. Bryan said, the main thing was the trailer. It was 6x10, 8x10, 6x10, I think. Trailer behind the truck that went missing. And I'd have to clarify with a brother-in-law of what went missing out the back of his truck one night. But it was beer or something. I don't remember. Something petty. The trailer I never did report. Main reason, I didn't have it locked up and I was not sure when it went missing within a time frame of about a month. But now we're talking last year. I asked 2019. Mr. Bryan responded, Yeah, man, I'm talking, I mean, it's been almost a year now.
Okay, so he had a trailer stolen from his residence,
Yes.
from the yard somewhere,
That's correct.
and that was in 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And he said he never reported it to the police.
That's correct.
Okay, and he also mentioned about a brother-in-law
Yes,
who had some petty things stolen from how he characterized it.
that's correct.
Okay, other than that, did Mr. Bryan have any other specific thefts that occurred from his residence around that time?
No, ma'am.
Now, did Mr. Bryan mention about knowing about any kind of burglaries in the neighborhood, meaning breaking into houses?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you speak with him about knowing Ahmaud before that day?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say? Did he know him?
He did not know.
Okay. Had he ever heard his name before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so never met him, never heard his name.
No.
Okay. Did you speak with Mr. Bryan about knowing the owner of the 220 Satilla Drive construction site?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who was the owner of that site?
Mr. Larry English.
And what did Mr. Bryan say about knowing Mr. English? And I'm going to turn your attention to page 95, lines 20 through 24, if you can read that.
I asked, do you know Larry English? Mr. Bryan responded, no, not at all. And I said, the guy that owns the house that's under construction out there as you're going out. Mr. Bryan responded, no, I didn't know who owned it.
Okay, so he had never spoken with Mr. English.
That's correct.
Okay, now did you speak with Bryan regarding hearing from other neighbors who lived in Satilla Shores about thefts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did he say about hearing about thefts? And I'm going to point you to page 96, lines 11 through 13, and then 16 through 23. So first 11 through 13.
I said, okay, have you had any other neighbors talk to you about thefts in the area or issues? Mr. Bryan said, I mean, not neighbors talking to me. And then I went within the last year and a half, let's say year and a half or 2 years. So let's go back to the beginning of 2019. How about that? Mr. Bryan responded, not neighbors talking to me. A couple of times they came into the shop and say, you know, man, something else went missing. They didn't say who, if it was them or what. But you know, stuff has been going missing in the neighborhood.
Okay, and that's line 23, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, during the course of the interview, did you come to find out that Mr. Bryan had surveillance cameras up at his property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did those cameras face towards the front of the neighborhood, meaning Burford Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did he say it was okay for you to come by his house and search those cameras and
Yes.
the footage?
He did.
Okay, and what did you do after he said it was okay to do that?
I believe I got a consent form signed.
Okay. Now, was his attorney present for that discussion when you asked him for consent?
Yes.
Okay. So after he told you that you could do that, did you go by the house?
After the conclusion of the interview, we did.
Okay. And who was present for that meeting at the house?
Of course, Mr. Bryan, Mr. Goff, myself, Agent Kelly, and I believe also Mr. Bryan's fiance at the time, Miss Amy Elrod.
Okay. And were you guys able to download anything on that day?
Not at that time while we were there, no.
Okay. Why not?
I believe there was, if I remember right, it was password issues and also internet speed issues that were holding us back from being able to get the video then.
Okay. So between you and Agent Kelly, who's the tech person?
Agent Kelly.
Agent Kelly. Okay. So is that why Agent Kelly was there with you?
Absolutely.
Okay. At some point later on, were you all able to download that surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did you also follow up with Mr. Bryan about his cell phone and getting consent to search that cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you get a form? Did you get him to sign like a consent form for that?
I believe I did.
Okay.
Objection.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. So Agent Seacrest, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 197. If you can look at it and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is it?
This is the waiver of constitutional rights to a search warrant of an electronic or cellular device.
Okay, and is it the form that you had Mr. Bryan sign on May 11th, 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay, does it seem to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
At this time, we tender States, is that 198?
197.
197.
No objection. No objection. Sorry, I can't see.
No objection.
Submit.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Judge?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So Agent Seacrest, I'm just going to have you, are you able to see what's projected?
I can.
Enough to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me try to zoom it in some. Oh, break it. Okay, if you can just start from the top, that would be great. So if you can just read from here on down.
Waiver of constitutional rights to a search warrant of an electronic cellular device. I, William R. Bryan, Jr., having been informed of my constitutional right not to have a search and seizure made of my electronic/cellular device without a search warrant, and of my right to refuse to consent to such a search and seizure, hereby authorize Jason Sechrist/Larry Kelly of the GBI to use an extraction device to obtain information from my electronic/cellular device, including but not limited to any and all information, data, files, memory cards, photographs, videos, text messages, GPS locations, website information, emails, contact numbers, incoming and outgoing phone calls currently located on the below described device, iPhone 8, model MQ6V2LL/A. I'm giving this written permission to the above named investigator voluntarily and without threats or promises of any kind. I understand that any information derived from this evidence as a result of my consent to this search and seizure without a search warrant can and may be used as evidence against me in any court of law. I also have been provided contact information from the above stated investigator in order for me to withdraw my consent at any time. It is signed by Mr. Bryan. His name is printed below that. The time and date is written as May 11, 2020 at 3:54 p.m.
And whose signature is this?
That is mine.
And what about this one?
I believe that's Agent Kelly's.
Okay. And did you go over this form with Mr. Bryan before he signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he appear to understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, after the May 11th interview, did Mr. Bryan leave freely?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. And what did you do with this form? Did you contact another agent to get the phone extracted?
Yes, ma'am, Agent Kelly.
Okay. And what's an extraction? Just briefly.
We use a device that actually plugs into the phone and just downloads all the information from the phone. It can also include not just information currently on the phone, but if information has been deleted from the phone, we can sometimes get that information. So it gives us all the content off the phone.
Okay. Now, during that May 11th interview with Mr. Bryan, what, if anything, did you tell him about him being a witness?
In my initial conversation with Mr. Bryan, I identified him as a witness, as it starts off right now. I said that we had a lot of investigative work to do and that we had additional questions that we needed specifics on, and that would be the course of the investigation.
Okay. And then you proceeded to have two separate interviews with Mr. Bryan.
Two separate sit-down interviews. That's
Sit-down
correct.
interviews.
Yes.
Okay. And did you also do like a reenactment video
Yes,
at
ma'am.
some point?
We did.
Okay. And was that around the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
It was.
Okay. Now, going to your second interview with him, what date was that?
On May 13th, 2020.
Okay. And where was that? Where was the location of that interview?
That was in the same location at the DNR office on Conservation Way in Brunswick.
Okay. And was that interview also recorded?
Yes, it was.
Have you reviewed that recording in anticipation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you reviewed the recording, Agent Sechrist, was it a fair and accurate copy of the recording of the video you did, the interview you did with Mr. Bryan?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And in conjunction with that, did you also review a transcript?
I did.
Okay. And did the transcript match up with the interview you did with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any alterations or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you this 198A for identification purposes. Tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
What is it?
This is the transcript from the interview with Mr. Bryan on May 13th, 2020.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we tender states 198 and 198A.
No objection. No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
Thank you. And you can just hold on. So, same questions about this interview. Was he under arrest? Was Mr. Bryan under arrest at that time when you interviewed him on the 13th?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Was he in handcuffs in any way?
He was not.
Was he detained in any way?
No, ma'am.
Who else was present, if anyone, for
His
that
attorney,
interview?
Mr. Goff,
Okay. And how did he get to the location?
on his own.
Okay. Now, remember what time it was when you interviewed him on May 13th?
I believe that was in the 2 o'clock hour.
It was 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. If I were to show you a copy of your report that you did to summarize that, would that refresh your recollection?
It would. Yes, ma'am.
I believe you have that marked as exhibit for the record.
Which part?
Summary report.
All right, Agent Seacrest, I am showing you what's been marked just by identification as 412, State's Exhibit 412. Look at it and tell me if you know what that is.
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
This is my report that I wrote regarding my interview with Mr. Bryan on May 13, 2020.
Okay, just look at it silently to yourself and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about the time of the interview.
It does.
Okay, what time was it?
2:35 p.m.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that back. Okay, so did you promise him anything during that interview?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you make any threats towards him or force him to into any interview with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you make any promises to Mr. Goff, his attorney?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Bryan appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you explain to Mr. Bryan that he didn't have to talk to you?
I did.
And did he appear to understand that?
Yes, ma'am. He did.
Okay. And did he still go ahead and proceed with the interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's get into some of his statements. What did Mr. Bryan say he was doing on the day of the incident when he noticed something was going on?
He was doing some work on his front porch.
Okay. And what did he say caught his attention?
Someone running and the sound of a vehicle engine.
Okay. And did Mr. Bryan say that he was listening to music or something like that?
He did. He was listening to music in his garage, which was on the opposite end of the house from where he was working outside.
Okay. But he could still hear a vehicle engine coming by.
That's correct.
Okay. And he said he saw somebody running as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did he say he knew what was going on at that time?
He did not.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to page 7, lines 24 into page 8, line 6. And if you could just read that, please.
Mr. Bryan said, and for whatever reason, I don't. Well, I mean, at that point, I was like, okay, well, he's chasing him in the truck, whoever's in the truck, you know, and I'm figuring, I don't know what's going on at that point, but I'm figuring something's wrong. And I, not really loud, but I said, you got him, you need help, something like that. Nobody could hear me though, I'm sure.
Okay. And what did Mr. Bryan do after that?
He walked over and grabbed his keys.
Okay. And where were his keys?
His keys were in his kitchen, which he accessed through his door in the garage.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Bryan what made him grab his keys?
I did.
And what did he say? I'm going to direct you to page 8, line 21, into page 9, line 2.
I asked, and why were you going back to your truck? Why were you grabbing your keys? Mr. Bryan responded, I guess just to go see what was going on, if anything needed to be done, if I could help or whatever. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know what I was doing.
Okay. So he said he wanted to know if he could help.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to page 13, lines 18 through 25.
I asked, what was it that made you decide I need to go get my key and get in my truck and see what's going on? Mr. Bryan responded, I really don't know. I said, okay. And then Mr. Bryan said, I can't answer that. I don't know. It just, you know, I'm thinking through my mind that maybe he's done something. The guy running, and I don't know.
Okay. And when he left his house, did he have a cell phone on him?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did Mr. Bryan say about recognizing the truck in question? If you can just read page 9, lines 3 through 14.
3 through 14.
3 through 14.
I said, okay, now real quick, just going to go back. You said you recognized the truck. Mr. Bryan said, uh-huh. I said, where did you recognize? How did you? Why did you recognize the truck? Mr. Bryan responded, I mean, I've seen it in the neighborhood. I mean, at that time, I didn't know exactly why really I recognized it. I said, okay. Mr. Bryan said, I didn't know from what house or if it had, you know, just being in the neighborhood driving around. I didn't really put it together until afterwards.
Okay. Did Mr. Bryan ever say that he heard Ahmaud say anything during the chase?
He never heard Ahmaud say anything.
Okay. And did Mr. Bryan ever mention trying to slow down Ahmaud during the chase?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to direct you to page 33, line 16 to page 34, line 2. If you can just read that.
Mr. Bryan stated, I figured if I'd slowed him down and got a picture that maybe something would happen in the end other than just him getting away and cops not knowing who he was. I said, so then that kind of makes me want to ask, why did the cops need to know? Mr. Bryan replied, because I figured he had done something wrong. I didn't know for sure. I stated, okay, what made you think he might have done something wrong? Mr. Bryan responded, it was just instinct, man. I don't know.
Okay, so he figured the victim had done something wrong, and it was just instinct that told him that.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what he said. Okay. Now, did Mr. Bryan say that he felt the victim needed to stop running?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I've lost track of how many times we've used the word victim here. I mean, that's the whole point. The jury's going to decide who the victim is here.
I can rephrase.
That's good. Ladies and gentlemen, the court has not banned the use of any words in this court. And what I had given the facts of this case and the positions of the parties, I asked the lawyer simply to use various terms. The witness can use whatever term he wants. And that's what's going on here. So if the state could refer to Mr. Arbery as Mr. Arbery and move on from there.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Agent Seacrest, did Mr. Bryan say he felt Mr. Arbery needed to stop running?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did he feel that? Can you read page 37, line 5 through 10?
Mr. Bryan stated, yeah, I figured he stole something. I didn't know if he had shot somebody. I didn't know what was up. So I asked Mr. Bryan, had you heard any gunshots or anything like that? Mr. Bryan responded, no.
Okay. So Mr. Bryan said that he figured Ahmaud had shot somebody.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. First, I asked and answer. Second, I object to the characterization. Mr. Seacrest has already given his testimony about what was said word for word, and I object to the characterization after the fact by the prosecution.
Judge, I'm not characterizing it. It's what he said.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, if the lawyer's asking questions is not testimony. Testimony comes from the witness stand. It's sustained. Go ahead and answer your next question.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Bryan whether he ever said anything to Ahmaud when he was chasing him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he say he said anything to Ahmaud?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan tell Ahmaud regarding he needed to stop running?
He didn't say anything.
Okay. What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan tell Ahmaud about wanting to talk to him?
Mr. Bryan didn't say anything.
Okay. What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan tell Ahmaud about wanting to arrest him for anything?
Mr. Bryan didn't say anything.
Now, did Mr. Bryan ever say anything about Ahmaud turning to look at him right before he was shot and killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to page 63, lines 2 through 18. I'm sorry, lines 12 through 18. If you can just read that, please.
Mr. Bryan stated, I think I remember seeing Ahmaud turn around and look towards me, pulling up or either almost pulled. No, I ain't quite stopped yet. I'm still back a good ways, I believe. Yeah, I'm still back a good ways. And then he runs around the right-hand side of the truck. And I figured at this point, he's going to cut the corner and go out on Satilla Drive. Is that what it's called?
Okay. And at the point where Ahmaud is near the second truck, did Mr. Bryan ever hear Ahmaud say anything?
No, ma'am.
So he never heard him make any threats or anything like that?
He did not.
Did you ever ask Mr. Bryan if he saw Ahmaud drop anything from his hands during the chase?
I did.
Okay, and what did he say?
He said he didn't see him drop anything.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about your conversation with Mr. Bryan pertaining to Larry English's construction site, okay? Did you ask him if he had seen any of the videos?
I did.
Okay, from that construction site. And what did he say?
He said he had not seen any of the videos.
Okay. Did you ask him if he even knew if the videos existed?
I did.
And what did he say?
He didn't know anything about videos.
Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Satilla Shores, that the neighbors would communicate with each other on like a Facebook page?
I did.
Okay. Did you ask Mr. Bryan about his knowledge of that Facebook page?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
He was not a member and was not familiar with that Facebook page.
Okay. Now, did you follow up with Mr. Bryan about his knowledge of thefts in Satilla Shores around the time Ahmaud died?
I did.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to page 85, lines 21 into page 86, line 21.
I asked, okay, so just to get a clear picture, the only specific thefts at the time of this event that you knew about from what you told me are your trailer. Mr. Bryan responded, uh-huh. Then I stated, your brother-in-law, some stuff out of the bed of your brother-in-law's truck. Mr. Bryant responded, uh-huh. I stated, anything else specific? Mr. Bryant said, specific, no. I had heard that there had been some. And I stated, that's just in general. And Mr. Bryant said, in general. I asked, but no real specific incidents. And Mr. Bryant said, nothing. You know, what was stolen, what house, where, when. I asked, when it happened? Mr. Bryant said, no. I said, what was, none, nothing? Mr. Bryant said, no. I said, only that, hey, there's some folks doing some, when you talk about break-ins, what are you talking about? People going into houses, busting windows? Mr. Bryant responded, I think I heard a car. I said, car? Okay. Mr. Bryant responded, something about a car one time.
Okay. So he heard about a car one time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Had he heard about any descriptions of the person who was allegedly responsible, person or persons, for any of this stuff?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So he didn't know if it was a black person, white person, Asian person, nothing?
He did not know.
Okay. Now, did you find out during the course of your interview with him that Mr. Bryant also had a Facebook account?
I did.
Okay. And did you ask for his consent to look at that Facebook account?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that when his attorney was still present?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did Mr. Bryant tell you?
He was willing to allow me to download his Facebook account, but the account was deactivated at the time, so we reactivated it so that we could.
So you reactivated it so that you could download it?
That's correct.
Okay. And did that download happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, after the interview concluded, was that your last time talking to him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When was the next time?
Immediately after this interview was when we did the drive-through.
Okay. And when you say the drive-through, where drive-through in which neighborhood?
So we did a drive-through reenactment of the February 23rd in Satilla Shores.
Okay. And was that Mr. Bryant's route?
Yes, ma'am.
That pertained to his route?
It was.
Okay. And do you remember about what time you all went out there? Like, was it still light outside?
It was.
Okay. All right. And who all was present?
In the vehicle at the time would be myself, Mr. Bryan, his attorney, Mr. Goff, and also another GBI agent, special agent in charge, Jamie Steinberg.
Okay. And was that recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach her?
Yes.
Now, Agent Seacrest, were you able to review that recording prior to coming into court today?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it fair and accurate?
It was.
Okay. Did you also review a transcript of that recording?
I did.
Was that transcript fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am. It was.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for the purpose of identification as states 199A. Can you look at it and tell me what it is?
Yes, ma'am. This is the transcript from the reenactment with Mr. Bryan on May 13th, 2020.
Okay. When you reviewed it, were there any alterations or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, we would tender states 199 and 199A.
Oh, no objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
You can hold on to that. Now, before you hit record during that kind of reenactment, did anything happen in terms of any kind of preliminary drive-through?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us what happened.
Mr. Bryan was having difficulty remembering the exact path of travel. So there was kind of a familiarization ride through to kind of get directly down to what the path of travel was before we actually recorded the reenactment.
Okay. But at any time, did you tell Mr. Bryan what to say?
Not at all.
Okay. Now, during your interviews with Mr. Bryan, did you learn from him that the police found some smudges on his truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you also learn that those smudges had been lifted from his truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you speak with Mr. Bryan about getting fingerprints from him?
Yes, ma'am.
And why?
You get fingerprints from people who are known to use whatever the item is that has the fingerprint on it to get what we call elimination prints, so that we can compare those to see if they are the person that the property belongs to or not.
Okay. And did he agree to give you fingerprints for that purpose?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he consult with his attorney before agreeing with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also speak with Amy Elrod about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she agree to give fingerprints as well?
She did.
Okay. And was that for the same purpose?
It was.
Okay. So at some point, did you meet with both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I believe it was the next day on May 14th.
Okay. And what happened when you met with them on that day?
I met them at I believe it was the hospital parking lot. And we rode to the Glenn County Jail where a jailer was able to take their fingerprints, and then I took them back to their vehicle.
Okay, so just to be clear, were they under arrest when
They
they
were
went
not.
to that jail?
No.
Okay, it was just for the purpose of fingerprinting them.
That's correct. That was all pre-planned as far as the logistics of how that would happen.
Okay, all right. Now, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you ask Mr. Bryan for consent to download the computer system in his truck?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and what happened? Did he give consent?
He did.
Okay, what, if anything, were you able to find?
Nothing that was pertinent to this investigation.
Okay, and why was that?
So the computers in your vehicles only store certain information for a brief period of time. So most of the data that was relevant to February had already been overwritten by May.
Okay. Are you familiar with a person by the name of Larry English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how are you familiar with Mr. English?
He's the owner of the house that was under construction where Mr. Arbery was seen on the videos.
Okay, during the course of this investigation, did you meet with Mr. English?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where that meeting happened?
That meeting happened at his residence in Nichols, Georgia, which is in Coffee County.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that meeting?
The purpose of the meeting was to get his statement regarding the investigation and what had occurred, especially to find additional videos that we had seen floating around and to get more context around his involvement and what led up to Mr. Arbery's death.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to May 21st, 2020. Okay, was there anything noteworthy that happened on that day in terms of the investigation?
Mr. Bryan was arrested.
Okay, and any other warrants?
We did a search warrant of his house, and we also did a search warrant of his phone.
Okay, and were you present for that search warrant execution on his house?
I was.
Okay, were other agents also present?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time you interviewed Mr. Bryan on May 11th and May 13th, had the video already surfaced? The video of this incident?
Yes, it had.
Okay. And had the McMichaels, had warrants already been signed for their arrests?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Mr. Bryan had given previous statements to officers from Glenn County PD?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in preparation for your interview on May 11th and May 13th, did you review those statements?
I did.
Okay. And since those interviews, May 2020, have you reviewed those statements again?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. What, if anything, did you notice in Mr. Bryan's statements to the Glenn County Police Department as it compared to his statements to you?
His statements to the Glenn County Police Department were more direct in his involvement to corral and box in Mr. Arbery during the event. His statements to me minimized his involvement in that process that led to Mr. Arbery's death.
Okay, so we'll just talk about a few instances of that, okay? Were you able to review the transcripts of those statements given to Officer Minshew and Detective Lowry?
Yes, ma'am.
Protection here. I'm not sure where the state's going. Is this prosecutor about to ask a witness for his opinions about what other witnesses were told? Is he going to be giving his opinions to the jury about whether he thinks one statement is this and another statement is that, or is he testifying about what he knows? Because I'm trying to figure out how this line of questioning is proper, and I object to it.
Your Honor, both statements to Officer Minshew and Investigator Lowry were tendered, so they're in evidence. I'm not about to ask Agent Seacrest about his opinion on the statements. We're just going to go through a couple of the quotes from those statements in comparison to the statements to Agent Seacrest, but quotes, no opinions.
Again, that sounds like a closing argument, which is perfectly fine at its time. But this witness can testify to what this witness knows. And this line of questioning seems designed to put us in a position where we're going to have to make a motion that none of us wants to make.
Your Honor, I don't see how when the statements have come in already. They're in evidence.
That was never the point. It doesn't matter whether they're in evidence or not. The jury's already heard them. The jury will decide whether they're consistent or not. Whether Mr. Seacrest thinks they're consistent or not, that's something for the lawyers to argue. That's not for one witness. You can't call an expert witness to say whether they believe somebody or not. This is highly improper.
Yes, all you're doing is comparing the two statements.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not going to ask him for his opinion.
But I mean, if they're both in the record, I mean, he's taking one statement and she took the other statement.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Judge, I think it's completely relevant. I'm not going to go through both statements from front to back again, but I just wanted to pinpoint a couple areas where Mr. Bryan said something completely different to Agent Seacrest versus what he said in here to Officer Minshew and Detective Lowry.
30 years. I've never heard of any such thing. I think maybe we should take this up outside the presence of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you go ahead and take a step into the jury.
All right, for the jury.
Let's go.
Your Honor, I object. The prosecutors laid this foundation that Mr. Bryan is characterized as changing his statements. That's well and good for a closing argument, but you can't call witnesses for the purpose of challenging credibility of the defendants in that way. Anybody. I have never even heard of such a thing being done in the trial of a criminal case, much less a murder case. You can't have one witness testify as to whether what another witness has been doing or editorializing as to what he thinks that means. He can testify to what he knows. This is highly improper. Highly improper.
And Judge, I'm not asking Agent Seacrest to editorialize anything. I'm going to ask him about specific quotes, not a lot of them, a couple from each statement, and then ask him what Mr. Bryan said specifically to him on the same subject. That's it. Not to ask him how they differ or,
The objection's the statement. He can testify to what his statement was. If the state wants to go ahead and argue differences in the statement, you're welcome to do so as part of the argument. But for him to comment on a statement given to another officer, of course, I'm not going to permit that. So that's a statement. Let me also address since we got a break here, with the use of the term victim. Let me be very clear, because you mentioned a pre-trial ruling. The court has not implemented a word ban in this case. What I said, and what I think was told to me at the time, was that I generally don't implement word bans. And what I was told was that everybody would be very cognizant of that and understand that term in this particular case brings a number of issues in. What I was told by the state was there was going to be an attempt to at least reduce the use of that. I sustained the objection because the court saw that as being the term that was being used with this witness. That word ban is still not in place, because I realized after I'd made my ruling, it sounded like I'd changed that. That is not the case. The court found under these circumstances, that was the term that you were using over and over to describe Mr. Arbery under these circumstances. So I just wanted to clear that up. So the court's ruling, pretrial ruling, has not changed. I just want everybody to be aware of the terminology we're using under the circumstances and facts of this case. So
yes,
let's go ahead and get the panel.
All right, for the jury. Please see.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence from the state.
Okay. Agent Seacrest, what did Mr. Bryan say to you in your interview with him on May 13th regarding the moments when he left his driveway? If you can turn to page 25 of the May 13th statement, lines 18 into page 26, line 19.
Mr. Bryan stated, And, for whatever stupid reason, again, I mean, there's going to be some reasons here that I don't understand why I did it. I jumped out in the road from my driveway at about the same time he got there. I asked, so did you like straight out? Mr. Bryan responded, yeah. So I asked, so you didn't go left or right, you just kind of went straight. Mr. Bryan responded, straight, well, maybe a tad to the left. I asked, angled a little bit? Mr. Bryan responded, just a tad. I said, okay, and why did you pull out and angle it to the left like that? Mr. Bryan responded, I guess so I could see. I said, okay, and what did you see? Mr. Bryan responded, and I'm thinking at this point, it's running through my mind at this point, try to get a picture. I said, okay. Mr. Bryan said, but I hadn't got my phone out. I don't believe at this point. I said, okay. Mr. Bryan responded, all right, what did I see? I seen him run right, straight in front of my truck. I asked, around the hood? Mr. Bryan responded, around the hood, through the ditch.
Okay. So at any point, as he's describing going from his driveway to Burford Road, did Mr. Bryan ever say that he tried to force Mr. Arbery into the ditch in front of his house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he at any point say he tried to block him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did you talk to Mr. Bryan about the circumstances surrounding his belief that Mr. Arbery tried to get into his truck somehow?
I did.
Okay. So I want to turn your attention to page 28, line 20, starting from the word he into page 29, line 14. And if you can just read that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bryan said, he was just down there low, not in the road. He comes up out of there at about the time we get around a tree, and we got really close to each other. I pull him past him, and this is another one where I'm really fuzzy at, man. But the only one neighbor and at the time I don't remember if I knew his name or not, but there is a neighbor, Tommy, up there, and I angled up into his drive with kind of like a mailbox there. All right. I don't know what the hell I was doing there, all right? Because at about that point I realized I'm in front of him. He's behind me. My windows are down. I said, uh-huh. Mr. Bryan continued, all right, and he's coming. So I backed up to try to get straight, and at that point he's on me. He's coming. He's on me. And I'm just like, man, I've got to get out of here. So, I think I put it in drive or whatever at that point. I'm trying to haul ass, and he's on my door with his hands at the door handle. I hit gas, keeping in mind, I'm not trying to swing the boards out the back,
So in him describing that incident to you, at any point did Mr. Bryan say he tried to corner Ahmaud?
No, ma'am.
At any point did he say he tried to cut him off or he had cut him off real good?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in your statement, in your interview with him, did you confront Mr. Bryan about using the word block in his previous statement to the police officers versus what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did he say? And I'll turn your attention to page 26. I'm sorry, page 33. So it starts at line 11. Line 11 to line 15 for now.
Okay. I said, were you trying to, because I think in your original statement, and again, I'm not trying to pin you down. I'm just going back because I have to listen to it all. You talk about trying to box him in and do different things. Were you?
Okay. And go ahead and read from line 16 through 19.
Mr. Bryan responded, I figured if I slowed him down and got a picture, that maybe something would happen in the end, other than just him getting away and cops not knowing who he was.
Okay. And go ahead and read to lines 25.
I responded, so then that kind of makes me want to ask, why did the cops need to know? Mr. Bryan responded, because I figured he had done something wrong. I didn't know for sure. I said, okay, what made you think that he might have done something wrong?
And flipping the page, lines 1 and 2.
Mr. Bryan responded, it was just instinct, man. I don't know.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish the reenactment video. Permission to publish that? It's been admitted. Yes.
I'll confirm.
So Judge, the way we agree with the defense to play this is on mute with Agent Seacrest narrating.
Say that my agreement would be incomplete.
That was not your agreement?
You know what? You just go ahead. You go right ahead. I withdraw my objection.
Okay. I'll get my case. So Agent Seacrest, can you see on your screen? Okay, so I'm gonna press play. Where are you right now?
We are sitting in the driveway of Mr. Bryan's residence. We are backed in.
Okay, and that's 307 Burford Road?
That's correct.
Okay, and who is seated in the driver's seat?
I'm in the driver's seat.
And who is seated in the front passenger seat?
Mr. Bryan.
Okay, and who is seated in the back?
On the back seat, we have Mr. Goff and we have Jamie Steinberg.
So if you could just tell the jury.
Yeah, he's telling us right now where, as he's getting in his car and what he's fixing to do. He wants to drive out and he's angling to the left in the direction that they went. And he's saying right around here is where Mr. Arbery pops up. So he's backing up because it surprises him. Doesn't back in quite enough to where when he makes the turn, he's getting close. He says he's about to hit his mailbox and Mr. Arbery is down in the ditch. And he's running somewhat parallel to the vehicle, to his vehicle.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause.
Mhm.
Do you see the ditch? In the
Yes,
video?
ma'am, I can.
Can you step down, please, briefly? And don't touch the screen because bad things will happen.
Okay.
But if you can just point to the general direction, there's a pointer right there to your right if you want to use that. Don't touch the screen.
You can see the ditch right through here. That's almost like a little, I think might be a little footbridge right there over it.
Okay.
And the ditch is running right through here.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. Let me know when you're ready. Good?
I'm ready.
Okay.
He's explaining that Mr. Arbery is down in the ditch, maybe not quite in the water, but he's down that ditch that way. He's going to start coming up and still kind of running parallel. They're coming up to a tree right here where you can see a sign. I think it's maybe a realtor sign. As they're coming up, he's expecting Mr. Arbery to go maybe around the tree, the other direction, but he ends up coming, sorry, not this tree, this next tree. He's coming up, he's thinking Mr. Arbery is going to go to the left of the tree, but Mr. Arbery actually goes to the right of the tree, so they're right there close to each other at this tree right here. So Mr. Arbery is between the tree and the tree on his left and his truck on the right. As they come up, he pushes ahead at this point. He gets ahead of Mr. Arbery, and as he comes into this driveway, he actually angles off, and that's where he was trying to stop his movement. He's trying.
Okay, sorry. Now, in this actual reenactment, did Mr. Bryan ever say that at this point he tried to corner Mr. Arbery?
No, ma'am, he did not.
Did he say he tried to block him?
He did not.
Okay.
He is angling off into Mr. Arbery's direction and Mr. Arbery's path of travel. At this point, he says his window's down. He realizes that he's put himself in a bad position, and he starts to back up. And it's somewhere in that time frame where the contact is made between Mr. Arbery and the vehicle. Whether or not Mr. Arbery is reaching for the door handle or whether he's just touching the truck, that's where the contact is made. And Mr. Bryan said he was worried at this point, so he put the vehicle in drive, and that's when he took off ahead of Mr. Arbery again. Here he's turning off of Burford onto Satilla Shores or Satilla Drive.
Okay, so is that this road right here?
Yes, ma'am, it is. We've just passed Holmes Road. And he, at this point, stops, backs up as Mr. Arbery makes the turn down Holmes Road. At this point, Mr. Arbery is ahead. And Mr. Bryan is essentially chasing Mr. Arbery down Holmes Road.
Is this Holmes Road right here?
Yes, ma'am. As we get down the road here, you're going to see I think you'll be able to see a brightly colored mailbox. I believe at the time it was blue. And that was an important marker because that was where the video that he took on February 23rd began. You could see the actual brightly colored mailbox.
Okay.
So it was
Are we able to see the mailbox right now?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it this one right here?
Through my dirty windshield, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
So we paused. He confirms he's on the left side of the road at that time when the video starts. You actually see at this point in the video, and that's what we're talking about, is you see Mr. Arbery. He was briefly running away and comes running back towards Mr. Bryan in the video. Mr. Bryan believed that Mr. Arbery ran down his passenger side, I believe.
Okay. So at this point, is Mr. Bryan still driving on the wrong side of the road?
Yes, ma'am. We're discussing just different angles and where things are coming and going and referencing back to the actual video that he took in February. He's told me somewhere right there at that point, after Mr. Arbery passed him, that he had gotten back over onto the right side of the road. Now, during this portion of the actual video on the day of the incident in February, he had dropped the phone. So, or put it on his lap, I think was what it was. So he's telling us what happened here. And he's saying how he went down a little bit farther. Now, the mailbox you see right there on the right side with the driveway, that's actually another marker that we can kind of identify from the actual video on the day of the incident.
Which one?
Right there to the right. Okay. That black mailbox and driveway is something that looks like fresher concrete. You can just tell with the, I guess the landscaping kind of you can identify it in the video. He drives past that. And at some point he decides to turn around and basically does like a 3-point turn where he's talking about on the video, you can hear maybe his tires trying to catch on gravel. And he's showing me where one of two spots, he likely, pulled over to the left, backed in, and then pulled back out to the left to go back the direction that Mr. Arbery came, back to the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive.
So at this point, where's Mr. Arbery?
Mr. Arbery is going to be, well, if you're looking at it from my truck, he's going to be to the left, which is close to the intersection of where the incident occurred, basically.
So going back towards the intersection.
That's correct. And here, if you pause right here, this is where we know that the video where he picked up at because of that driveway. And in the video, we're talking about, you can see the curve of the road and trying to figure out, where he was in the road. He says he's kind of center of the road. We're going around, and at which point he actually sees Mr. Arbery. We're determining like where it was that he stopped at when he actually finally stopped and finished taking the video. We're inching up to the spot where he thinks he was. If you see the stop sign there, you can see the intersection. That's the intersection of where the incident occurred.
Okay. And does he essentially stop
Yes, ma'am.
right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Agent Seacrest, throughout that entire reenactment video with Mr. Bryan, did he ever once say that he tried to angle at Mr. Arbery?
We're calling saying angle at Mr. Arbery now.
Okay. Did he ever say that he tried to block Mr. Arbery in?
No, ma'am.
That he tried to corner him at any time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So none of that was said on that video.
That's correct.
Now, may I approach? Okay. So Agent Seacrest, I'm going to show you what's been marked for the purposes of identification as State's Exhibit 303. Go ahead and look at it and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
This is I guess a map from Google Earth that was created based on Mr. Bryan's statements of his path of travel in the Satilla Shores neighborhood when the incident occurred.
Okay, and was that created by GBI?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am. It is.
At this time, we tender 303.
Okay. To the, go ahead.
Okay. So-
We're still there's about 3 people in the world that can run this thing. What's Mr. Sheffield? What's Ms. Dunkowski?
Thank you. Okay. Agent Seacrest, can you see this clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Turn it just like that. And can you step down, please? Okay. Okay, so remember, don't touch the screen. So go ahead and describe to us what we're looking at here on 303.
Okay. What we have is, again, the Satilla Shores neighborhood. You're looking at Satilla Shores. Satilla Shores or Satilla Drive is right here.
Okay.
This drive right here actually comes down here, I believe. This is Burford, right here. This is Holmes, and then this is Zellwood.
Okay.
Highway 17 is going to be up here.
Okay. What is this that we're seeing right here?
That's Mr. English's residence.
Okay. And what is this one?
That's the McMichael residence.
Okay. And just go ahead and show us, what is this one?
That's Mr. Bryant's house.
Okay. So go ahead and just explain the route.
Sure. As you saw in the video, Mr. Bryant's house is right here. He pulls out and turns eventually turns right out of his residence and comes down here towards Satilla Drive. You see this little part that pulls up on Satilla? That's where he pauses and then backs up down to here before he drives forward onto Holmes. And when he's going down Holmes is when he's initially behind Mr. Arbery. At some point in here would be where Mr. Arbery turns around and comes back towards the intersection while Mr. Bryant continues down somewhere here before he then turns around back to the intersection where the incident occurred.
Okay. And that is based on the reenactment video, what Mr. Bryan told you
Yes, ma'am.
months after the incident actually happened.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Can I see? So Agent Seacrest, remember we talked about the surveillance system at Mr. Bryan's house? Now, you said Agent Kelly was there with you when you all were trying to download that?
That's correct.
Okay, and was he the one who actually did the form for that one?
I believe he did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. That is all I have for you. Thank you. The defense might have some questions for you, okay?
Right, it's gonna take a while. I need a bathroom break.
Ladies and gentlemen, want to take a 15-minute recess or mid-afternoon, and we'll get back into the evidence. Thank you.
All right, for dirt. All right, for the jury, ladies.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go ahead and proceed with the evidence. Mr. Goff.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Agent Sechrist.
Good afternoon.
Do I recall correctly that it was you who called Roddy Bryan?
When?
Initially. You reached out to Mr. Bryan.
I did. I knocked on his door.
It wasn't Mr. Bryan looking for the spotlight.
That's correct.
And is it fair to say at this point that you needed his cooperation?
I desire his cooperation, yes.
You wanted it. You wanted his cooperation.
Sure.
And that's because under Georgia law, witnesses are not required to talk to you.
No one is required to talk to me.
Because you are not a federal agent.
I'm sorry?
You're not a federal agent. You're a GBI agent.
That's correct.
And you don't have the power to compel witnesses to speak to you.
That's correct.
So they do it voluntarily.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Bryan had already given several statements to the Glenn County Police Department, had he not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he'd already given the Glenn County Police Department his cell phone several times. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the first thing that you need to do is you need to secure his cell phone again. That's your first mission, is to secure his cell phone.
My first mission?
Yes, sir. There was a lot of controversy surrounding this now famous video, wasn't there?
Controversy. I don't know about controversy as far as the video. There was, people did not like what the video showed, for sure.
For sure. And there was a lot of speculation out there about the video.
And I'm going to object to any speculation, Judge.
Oh, I'm not asking him to provide details. I'm just asking whether he'll acknowledge that there was a need for the GBI to obtain that cell phone.
Go ahead.
Was there a need?
Yes, sir.
There was.
Okay. In fact, as it turned out, there was another important video in this case, or set of videos, were there not?
If you're referring to the videos at his house, yes, sir.
The Night Owl videos.
That's correct.
Somehow, in their exhaustive investigation, the Glenn County Police Department, for whatever reason, did not obtain those videos.
That's correct.
And you are unaware of the existence of those videos until Mr. Roddy Bryan brought them to your attention.
Yes, sir.
Now, directing your attention to May 11th. Did you tell Roddy Bryan that the past week had probably been one of the worst of his life?
Yes, sir.
And he agreed with you?
That's correct.
I believe you've already testified that the McMichael defendants have been arrested.
That's correct.
The GBI director, Vic Reynolds, had given a press conference, and your
And I'm
agency.
going to object to anything from the press conference, Judge. That's hearsay.
I have no intention of going into the contents of the press conference. But your boss, former Cobb County DA Vic Reynolds, at that time GBI director, had actually given a press conference in this case.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
You were physically present when he did so.
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And whether you were present, you were aware there was a press release.
Yeah, I'm aware there were press releases going on.
And when you were speaking with Mr. Bryan, what you described as media and quote unquote other entities were blowing the situation up even more.
Objection to relevance, Your Honor, in terms of the relevance of what Agent Sechrest thought about
Based-
the media.
Based on the conversations we had yesterday outside the presence of the jury, I thought the import of this line of question was clear.
If you're asking the court that, no.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm at the court's direction, but the circumstances surrounding under which statements are made is relevant to their admissibility.
so ask your question again.
Did you describe when you spoke with Mr. Bryan, the media and quote unquote other entities, quote unquote, blowing it up even more? Directing your attention to page 12 of the transcript.
And Judge, I'll renew my objection.
Let's see where this is going. Go ahead.
Page 12.
Remember to look at page 12 of the
Yes,
transcript.
sir. On which transcript?
The 511.
Okay.
And at any point in time, if you're not sure what I'm asking you about, don't hesitate to let me know.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you noted that the media was already parked out front of Mr. Bryan's residence when you first attempted to make contact with him.
Your Honor, again, relevance.
Go ahead.
Yes, the media was there.
And that media craze only got worse in the days to follow.
The media was present.
Okay. And again, on 5/13, 2 days later, when you speak with Mr. Bryan again, you acknowledge that the past 2 days have been, quote, difficult for Mr. Bryan, unquote.
Yes, sir.
Because there's even more media now.
Is that a quote?
I don't think that's a quote, but there were more media.
I'm sorry, you're asking me a question?
I'll move on. You discussed with Mr. Bryan the march through his neighborhood. Page 139 on your 5/13 transcript.
I do recall that.
You sympathize with unusual activity in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
You've previously agreed that in the context of this interview in May of 2020, that this was a neighborhood on edge.
That's correct.
And by this time, Mr. Bryan fears for his own personal safety and that of his
Objection
family.
to speculation.
Directing your attention to page 142 of what I believe is the JVD transcript.
So which transcript?
The transcript on his prior testimony in this trial.
Why don't you give her a date? Let's zero everybody in.
Clear enough.
Volume 1 of the proceedings of May 13, 2021. Do you have that transcript, sir?
Not here on the stand with me, no, sir.
I think I have it now. It's an excerpt of your testimony.
Okay, thank you. What page?
Directing your page to 2.
I'm sorry, which statement, which part of it?
Page 142, lines 3 through 7.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall being asked whether Mr. Bryan and his fiancee related multiple occasions, incidents that gave them concern for their personal safety?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall Mr. Bryan's fiancee, Amy, giving you a threatening letter that she pulled out of her mailbox?
Hearsay, Judge. Anything in that letter is hearsay. And relevance as to Amy Elrod.
I'll
It's not a
rephrase.
party in this case.
I'll rephrase. In the presence of Roddy Bryan, did his fiancee, Amy Elrod, give you a letter that she pulled out of her mailbox?
Same objection, Your Honor. I don't know if there's any
It's certainly not
evidence.
hearsay. We have not even contents.
Yeah, and what's the relevance of it? Is there any evidence that Mr. Bryan read the letter? I mean, what?
I'll rephrase. Did Mr. Bryan ask you to do something to help protect him?
I don't recall that directly. I know there were general concerns about his personal safety,
Yes, sir.
and there were multiple conversations about it.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Bryan was very much concerned about speaking with you at this time?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. Would you describe Mr. Bryan as scared?
Not of me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean scared of you, but scared generally.
because of the situation in the neighborhood, yes, sir.
And you still need his help.
I would like his assistance, yes.
And the last thing you want Mr. Bryan to do is freak out.
I don't want anybody to freak out.
You certainly don't want him to shut down because you want his help.
I'd like to get statements from anybody involved in an investigation.
Yeah. Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of page, the bottom half of page, I'm sorry, the bottom 2/3 of page 3 of the transcript, the 511 transcript. May I approach the witness, Chairman?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you an enlargement of page 3 of that transcript, that portion. No, this is not marked for the exhibit. The full transcript is already exhibit, correct? Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Can you read that conversation to me?
From the one you handed to me?
Yeah, or you can read it, the smaller print on the document, either way.
I stated, I do appreciate you. You said you would call me back, and you did. And you said you wanted to talk, and you are. I appreciate that. I want to tell you thank you. Like I told Mr. Goff said, Kevin, and I responded, Kevin, yeah, it takes me a second sometimes. You know, at this point, you're a witness. You know, that's kind of what we've developed, or I shouldn't say developed, but determined by listening to all the evidence and the statements and watching videos. There are things that we have questions on, and that we'd like to I guess be a little more specific than what we've been able to see. You know, but I do appreciate you coming in.
And that is what you said?
Yes, sir. That is what I said at that point in time.
Help? It was important for you to let Mr. Bryan know that he was a witness in this matter.
It was important for him to know that I appreciated him calling me back like he said he would after my initial contact with him. It was important that he know what his role was at this point in time. And I wanted him to understand that I was looking at this objectively from a fresh set of eyes and not going strictly off what Glenn County Police Department had relayed.
Now, when you told him that you had reviewed the previous statements to the Glenn County Police Department and the other evidence in the case, you weren't lying to him, were you?
I was not.
You did actually. You had all that information available to you.
Yes, sir.
And you know that the Glenn County Police Department had referred to him as a witness.
I don't recall that specifically, but if it's in there, it's in there.
Okay. Well, you reviewed their case file.
I did, in pieces, I would say.
And when you became involved in this case, the Glenn County Police Department listed him as a witness.
Asked and answered.
I don't think so, but I'll defer to the court.
Yeah, I think, yeah, go ahead. If you know, go ahead.
The Glenn County Police Department had identified him as a witness in this matter.
I don't recall.
Okay, fair enough. But you told him that he was a witness.
I told him at that point in time.
Which would be consistent, as far as you know, with everything he had been led to believe.
Objection to speculation as far as what Mr. Bryan was led to believe.
I'll move on. You had Mr. Bryan execute a consent form, I believe. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 197. Thank you. I believe you read that to the jury earlier.
Yes, sir, I did.
Where in there does it tell Mr. Bryan what he's under investigation for?
It doesn't.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I would add, though, that he knew what the investigation was about, being as the whole case was around Ahmaud Arbery and his death.
Well, we'll come back to that. Maybe I slept through it earlier, but where was the Miranda form that you used on this occasion?
He was not under arrest. Miranda is only required when somebody's being questioned while they're in custody. At no time was Mr. Bryan in custody during these questioning. As a matter of fact, he was advised from the beginning that he was free to leave and that he was free to stop talking at any time, to which Mr. Goff was present during those conversations.
Well, let's be clear. You were under no legal obligation to give Mr. Bryan Miranda rights, but you could have.
There was no reason to.
But you could have.
I could do a lot of things, but there's no reason to read him Miranda if he is not in custody, or there's no chance of him being put into custody at that time.
You've never Mirandized somebody who wasn't in custody?
I do a lot of different things depending on an investigation. The statutes and case law gives us parameters for which we have to work through. What I do in one case may be different than another based on the circumstances of that case. There's no straight cookie cutter approach to this. The point is to always get the information that's needed in the investigation so that you can make a reasonable decision on charges, should they be made or not.
But in this case, there was a specific reason why you did not Mirandize Mr. Bryan.
That's correct, because he was not in custody.
When you fill out a Miranda form, are you not required to tell the subject what you're investigating them for?
No, sir.
No? You don't do that?
Objection to relevance of a Miranda form, Judge, when we've already established that a Miranda form was not given in this case.
With all respect, the credibility of all witnesses is a matter for the jury. Even police
It's the
officers.
same. He's already said he didn't Mirandize.
You never used the term citizen arrest in this conversation, any of these interviews.
Neither myself or Mr. Bryan discussed citizen arrest. No, sir.
Okay. You discussed other legal concepts, did you not?
Which ones?
Such as self-defense.
I don't recall that specifically. Do you have a reference?
No, you don't recall that at all.
If you have a reference to refresh my memory, but I don't recall that specifically.
Well, we'll circle back to that. You did discuss whether Mr. Bryan was scared on the side of the road.
Again, do you have a specific reference?
Did you discuss whether Mr. Bryan took defensive action to pull away from Mr. Arbery when he felt Mr. Arbery was trying to get in his truck? Did you not testify to that earlier today?
Not in relation to self-defense, but in relation to the series of events that occurred prior to Mr. Arbery's death. And yes, we discussed that.
All right. Now, shortly into the interview, concern became apparent as to what your intentions were, did it not?
Concern for who?
There was concern on the part of Mr. Bryan as to what your intentions were.
Objection to speculation about concern of Mr. Bryan.
Oh, we don't have to speculate, huh?
Let's refresh.
Directing your attention to page 21 of the transcript,
Which transcript?
the 511 transcript, 18 pages. After this colloquy on page 3. Did you get a chance to review page 21?
Is there a certain area that you want me to, that you're
Yeah.
referencing?
Tell us about the part where the interview stops. Matter of fact, you just go. I don't have line numbers on my copy.
Okay.
But from the part where it says, okay, I'll step outside a minute.
In the beginning, I guess to give some context, in the beginning of this interview, Mr. Goff had even reminded Mr. Bryan, while I was telling him about the voluntariness of the interview, Mr. Goff reminded him that at any point we could pause the interview so that Mr. Bryan could confer with his attorney on any questions he may have. And that's, I think, what is occurring right here. Mr. Bryan starts off on this page stating, he asked me, and I don't exactly remember right now what exactly he said, other than he was just saying that.
Objection, Judge, may we approach? It's,
That wasn't me.
well, you directed him to it.
No, I directed him to the break in the conversation.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, sneaky.
Mr. Bryan said, yeah, I was going to step outside. And I said, yeah, that's fine, Roddy, have a seat.
And then what do I say?
Mr. Goff says, right, you stay, we're stepping out.
And Mr. Bryan says,
Okay,
and then you say,
no, you're good, you're good.
and then I say,
We're stepping out. Okay,
and then you and I stepped out.
that's correct.
And when we came back in, what did you tell Mr. Bryan?
I know not everybody talks to the police every day, and I know this is a very stressful situation, but you know, we're going to be okay here.
And Mr. Bryan says,
Okay,
okay. And then you say,
all right, we're going to be okay. I mean, nothing has changed. When we're done here, you're going home. Okay,
and Mr. Bryan said,
okay.
because he's just a witness.
I believe that our question or our conversation outside was to Roddy's nervousness about talking to police and his trouble recalling events. I believe you were speaking for your client as to his ability to recall events.
Because it's an issue. It's an issue when you're dealing with him that day.
I don't remember it being as much of an issue for him as it was for you.
Really? Okay. All right. Now, on May 11th, Mr. Bryan gave you an hour-plus interview, did he not?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Hour and 15?
Something like that.
No, on May 13th, he comes back and gives you a 2-hour interview?
That's correct.
And he speaks with you in his home, does he not?
The May 13th interview for 2 hours?
In addition to the 2-hour interviews at the DNR headquarters, he invites you into his home and meets with you in his home.
That's correct. After discussions with you, it was advised that we could go to his home. I believe that was to download the Night Owl camera system. It was not an interview. It was a matter of gathering evidence.
And you spoke with him out in the front yard.
Not about the facts of the case as much as it was the, again, the logistics of the video and everything else.
And you're speaking with him down when you're getting his fingerprints.
After you and I had already had a conversation where I promised I wouldn't ask any questions about the case during that time because you weren't present.
Because you had built a relationship of trust with Mr. Bryan.
Which I try to do with all of my witnesses and all of my people that I discuss with cases, whether it be subjects, whether it be witnesses, to the point where I've gotten text messages thanking me from people that I've arrested because I've treated them fairly.
And in case it wasn't clear earlier, in all these interviews that transpire over several hours, you're discussing a lot of different subjects.
Yes.
Path of travel is only one of those.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Path of travel, the video, the now famous video, that's one of the subjects of those conversations.
You mean the recorded interview conversations?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're not drilling Mr. Bryan for 2 hours at a time, an hour and a half at a time about this one subject.
No, these interviews are very conversational in nature about the events that happened on that day, before and after.
And it was through no fault of yours, but Mr. Bryan nevertheless had trouble articulating what was going on that day.
No, sir.
He didn't?
You said it was no fault
It was no fault of yours. You were trying to work with him.
I was working with him. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on May 11th and May 13th, did Mr. Bryan appear at any time to be mentally unstable?
No, sir.
Did he appear to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or other intoxicants?
No, sir.
Was Mr. Bryan loud or boisterous?
No, sir.
Did he come across to you as gleeful or bragging or boastful?
No, sir.
Did he strike you as someone seeking attention, seeking the spotlight?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Bryan drop F-bombs or otherwise use profanity when you were talking to him?
No, sir.
Was Mr. Bryan in any way disrespectful to you?
He was not.
Now, there are times in the transcript where you and Mr. Bryan are discussing the deceased in this case.
That's
Mr. Arbery, by his first name.
That's correct.
Okay. In doing so, you didn't mean any disrespect.
I don't see that as disrespectful.
Okay. And certainly when Mr. Arbery said his name, you didn't take that as a disrespect towards Mr. Arbery.
When Mr. Arbery said his name?
When Mr. Bryan said Mr. Arbery's first name, you didn't take that as a sign of disrespect.
No, sir.
Did you ask Mr. Bryan how far he got in school on either May 11th or May 13th?
Not to my recollection, but I think he did tell me that he graduated from Brunswick, if I remember correctly.
Did you ask him whether he had any learning disabilities?
No, sir.
Did you ask him whether he could read and write the English language?
I don't recall specifically if I asked that one.
You don't recall him replying most of it?
I do recall that. Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Bryan never denied following Mr. Arbery, did he?
That's correct.
And while he might not have used the word, Mr. Bryan never denied angling his vehicle ahead of Mr. Arbery.
He never denied angling his vehicle in that direction. His choice of words changed drastically from the point of the Glenn County interview to the point of his interview with me.
I'm sorry, did I ask you whether he changed his wording, or did I ask you whether he denied angling his vehicle in front of Mr. Arbery?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is allowed to explain his answer, which I believe is what he just said.
What a witness does is answer yes or no, and then they can explain.
Would you state your question again? Go ahead.
Roddy Bryan never denied during his interview with you that he angled his vehicle ahead of Mr. Arbery.
That's correct. He never denied. He just changed the descriptive words that he used in his involvement in the incident that day.
Didn't you just tell the jury when the district attorney was playing this reenactment? Didn't you just tell this jury, as you pull the truck in where the driveway is in the ditch, didn't you just show them on the video him angling and say that he did that? You just didn't use the word.
Yes, sir. He said that he did that during the reenactment video with me, but the wording was different than his explanation when he was interviewed by the Glenn County Police Department.
But based on your video, whether he used the same words or not, he conveyed the same meaning.
He conveyed the same meaning with different intent.
You know what's in Mr. Bryan's mind?
I don't know what's in his mind, but the use of the English language and the words can give some insight into a person's intent.
Are you trying to speculate as to what was in Mr. Bryan's mind?
I'm not speculating in what is in his mind. I guess I would be explaining what the meaning that I took to those words and what I would say is a general meaning to those words.
Roddy Bryan never denied cutting in ahead of Mr. Arbery, did he?
At which point?
At any point. In your conversation with him, did he ever deny cutting in ahead of Mr. Arbery?
No, he was factually correct in his movements that day during his interview with me.
Okay. beyond that, what you're really doing in this video and this narrative you've just given the jury is you're largely speculating, aren't you?
About
what happened?
I'm giving insight on what I was told that had happened on the day of the incident.
Okay. Was that Mr. Bryan's testimony, the words you were using when the video was playing, or is that your spin on it?
That would be me paraphrasing what Mr. Bryan told me during that reenactment video.
Mr. Bryan let you know that he didn't think you could do this.
Do the reenactment video?
Mr. Bryan let you know many times that he was struggling to remember events 2.5 months later.
Which is not uncommon for anybody that has to recall events afterwards. But it doesn't stop me from being able to ask the questions. That's my job as an investigator.
Because you needed this reenactment video.
Actually, you offered the video prior to the interview. You referenced that Mr. Bryan had a hard time remembering the path of travel in a narrative format, and that he was willing to take that path of travel after the interview.
So you took that as a green light to put words in Mr. Bryan's mouth.
I never put words in Mr. Bryan's mouth.
One moment, John. Making sure we're looking at the same thing. Yes. Sir, is it fair to say that what you did on May 13th in that car was a rehearsal before you recorded it?
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
You rehearsed this video with Mr. Bryan before you recorded it.
Yes, there was a discussion as far as Mr. Bryan's ability to recall exactly what happened. So we did refresh the events prior to actually doing the recording.
So it was practiced. You did a practice run before you turned the video on.
It was a run to refresh his memory because he was having a hard time with the path of travel.
May I show you the investigative summary you prepared?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Your investigative summary indicates that
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor, from the summary. If he's trying to refresh his recollection, then that's one thing, but not read from the actual document.
If you refresh your recollection now.
I don't believe the witness ever said that he couldn't remember anything.
I'll rephrase. In your written summary, you acknowledge the difficulty Mr. Bryan had in determining his path of travel 2.5 months later.
Yes, just like I stated earlier, he needed an opportunity to refresh his memory.
And it was only after you refreshed his memory that the video was turned on.
I did not refresh his memory. It was impossible for me to refresh Mr. Bryan's memory. I was not there on February 23rd. I could only go off the statements that Mr. Bryan provided.
Oh, but it was possible for you to refresh his memory, wasn't it?
Objection to ask an answer, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. Mr. Bryan has repeatedly said he's having trouble recalling the events of that day. And in all the times that you met with him, and all the times he expressed difficulty, did you ever once offer to show him a copy of his own statement?
No, sir.
You had both of his statements from the Gwinnett County Police Department at that time, right? You had the video and the transcript. I'm sorry, you had the videos. Okay. You've indicated you reviewed them. Did you ever once give Mr. Bryan an opportunity to review what he said 2.5 months earlier?
It wouldn't be standard to have somebody review their statement after the fact. The whole point of the GBI coming in to do another investigation of this incident was to try to start the investigative process from the beginning and basically get a fresh start. I wanted Mr. Bryan's statement from his recollection right then, and I could compare it to what he had said earlier and try to determine if there were discrepancies based off memory issues or if there were discrepancies based off of, I'll call it ill intent.
Where in your 5-page written summary do you ever reference Roddy Bryan attempting to run over Mr. Arbery with his truck?
I don't think it's in there.
Would you like to review it?
It's right here, this one?
Yeah.
I don't believe it's in there.
Okay. To be fair, you weren't investigating Roddy Bryan for an aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, were you?
I was investigating Roddy's involvement in the death of Ahmaud Arbery.
Well, certainly if he had told you that he tried to run Mr. Arbery over with his truck, that would have changed the character of your investigation.
Not necessarily.
You certainly would have included it in your 5-page summary, wouldn't you?
That's correct.
Because other agents for the GBI and your supervisors are looking at these things as they come in, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you previously testified about an incident where Mr. Arbery, from Mr. Bryan's perspective, appears to be getting in the vehicle.
That's correct.
Or trying.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, he expressed a fear to you later that he was going to try again.
That sounds familiar. Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to page 54 of what I believe is the May 13th transcript.
You said 54?
Page 54.
Okay.
Directing your attention to the middle, where Mr. Bryan begins with, well, at first. He tells you he's trying to get out of the way. Ten flying down?
Yes, sir.
Now, he's trying to get out of the way. He says, I mean, for a split second, he says, oh my God, he's coming back at me. You
Yes.
recall that?
Yes, that's right before he continued following Mr. Arbery towards the intersection of Satilla and Holmes.
Yes. So he's telling you that I'm trying to stay as far back as I can from this dude.
Yes, but he had also turned around he was already going away from Mr. Arbery, and he had turned around to come back and follow him.
And when he turned around, and I got that video, that split second, then he's coming back at me, and I'm like, oh, expletive, excuse me again. I don't want to use that 4-letter word.
I understand. Yes, right before he continues following him. Yes, sir.
So he says, and I started kind of evasive action, and I dropped the phone. Is that what he said?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your testimony today, you omitted a key portion of his statement, did you not? You don't want to talk about it. Directing your attention to page 40.
Of May 13th?
Yes, with May 13th. Do you recall Mr. Bryan specifically telling you that he never intended to strike Mr. Arbery?
On page 40?
I'm sorry, the top of page 41. What's your question for Mr. Bryan? Top of page 41.
I I asked him, so, all right, so you never intentionally tried to run him off the road? Mr. Bryan says no. I think this is referring to the time when he was trying to cut him off in the driveway. And so he's saying that he wasn't trying to actually run him over or hit him.
And actually, you're following up on what he's told you on page 38, where he told you that he got over in his path, but he was too far in front of Mr. Arbery to be a threat to him.
Page 38.
Yes, sir.
Too far in front of him to be running him off the road. That's correct.
Well, technically, if Mr. Arbery didn't stop running, he would have run into Mr. Bryan's truck.
Objection, Judge. Is there a question in there? And it's speculation.
In the context, Mr. Bryan's not denying the intent to block his path of travel. He's just pointing out to you that he was a good distance in front of him when he did that.
Objection to compound question, Your Honor.
I'm breaking down, or the witness can try and answer that.
If he will, he will. If he won't, I'll rephrase.
Can you repeat it?
Mr. Bryan has acknowledged attempting to block Mr. Arbery's path of travel, but he's told you at page 38 that when he does that, he's sufficiently far in front of him that he's not threatening Mr. Arbery with his vehicle.
That's correct. He's saying that he is trying to stop his movement, but that he's too far in front to make contact. That's correct.
Now, we've discussed in generality Mr. Bryan's struggles reviewing the events of that day. Now I've got some more specific questions, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take you out there. You're going to need that May 13th transcript again, probably. Okay. Mr. Bryan told you that it had been 2.5 months since this incident. That's page 3.
That's correct.
But he promises to do his best, doesn't he?
He says, I'll give you what I can recall.
All right. As far as what took place in front of his house, he tells you it all happened pretty quick, does he not? Page 6.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. But now you've already decided that you're going to direct the conversation, have you not? Directing your attention back to page 3. You agreed to quote unquote direct Roddy Bryan through what happened.
Where are you at?
Page 3 of your 530 of the 513
Yes, sir.
transcript. You use the words direct Mr. Bryan.
I'm trying to find it. Give me just a second.
I thought I was looking at the May 13th.
Okay, that's what you're asking me to look at.
Yes.
I think that's in reference to, let me see, conversations that you and I had. And I tried to ask open-ended questions to get responses. And it was advised that I probably needed to be a little bit more direct in the questioning to give him guidance on what I was wanting to discuss.
Well, let's be clear. You're not trying to trick Mr. Bryan here. You're simply trying to get the information.
That's correct.
But to do that, you have to direct him.
I have to ask direct questions, but again, a lot of that is based on conversations that Mr. Nagolf and I had regarding Roddy's ability to respond and understand open-ended questions as it related to the things I was looking to ask about. So I believe you even referenced being more direct with him.
Because as Mr. Bryan explained to you at page 22, it is hard for him to explain what happened out there.
You're talking about the bottom of the page?
I believe so.
Well, it says, what it actually says is, well, this is going to be hard to explain without kind of really showing you.
Mr. Bryan is telling you he can't put it into words.
Yes, like I explained earlier, Mr. Bryan had a hard time describing things in a narrative format when it came to the path of travel, but that's why he was willing to go afterwards and actually do the drive-through, because he could do it more in that kind of a setting versus just describing it narratively.
Yes, sir. And at page 23, well, before I get there, when you reviewed the Glenn County Police Department report, you did see the map and the squiggles that Mr. Bryan drew on it when he was interviewed by Detective Lowry.
So I knew that there was a map that they were referencing when I was reviewing the video. I actually don't recall seeing the map initially. I know that we got it at some point, but I don't recall actually being able to find it when I was preparing for the interview.
Well, it was fairly obvious at that point that Mr. Bryan's map making skills would leave a lot to be desired.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Specifically, Mr. Bryan had trouble recalling details about the carjacking. Directing your attention to page 31.
I don't I don't know of carjacking.
Attempted carjacking?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, what do you call it when someone tries to get in your motor
You
vehicle?
just have the witness off, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch on. Explain.
I don't know of a carjacking. I know that if someone is being chased through a neighborhood, that there may be different ways that they may deal with that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But for example, Mr. Bryant has difficulty recalling whether it is Mr. Arbery's right hand or his left hand, which is closest to his door.
That's correct.
Now, you were asked previously whether the transcripts from May 11th and May 13th that you were referring to reflected the full conversation that took place in your car.
There was no conversation in my car on May 11th.
Directing your attention to page 148 of the motion transcript. Page 148. Do you recall being asked whether the transcript of the that goes with the reenactment video reflected the full conversation that took place in your car?
I stated that it reflects the time that we started the reenactment.
The time when you turned on the video?
When we started the reenactment.
Basically, you had so much trouble with Mr. Bryan the first time you went through this with him, you had to start all over again.
I wouldn't call it trouble. I would call it, again, it's been 2.5 months. He had difficulty relaying the exact version of the path of travel. It was better to do a refresh to allow him to refresh his memory before we actually recorded it. The flip side would have been, if we would have started recording it, it was wrong, it would become more confusing. So the idea was to get the best recollection that Mr. Bryan had on the video. And then so prior to that, we did the refresh drive around to make sure that he kind of knew where he was. And Mr. Goff and Mr. Bryan were on board with that during the whole time this occurred.
So when transcript begins go, that wasn't really go, was it?
Yes, sir, it was.
That was a do-over.
No, sir.
You would call it a mulligan?
I would not.
All right. Let's talk about the video transcript itself. I believe you testified earlier that that's what Mr. Bryan told you. You know, you related to this jury earlier today was true and accurate.
Are you referring to my paraphrasing of events on the video?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 2. You tell Mr. Bryan, let's start. You saw them going through. That's you leading Mr. Bryan, is it not?
No, sir. That's me just going back to information that Mr. Bryan had said to me as to how this started.
But you're the director of this little movie.
No, sir. What I'm doing is just going back after the refresh and the information that Mr. Bryan had already given and just referencing it during the video. It's like a way of recording it and getting it on record that this is what Mr. Bryan had provided to me, and he's acknowledging it by saying, uh-huh.
And then again on page 2, you're telling him, you kind of see him running.
Yes, sir. Which is, again, goes back to the information that he had already relayed to me during the interview and during the refresh of the drive through the neighborhood.
And again on page 2, you're telling him you already knew.
I'm sorry, where's that? On page 2?
On page 2. We're still on page 2. You're telling him that Mr. Arbery is still in front of you.
No, sir.
No?
No. That is, I'm telling him, the direct quote here is, you already knew, and I use a word to reference Mr. Arbery, was going down that way in the direction that they were angling, or that Mr. Bryan was angling.
All right. Directing your attention to the bottom of page 2. Mr. Bryan's expressing uncertainty about the sequence of events, is he not? Bottom of page 2, he says, quote unquote, he was probably right beside me.
Yes, sir, that's correct, he does.
page 3, about 8 lines up. You're telling him you're still going.
I'm not telling him. That's a question. The actual line says, "You're still going?" question mark.
And let's be clear, who's operating the motor vehicle for this video? Is that Mr. Bryan operating the motor vehicle?
No, sir. I'm operating my state-issued GBI truck, and I am following the path of travel and the directions that Mr. Bryan has given me. I'm even asking him about speeds and directions and angles and if I'm doing it correctly.
Well, what Mr. Bryan has told you is that he can't explain it. He needs to show you, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he's already brought other police officers into his truck, has he not? You're aware that Officer Minshew is actually sitting in Mr. Bryan's truck when he gets the first download of this video, or attempted download.
Okay.
You could have let Mr. Bryan operate the vehicle and show you himself.
That would have been an option.
So it's when you say in here on page 3 something like this, that's not Mr. Bryan telling you how to move the vehicle. That's you moving the vehicle for the camera.
At Mr. Bryan's direction. That's correct.
So he told you to move that way.
Yes, sir.
And where did he tell you to drive that way? Directing your attention to page 3 of the transcript. Where is Mr. Bryan there directing you, telling you how to operate the vehicle?
The whole page. It starts off up at the top. Mr. Bryan states, "All right, I'm staying on this side of the road and I'm ahead of them, but I'm not going that fast. There's speed." You can come on down, and actually, if you go to lines 10, he says, "So then I speed up." He talks about how they almost met at the tree. He says, "We're real close to each other." And I ask a question, "You still going?" He replies, "Yep, straight on through." I sped up a little bit more, a good bit. I kind of left him. And then,
you say
so he is directing this travel through the whole way. He's talking about speed and direction during this whole process.
And then you're saying something like this.
Yes, I'm asking for clarification. I'm asking Mr. Bryan, is what I'm doing with my vehicle the same as what he did on that day on February 23rd?
And after you've done it, you're getting him to agree with you.
I'm asking him a question. I want him to respond yes, if it is correct. And if it's not correct, I want him to respond no and tell me what the correct way is.
And this is all while people are walking through the neighborhood, while all this media craziness is going on. Is it not?
We've seen the video. There was, I don't recall seeing anybody on Burford at the point that we're talking about on page 3. I don't believe we start seeing people in the video until we get to the intersection of Holmes and Satilla. So at the point we're talking about here, there's not a whole bunch of people in the street.
But the media circus, while it's not evident in a few minutes of your video, you've already testified about the media circus in this time frame, about the march through the neighborhood. You've already testified about that, you know?
I have. But the media circus is not just about what was happening in the neighborhood. There were times where there was media in the neighborhood. There were times that there were other people mulling about the neighborhood that did not appear to live there. But media circus also referenced a lot of the things that were going on beyond just physical activity in the neighborhood.
As you've already testified, Mr. Bryan is in fear for himself and his family.
Objection to mischaracterization and also speculation.
Mr. Bryan has expressed concern for his safety.
Yes, he has.
Okay. Mr. Bryan is trying to please you, is he not?
Objection to speculation about Mr. Bryan pleasing anyone, Judge.
Sustained.
Mr. Bryan is, you would describe this Mr. Bryan telling you what you want to hear?
No, sir. As a matter of fact, Mr. Bryan, even through your cross-examination today, says several times that he's having a hard time remembering. Somebody who's trying to please me would generally just want to answer in whatever way I'm trying to get them to answer. But Mr. Bryan is not doing that. So he's trying to remember what he can recall from 2.5 months before.
And when he's having trouble recalling, you're helping him along.
I can't help him along. I was not there that day. I can't provide those details. I'm not helping him along. I am asking questions, which is my job.
Then why won't you simply show him his statements?
Objection, asked and answered in order.
Sustained.
While you're sitting in the car and he's having trouble remembering details, why don't you just share them with him?
Like I said earlier, my goal here is to get his statement for that day of his recollection so that I can compare it as part of the investigative process. We actually have a team of investigators that are working this case. We're discussing it daily. We're going back and we're discussing differences. We want to see those differences so we can use that in the investigation to determine our path and what our decisions are going to be.
But when you reviewed his prior statements and he can't see them, then he's looking to you to fill in the gaps. That's human nature.
Objection to speculation, Judge.
Sustained. Let's go ahead and.
Now,
it's sustained.
At page 4, you ask him, is this where Mr. Arbery went for the door?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling him as you were coming in reverse.
Again, I'm not telling him. The transcripts, both of those quotes of what I said are questions. The first one, okay, is this where he went for the door, question mark? Mr. Bryan says yes. And then I respond, okay, are you coming in reverse? It's a question. Again, it goes back to the information he's already provided, and I'm just helping the narration from what he's already told me so that I can be sure that I understand, which is also in the question format, giving him the opportunity to respond if I've misunderstood.
And while Mr. Bryan is talking to you, your phone rings during the video, does it not?
I believe here my phone rang somewhere in there. I think so.
It unfortunately interrupts Mr. Bryan at an important part of your reenactment.
When my phone rang, it did not ring continuously until it went to voicemail. My recollection is that I silenced it once it started ringing.
But Mr. Bryan corrects you in the actual audio of this video. He says, I might have been in drive by then, as opposed to being in reverse, as you testified to. You don't recall him saying that?
I don't recall. Yes, I recall him unsure at the exact time that he believed Mr. Arbery reached for the door. It was more of it happened quickly, and it either happened while I was in reverse or after I'd gone into drive. It was more of just difficult in recalling the exact moment because of how quickly it occurred.
And Mr. Bryan added, which you did not mention today, I wasn't looking back there at him.
That's right. But again, I was paraphrasing the statement that Mr. Bryan gave me.
He was trying to figure out where Mr. Arbery was going and get out of here. That's what he told you.
That's correct. Right before he continued to chase Mr. Arbery down home road.
Now, in the video, we see you pulling up by the ditch at a driveway where he's angled. You remember that?
Yes, that was before. Actually, that's right the same time frame. That's correct.
Now, when you're driving the car, when you back up, you're not backing up at the angle that Mr. Bryan is reported pulling in. You're not backing up the angle that you pulled in. You're backing up at an angle more towards Mr. Arbery.
I'm backing up at the direction of Mr. Bryan.
Where did Mr. Bryan tell you that he backed straight up? Where in that transcript does he tell you that?
He doesn't tell me that specifically, nor does he correct it the way that I'm doing it at that time.
Because maybe at that time, Mr. Arbery doesn't understand that that might be important.
Mr. Arbery?
Mr. Bryan.
Objection to speculation about what Mr. Bryan understood at that time, Your Honor.
Because you still haven't explained to Mr. Bryan that you're looking at whether there's an aggravated assault.
Sustained. Was there a question there?
There is. When you're going through this part of this with Mr. Bryan, you have not told him that you're looking at an aggravated assault.
At this point in time, I'm still looking at the case as a whole and what his involvement was. I wouldn't even say that specifically at this time I was thinking about aggravated assault.
Okay. So neither you nor Mr. Bryan know that that angle has any actual importance at the time you're making this video.
Objection to speculation about what Mr. Bryan knew at that time, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. You weren't deliberately trying to mislead Mr. Bryan when you angled, when you reversed in the way that you weren't deliberately trying to mislead him. It didn't occur to you at that time that it mattered.
I did not deliberately mislead Mr. Bryan at any time. The angle, the exact angle of how Mr. Bryan backed up, again, he did not correct what I did. And so that was the best representation of what I have as to what happened that day.
Now, as in the video, you show Mr. Bryan pulling up ahead. After the backing up, you show him pulling ahead. But you didn't talk about the speed at which Mr. Bryan was moving.
Okay.
Mr. Bryan told you that that moment when he pulls away is the fastest that he's traveling during this entire incident, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't mention that.
Again, I didn't mention that. It was a paraphrase of what Mr. Bryan told me during that reenactment.
All right. Now, I believe you testified about Mr. Bryan backing up again, this time when he's driven past Holmes, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
But when he's backing up, he's not backing up at Mr. Arbery, is he?
No, sir. Not to my knowledge.
Because Mr. Arbery's going up the other street.
I don't know the exact time that Mr. Arbery would have gone up the other street in relation to when Mr. Bryan was backing up.
I'm going to get this right before this trial is over. This little squiggle here, you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's pretty important in this case, isn't it?
Objection, Judge.
I'll rephrase.
Relevance about what agent secrets.
I'll rephrase. In the entire interview you conducted with Mr. Bryan, did you ever ask him about Matt Albenzi?
Not to my recollection.
As far as your entire interview with Mr. Bryan has no idea where Mr. Albenzi is.
As far as I know.
But Mr. Arbery knows where Mr. Albenzi is.
Objection to what Mr. Arbery knew, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. In your course of your investigation, you discovered that Mr. Arbery had run out of 220 Satilla.
That's correct.
English residence.
Yes, sir.
And run down toward Mr. Bryan's residence.
That's correct. Well, towards in that direction. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Bryan's got the music playing out front, right?
Yes, sir.
So he can't see or hear. He has no idea Mr. Albenzi's down there.
Objection to speculation about what Mr. Bryan did.
Do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Bryan was aware of Mr. Albenzi's presence out there?
Whether Mr. Bryan knew that I don't know that Mr. Albenzi was still standing out there at that point in time.
But he had been there only minutes before.
He had been there at the time that Mr. Albenzi made the phone call to the non-emergency line. That's correct.
And that would explain why Mr. Arbery turns up the other street.
Objection to speculation about why the victim did what he did.
But Mr. Bryan doesn't know any of that, does he?
Objection to speculation about what Mr. Bryan did.
Mr. Bryan doesn't tell you he's aware of that.
That's correct.
He tells you he's surprised that Mr. Arbery turns up holes.
Is that in the transcript?
I believe it is. I'm not going to go look for the reference now. But you can.
Yeah, let's just take a short moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's just go ahead and take a 5-minute recess.
All right, for sure.
Okay, we're going to take a short recess. Mr. Goff, how long are you planning to take with this witness? Because we seem to spend a long time on one video, so I'm wondering where you're going with all this.
I'm going to try and find a way to speed it up.
I'm not asking you to speed it up. Well, it'd be great if you could. Obviously, I want to give you the opportunity, but I'm just trying to figure out from a timing standpoint where we are. I thought when we started, we were in pretty good shape for the day.
I'd very much like to finish that.
I plan on finishing this witness, so I'm trying to get some idea on where we are.
Pretty close. Thanks.
I have no idea what that means, but let's go ahead and take a short recess and we'll come back at it. Maybe we can get a better idea when I get back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Goff.
Agent Sechrist, directing your attention to the bottom of page 5, the transcript of the reenactment. Oh, and I guess I need to give you back a copy of that. That would be helpful.
Please. Thank you.
Okay. Directing your attention to the bottom of page 5, the transcript of the reenactment. Roddy Bryan tells you that he doesn't know when the video starts, doesn't he?
That's correct. He states, and then you all have to figure out when I started the video.
And then he says, quote unquote, I thought it was around here.
That's correct.
Okay. And then directing your attention to page 6, I'm sorry. Directing your attention to page 6, Roddy Bryan is asking you to tell him, quote, so when does he turn around? And then you tell him where Mr. Arbery turns around. Directing your attention to the top of page 6.
That's right. At the top of page 6, he says, because I'm right behind him more, you know. And then I referenced the mailbox that was seen in the video, the blue mailbox.
Okay. And then Roddy says, quote, okay, well, he must have turned around because, well, we'll stop there. So is Roddy Bryan telling you that he must have turned around, or is he asking you whether he must have turned around?
He's asking.
Okay. To be fair, he's struggling a little bit.
I wouldn't say struggling, but he is trying to refresh and recollect his memories from 2.5 months before.
Fair enough. And then on the bottom of page 6 to the top of page 7, you have to direct him further. I'm not going to use the word lead, but you have to direct him further. You ask him, does he run by you before you get over the right-hand lane? Do you remember?
I'm asking him a question, at which point he runs by him.
In response to which Mr. Bryan tells you he had to have.
That's correct.
Which is basically telling you he doesn't really recall.
Objection, speculation.
And then again on page 7, you direct Mr. Bryan again, quote, and Ahmaud has already run back this way, unquote.
That's correct. That's a question.
And then in his response, he tells you, quote, I mean, what it feels like. I mean, those words. You didn't take that to reflect uncertainty as to his recollection?
From the very beginning, Mr. Bryan indicated that he would try to the best of his ability to recall what had happened 2.5 months before. I expected there to be some difficulty in trying to remember exact specific details, so it was not a surprise to me.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to, I think it's the bottom of page 7, you're asking Mr. Bryan how fast he's going as he's trying to catch up with Mr. Arbery. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Bryan answers he doesn't think he's going more than 15. You remember that?
I don't think he says that we're not going above 15. He asked me as I'm driving and we're getting to a speed, he says, yep, right about that. And I responded, and we're about 15 now. And he says, yeah.
Okay. And then you say we're going 10 right now.
That was prior to us going 15.
Okay. In the middle of the page, you ask Mr. Bryan, how fast are you going at this point? Do you see your question?
Yes, sir.
Page 7. And his response, man, I swear I don't think it was more than 15.
That's correct.
And you say, okay. So it was pretty slow.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Bryan says, yeah. You say, okay. And then he asks, what do you got? Do you recall that question?
Yes, sir.
And so he's asking you how fast you're going at this point.
That's correct.
Because you're operating the vehicle.
Because from the very beginning, I advised Mr. Bryan to direct me as how I'm driving the vehicle as he would have driven the vehicle.
All right. And then so you answer, so we're going 10 right now.
Yes, sir.
And he says, yep, right about that. Correct?
That's correct.
He's agreeing with you. And then you say, and we're about 15 now.
Yes, sir.
And he responds, yeah.
That's correct.
At this point, he's just agreeing with what you're telling him.
No, sir. I'm asking questions to gain information, and he's answering those questions. He's not just agreeing with me the whole time.
Okay. And on page 8, without going into the details as to what you're asking him about, you asked him whether he remembers something. And he tells you, quote, no, I really don't, unquote.
He does.
Page 8.
And then later on, a few lines down, he gives a range as far as it would have happened just before I asked him.
Okay. Well, thank you for getting me to turn the page. And at this point, he tells you he thinks he remembers, or he thought he remembered something. Middle 60% down page 8. And I'm sorry, officer, I just don't have the line numbers. He tells you, I thought I remembered. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And in that 5-line answer, can you count for me how many times he uses the word maybe?
6 times.
All right. But that didn't indicate to you any confusion on his part or uncertainty?
In the context of what we are discussing here, it does not. His focus was not on exactly what I was asking him about, so I did not expect him to be able to remember it specifically to the exact moment in time. This was Mr. Bryan's focus seemed to be on Mr. Arbery at the time, so it wasn't unusual for him to not be able to see what it was I was asking him about.
And at this point, he basically tells you that he really needs to see the video again. On the bottom third of page 9?
Page 9?
Yeah. After he said, that will make sense, man, you ask him a question, and then at the bottom, he gives you an answer. And he starts out with, I have to look at the video again. But yeah, I think I'm trying to say or stay on my right side of the road because I'm, quote unquote, freaked out now. Do you remember that?
I do. This question is only in relation to where in the road he is with his vehicle. So his being able to determine exactly whether he was all the way to the left, all the way to the right, into the center, needing to see the video for that kind of detail is not really relevant at this point.
Because at this point in the investigation, that's not really what you're focused on.
The detail of exactly where he was in the middle of the road was not a focus of the investigation.
And you don't know whether that's become a focus 17 months later, 15 months later, because you're a witness.
As a member of the investigative team in our discussions, I know that where exactly he was on the road at the time he took the video is not an investigative important question.
Okay. And again, directing your attention down to, oh, hold on, I'm not ready to go there yet. And again, on page 8, your question to him is, it was either here or up here, but you remember something about traction. You remember asking that question?
Yes, sir, I do.
Because while in some respects you've told the jury that details aren't important, this detail matters to you, doesn't it?
Only to the extent that I'm trying to get him to provide the most information that he can from his memory. This question only refers to the point where he does the 3-point turn in the reenactment that we showed where he comes back out. There was 2 areas that it most likely occurred in, and that's all we were trying to determine.
Well, in the practice run, in the dress rehearsal for this, you were suggesting to Mr. Bryan that he had driven to the top of the street before turning around. You don't recall that?
No, sir.
Because that would affect how fast Mr. Bryan had to be traveling, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
Well, you know the length of the video, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
So if you can figure out where the video starts and where it stops and the number of seconds that elapse, you can get some idea of how fast things are happening. Am I correct?
I could. But if I was directing Mr. Bryan on what to do, I would have directed him to go all the way to the end of the road before we did turn around in the reenactment. But his memory was that he did not go down that far. And he was trying to determine which area he pulled into to do the turnaround prior to going to the end of the road.
Well, you'd agree it'd be a whole lot easier to figure out how much leading is going on here and how much direction and how much uncertainty there is if we had recorded the dress rehearsal as well.
No, sir.
Now, you asked Mr. Bryan again about a black mailbox on page 9.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Because the black mailbox matters to you.
The black mailbox is simply a reference point during the video when he picks the phone back up, as I indicated while we watched the reenactment video.
And Mr. Bryan again indicates to you that he really doesn't recall.
That's
not in the top 40% of page 9.
Yes, sir. He states that will make sense.
And then on page 10, you're directing Mr. Roddy to tell you where he thinks he stopped prior to the shooting.
Are you talking about the second line?
Yeah. Are we where you stopped and parked? Are you closer?
That's not direction. That's a question. It starts with, are we? I'm asking Mr. Bryan where he thinks he is, or if we are at the location where he stopped.
And Mr. Bryan tells you, I think I'm going to be a little closer.
He actually starts off and confirms and says, yeah, and then says, I think I'm going to be a little bit closer. I think when we left the scene, I backed into the driveway.
Okay. So he's telling you he's even closer to the shooter.
I'm sorry?
So he told you he was closer to the shooter, or probably closer to the shooter.
From where we were at the point in the drive-through, he was saying he was a little bit closer than where I had initially stopped and asked him that question.
And that's because Mr. Bryan is trying to minimize his involvement in this case. He's trying to distance himself from the shooting when he tells you that he's probably closer.
Mr. Bryan's involvement or minimization in the shooting has nothing to do with where he is at the time he stops and finishes recording. His minimization had occurred earlier in the process of chasing Mr. Arbery out of his driveway.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that. And then you say this is, quote unquote, kind of where you take that final video of the shots.
That's correct.
And he says, I'd say, quote unquote, probably about right there.
After he directed me by saying, I'd say a tad more up front, indicating for me to pull forward a little bit. And then he says, I'd say probably be right about there.
Okay. And then Roddy says at the bottom of page 10, quote unquote, I'm guessing here, man.
That's correct.
And again on page 11, again on where he is, Mr. Bryan tells you, I don't know. I don't recall exactly. But I want to say, not until I stopped. I'm sorry. When you ask him about when he first saw the gun, when he first saw a firearm, what does he tell you?
I don't know. I don't recall exactly, but I want to say not until I stopped.
All right. Hopefully no more transcripts this morning. My next question is this. Regardless of what Roddy Bryan told you or said to anybody else in the months before, we know that Mr. Bryan walked to his garage to get his keys, don't we?
I don't recall the video specifically. He didn't run, but if it was walk, it was a quick walk.
Okay, because you can count the number of seconds on the video, all right?
You could.
Okay, and when you do that, he's obviously not running.
I agree.
Okay. So if he told somebody he was running, that would have been incorrect.
I agree.
Okay. And we know that Mr. Bryan, whatever he may have said to someone over the months before, we know from the night out video that he walked to his truck.
That's correct.
Now, and let me be clear, you've reviewed the night hour video. I mean, I know that, but I have to ask.
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. However, Mr. Roddy described the position of his truck in his driveway over the course of many interviews and over several months. Whether he said straight or to the left or towards the right, we know from the night owl video that he's angled, your word, not mine, for lack of a better word, to the right and away from Mr. Arbery as Mr. Arbery is coming back to his house.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any testimony about the night owl video's contents because the video itself will be the best evidence of that, and that video will come out in the evidence.
Go ahead.
But some things are clear in this case from your investigation. As Mr. Arbery passed Mr. Bryan's house, did Mr. Bryan tell you that Mr. Arbery called out to him, please call 911, there are crazy people after me?
No, sir.
Roddy Bryan told you that Mr. Arbery never said a word.
That's correct.
I believe Roddy Bryan told you that he never saw Mr. Arbery's lips moving.
I don't remember those words exactly, but he did say that Mr. Arbery never said anything during the entire incident.
Well, going back to your May 13th statement, although Mr. Bryan has said in various contexts that he heard the person in the truck speaking, when you interviewed him, it was clear that Mr. Bryan was really reading lips at that point.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall him talking about the driver of the truck's lips moving?
Not offhand, no, sir.
And he couldn't see Mr. Arbery's lips moving because Mr. Arbery's face was not directed towards him. You remember that?
Was that a question?
That was a question.
I don't remember speaking specifically as to whether or not he could see Mr. Arbery's face to see his lips moving or not.
Okay. Now, I believe did Mr. Bryan report Mr. Arbery as he's passing in front of his home, making any gestures toward him? Like, help?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bryan is out on his front porch at this point, right?
That's correct.
And music is playing.
Yes, sir.
And the closer Mr. Bryan gets to the garage, the louder that music gets.
I would say that's believable. Yes, sir.
Because that's where he told you the music was coming from.
Yes, sir.
Okay. His garage door is open.
That's correct.
Okay. And his driveway is parked out in the front on the driveway, right?
His truck?
Yeah.
That's correct.
What, if anything, had Roddy Bryan done at this point to convey to Mr. Arbery any hostile intent?
I don't know that Mr. Arbery would have even seen Mr. Bryan at this point.
Well, we can speculate as to what he saw or didn't see. But what I'm saying is, from the person vantage point of Mr. Arbery on the street, there's a white dude working on his front porch with the car in front, the garage door open, and music playing, right?
That's correct.
Is there anything else about that scene to suggest that Mr. Bryan bears any ill will or hostile intent towards this gentleman?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who's jumping to assumptions here. It feels like from the statement you obtained from Mr. Bryan that it's Mr. Arbery who's assuming the worst about Mr. Bryan.
And I'm going to object to that, Judge, as speculation.
I'll rephrase it.
Good question. Good question.
What, if anything, from the point where Mr. Arbery comes to his front yard, passing one set of bushes, crossing across the driveway and out of view to the other set of bushes, in that time frame, which is on the night owl video, but as to which you've interviewed Mr. Bryan, what, if anything, does Mr. Bryan do? What, if anything, does Mr. Bryan say? What, if anything, does that picture suggest to Mr. Arbery that he could not seek help?
In Mr. Bryan's statement, he actually says that he hollers out to the truck, y'all got him or you need help. So to me, that would indicate, and he indicates that he is speaking to the truck. So that to me would indicate that he was not there to help Mr. Arbery.
And he's also indicated to you that it was obvious from the circumstances that nobody could hear him.
We don't know that. He thinks that nobody could hear him because his music was playing. But you're asking me, what would have Mr. Arbery have seen from the road? Now, we don't know what Mr. Arbery would have heard, but needless to say, his words were directed to the truck as, do y'all have them or do you need any help?
Do you recall from your interview with Mr. Bryan ever saying that Arbery asked him to call 911?
No, sir.
From Mr. Bryan's perspective, the events of February 23rd are, for a lack of a better term, chaotic. Would you not agree?
Objection, speculation about Mr. Bryan's perspective, Your Honor.
Well, you asked Mr. Bryan what he was doing that day and what he knew. Am I correct?
I did.
And Mr. Bryan indicated to you he wasn't in communication with anyone that day.
That's correct.
Specifically, he wasn't in communication with Matthew Albenzi.
That's correct.
He doesn't know anything about Matthew Albenzi, does he?
That's correct.
He can't because Mr. Albenzi is well up the street.
That's correct.
Okay. And you reviewed Mr. Bryan's cell phone records. You reviewed his social media. At this point, you probably know more. You may know Mr. Bryan better than Mr. Bryan knows himself. Fair enough.
I don't know if I go that far, but
Mr. Bryan is not in communication with anyone prior to the shooting.
that's correct.
He doesn't know whether Mr. Albenzi is armed.
I don't know that I ever asked about Mr. Albenzi and what Mr. Bryan knew about him.
And Mr. Bryan doesn't know that the McMichaels are armed until moments before the shooting. That's what he told me.
That's correct.
Matter of fact, Mr. Bryan doesn't even remember seeing Gregory McMichael until after the shooting, when you can see him clearly on the video in the back of the truck.
That's correct.
And Mr. Bryan's told you that several minutes elapsed before the police arrived on the scene, when we know that, in fact, it was probably a matter of seconds.
That's correct.
Mr. Bryan has told you at times that he feels like he's alone out there with Mr. Arbery.
Yes, sir. After he cuts him off, tries to block him in, he says he realizes he's with him by himself.
Okay. And when he's quote unquote cornering Mr. Arbery, he's doing that by himself.
That's correct.
And even after Mr. Bryan gets so many facts about this case wrong, facts that we can actually see on the video, you're still surprised that he struggles to recall minute details months later?
I don't think Mr. Bryan got a lot of facts incorrect. I think the general facts of the case, he was correct in his recollections. What he was incorrect or unsure about were what I would call minor details, like I said, positioning of the road and that sort of thing. Now, if we're talking about Mr. Gregory McMichael and his remembrance of him in the truck, it's not uncommon for witnesses in traumatic events or people that see traumatic events to somehow get what's called tunnel vision, and they might miss certain aspects of an event. That's why anybody that sees any type of traumatic event, if it's multiple people, you can ask them, they'll all see something a little bit different. And that's how I would explain Mr. Bryan's recollection.
And Mr. Bryan's basically related to you without using the words that this was a traumatic event for him.
It was.
And you can hear in his breathing the fear during this encounter.
I don't recall hearing his breathing.
How many times did you listen to this video?
More times than I'd like to remember.
You and me both, but you don't recall that.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bryan told you why he didn't call 911. Am I correct?
Is there a transcript?
Directing your attention to page 101 of the, I think it's the May 13th transcript.
I don't have it up.
Which I spoke too soon. I'm sorry. Directing your attention to the top of the bottom half of page 101 of the May 13th transcripts.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bryan states that he thought somebody had already called the police.
And in fact, however big an assumption that might have been, he was correct.
Objection, Judge. The speculation about him being correct.
I'll rephrase. In fact, Mr. Albenzi had called the police.
That's correct.
And that would have been before Mr. Arbery ran by Mr. Bryan's house.
That's correct.
And is it fair to say that the first crime that Mr. Bryan saw that day, personally witnessed, would be Mr. Arbery trying to get in his truck?
Unless you discount the fact that somebody was trying to chase Mr. Arbery down while he was legally running, jogging down the road.
Well, obviously from Mr. Bryan's perspective, I'm not asking you what's going on in Mr. Arbery's mind, but from Mr. Bryan's perspective, the first actual identifiable crime that Mr. Bryan sees is when Mr. Arbery is trying to get in his truck.
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
I'll move on. And it's fair to say that at the time that Mr. Bryan has told you that Mr. Arbery is trying to get in his truck, that at that point, Mr. Bryan is somewhat preoccupied.
Preoccupied how?
Well, he's trying to pull his vehicle away so that Mr. Arbery, that's what he told you, he's trying to pull away. The fastest he's traveled the whole time is to create distance between himself and Mr. Arbery.
If Mr. Bryan was that concerned and scared about Mr. Arbery, he never would have angled to the left onto that driveway to try to box him off or cut him off to begin with. If Mr. Bryan was truly concerned about his safety with Mr. Arbery, he would have stayed to the right side of the road and stayed ahead instead of turning off to the angling to the left to box him in.
Okay. Well, thank you for that answer. But getting back to the issue of Mr. Bryan calling 911, at the time that Mr. Arbery's prints are on the side of his car and that he's told you that he's trying to come in the door, is it fair to describe Mr. Bryan at that point as being somewhat preoccupied?
Preoccupied with trying to chase down Mr. Arbery, hence him coming out of the driveway like he did and following him through the ditch or next to the ditch and then up next to the tree. I would say yes, he was preoccupied.
I'm sorry. Again, directing your attention back to the 911 call or the lack thereof. You're not trying to suggest to the jury, notwithstanding all this other stuff you want to talk about, you're not trying to deny that it was impractical for Mr. Bryan to call 911 literally while Mr. Arbery is attempting to get in his truck.
At the exact moment that that is happening, probably not. But there were moments before and there were plenty of moments after where he could have made that phone call.
And that's obvious from the video, right?
It is.
Okay. And again, directing your attention to page 101, Mr. Bryan expressed regret to you over Mr. Arbery's death.
He did.
Okay. And in fact, he told you, whether that was for whatever reason, he said that he wished he had stayed on his front porch.
That's correct.
Now, because it's come up, it may come up again. After Mr. Arbery and this white truck are going off screen, Mr. Bryan goes in his house. Am I correct? We see him on the video going in his house. He tells you he goes in the house.
That's correct.
Okay. He goes inside his house to get, what did he tell you went inside to get?
His keys.
Now, at the time that Mr. Arbery goes by his house, Mr. Bryan already has a weapon handy, doesn't he?
I don't recall specifically.
You don't recall in the Night Owl video the hammer laying on the front porch next to where he's holding the board that he's trying to put up on his front porch?
Not offhand.
Okay. You don't recall asking him about the hammer?
I don't.
Okay. But in the video, you can see that Mr. Bryan, when he walks to the garage, he's not carrying anything.
That's correct.
He's left his hammer, he's left all his tools behind.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And he's gone in the house to get his keys, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Bryan leaves his gun, his rifle, inside the house.
Yes, inside the back bedroom, I would say a good distance from where his car keys were located.
Mr. Bryan doesn't own a handgun, am I correct?
From his statements, that's correct.
Well, you subsequently checked, did you not?
There's no way to check if somebody owns a handgun necessarily.
Okay, but you can check registrations.
There's no registration in the state of Georgia. You can find a purchase through the ATF, but there's no formal registration for firearms.
Did ATF records ever show that Mr. Bryan purchased a handgun?
We didn't check ATF records. Typically, in my experience with ATF, you have to have a firearm and serial number to run the check. You can't just do it off of a name.
Okay. And where's Mr. Bryan's rifle today?
I have not checked the evidence receipts to know the exact location, but if it's where it was, where I'm guessing you're going with this, it's in our custody.
Okay. Did you ask for, or to your knowledge, was any forensic examination conducted of this firearm?
I was not in charge of testing evidence or determining evidence that would go to the lab.
The reason none of this is being done is because it was obvious that Mr. Bryan, when he tells you that he was unarmed that day, it's obvious that he was unarmed.
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Believe it or not, I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Anything from the remaining defendants?
No questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Agent Seacrest, Mr. Goff asked you about Mr. Bryan expressing regret in your May 13th interview with him. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
So just to be clear, that was 3 months after the incident, right?
That's correct.
And that was after the McMichaels had already been arrested.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was after the media got a hold of the video and it became this big thing.
That's correct.
That he's expressing regret.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't know if you remember, it's been a weekend, but on Friday, Mr. Goff asked you about all this media presence and maybe threats that the defendant had been getting or his fiance. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. At any point, did you, Agent Seacrest, use any of those, protests or supposed threats to influence Mr. Bryan into giving you a statement?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you use that to your advantage in any way?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you also testified that you wanted to look at this case with a pair of fresh eyes. You remember testifying to that?
Yes, ma'am.
When Mr. Goff was asking you about why you noted Mr. Bryan as a witness in the May 11th interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you reviewed Officer Minshew's body cam interview with Mr. Bryan?
I have.
Okay. Have you reviewed Investigator Lowry's recorded interview with Mr. Bryan?
I have.
Okay. Were you able to pinpoint how many actual minutes or hours of interview time, meaning actual speaking, was going on in those 2 interviews?
If you were to take off called dead air time where nothing's being said, or Mr. Bryan was just sitting in the room by himself, the interview with Detective Lowry was approximately actually 20 minutes long. And the first part of that was really just filling out a consent form. I don't recall the exact amount of time for Deputy Minshew on scene, but it was not very long. And a large portion of it, or I shouldn't say large, a significant portion of it was trying to figure out the video and how to get it emailed to an investigator. And then the substantive part of the interview was very spatial. You know, he went down here, he went this way. And so it's hard to tell from watching the video. So overall, I would say by far less than 30 minutes of interview time with Mr. Bryan by the time that we got the case.
Okay. And for your 2 interviews with him, and counting the reenactment video, about how many hours did you spend with Mr. Bryan?
Overall, it'll be approximately 5 hours or more.
Okay. Compared to the 30 minutes you said with Blaine County PD?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is that what you meant when you said you wanted to look at it with a fresh pair of eyes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you then go ahead and look, okay, how does this match up to what he told Blaine County PD?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that important to your investigation?
Very important.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Goff, anything on those matters?
Yes, sir.
The media influence that was out there from May 11th to May 13th, whether you created it or not, it was there.
It was there.
You were certainly aware of it.
I was aware that the media had spotlighted this story, yes.
And whether you did it or not, it was your agency that gave the press conference. You testified Friday. You were there as your boss was talking about this case to the media.
I was there.
Okay. Now, obviously, you don't tell the GBI director how to run investigations. Am I correct?
That's correct.
But there's no mistake that your agency did play a role. We could quibble over how big a role, but played a role in that media storm.
By role, there would be different roles that somebody would play. In this case, though, we were not the driver of that media. We were simply responding to the media requests.
All right. Now, you've indicated that you went back and tried to estimate the length of other interviews.
Yes, sir.
Is transcript length one indication of how long an interview is?
It could be.
Okay. Well, directing your attention to, every time I think I'm done with transcripts, they keep coming back. Directing your attention to your May 11th,
The transcript of your May 11th conversation with Mr. Bryan.
How long is that transcript?
In pages, it is 105 pages, 106 pages.
And directing your attention, you can give that one back and we're going to trade out. Okay. I'm going to give you the May 13th transcript. And how long is that transcript, sir?
103 pages.
All right. And those transcripts cover almost 4 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've indicated you reviewed the transcript of the Minshew body cam.
That's correct.
And that's approximately 54 pages.
I don't recall specifically, but
We are. Ms. Olivia. My apologies, I'm trying to find different documents.
Just put it back whenever you're done. Okay.
Sir, directing your attention to Exhibit 195A. That's the Lowry interview transcript.
Yes, sir.
How many pages is that?
20 pages.
Directing your attention to 228A, the Minshew body cam video. Can you tell me how many pages that is?
52 pages.
52 pages.
The difference with the Minshew body cam video, though, is there's much more in here than just the interview with Mr. Bryan. It also includes conversations between officers with dispatch over in the background. So it's more than just the interview.
Indeed. Thank you, sir. Would you not agree, Agent Seacrest, that the length of an interview and the length of the discussion are not directly related?
I would agree.
Other officers covered the same subjects that you covered. They may have done so quickly, but they covered the same ground, did they not?
We covered the same ground as it related to the facts, but I would say my interviews dealt more into detail regarding some before and after the fact, and also some more specific questions during the incident, but the same set of facts, yes.
Well, there's no question. Do you know any police officers who are more thorough than you are?
Yes, sir, I do.
You do? Okay. All right. Is it fair to say you consider yourself a thorough police officer?
That's my goal.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Now, in the Minshew body cam video, Mr. Bryan goes back over the events 3 times?
I don't recall specifically, but
something like that. And Lowry at least twice?
Again, I don't recall those specifics. So.
And you read the entire Glenn County Police report, haven't you?
I have not.
Oh, okay. So you don't know how many other interviews took place that weren't recorded, such as by Detective Lowry on the scene?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Now, in any of the statements that you reviewed that Mr. Bryan has ever made, he's adamantly denied having a firearm at any point on this day.
That's correct.
Okay. And certainly if Mr. Bryan were brandishing a rifle in his pickup truck while he's taking a video, how many hands does Mr. Bryan have?
2.
Kind of hard to hold a gun, hold the steering wheel, and move a car while you're taking a video.
That's correct.
There's no doubt that whatever other people in this case may have done, Mr. Bryan came out there armed only with his cell phone.
And his vehicle.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. Yeah, I want you to just leave them up there. I'm not sure whose transcripts those are, whether they're exhibits or not. Agent, you are you're free to go, but you are subject to recall. Yes, thank you. My thought is to get started.
Maybe have a courtesy break at this time.
Okay, or we can do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, and we'll get back to the evidence in just a moment. Thank you.
It's all right for jury.
Something for the court, Your Honor.
From the state first, I'll work around.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the next set of witnesses are lay witnesses, and the state filed its brief 4.72 on October 18th of 2021. These witnesses are in no way character witnesses about Ahmaud Arbery. These witnesses are intended specifically by the state to provide facts about their knowledge of Mr. Arbery and that he was an avid runner. The defense has been beating a drum repeatedly that the state is going to open the door by putting these witnesses up and that the state will somehow inadvertently do something that would cause the defense to be able to walk through that door. And out of an abundance of caution, I filed this brief just to make sure that we were all on the same page, because I don't know what cross-examination questions are going to be asked of regular people, and I don't know what their responses are going to be to cross-examination questions. So I just wanted it on the record. And this is, of course, per Montgomery versus the state, 350 Georgia App 244, a 2019 case about the way to handle non-responsive answers from witnesses who may inadvertently say something that the other side considers to be good character evidence. And in that particular case, they said the party has to have the intention to put this person up as a character witness, and the other side does not get to go gotcha and put in evidence that's been excluded simply because of that. In addition, in Strong versus the state, 309 Georgia 295, a 2020 case, if inadmissible evidence were to come in, the opposing party must object
because you can't just consent to, well, inadmissible evidence came in and I didn't object to it. Now I get to put in additional inadmissible evidence. And that is what the strong case held. So, Your Honor, we have no intention of eliciting reputation or opinion testimony or good character testimony at all from these witnesses. They are strictly fact witnesses. And the reason they're fact witnesses, and this is a relevant issue, is because the defense has put in evidence that Mr. Arbery walked into the neighborhood. They have not conceded in any way that he was a runner and or a jogger. This is now, because of the defense and their openings and the way they presented this evidence, an issue in dispute. So at this time, we feel it's relevant that he was in fact a runner / jogger. We're not intending to elicit why he did these things or what they were for. It's just a fact that he was that person. And so we just direct you to our brief. If this were to become an issue, we do not wish it to be, and we don't anticipate that happening. But once again, these are non-law enforcement, regular folks who are going to be taking the stand now. Thank you, Judge.
Morning, Your Honor. So I thought the court had ruled pre-trial that Mr. Arbery's intent in the neighborhood that day was not a matter before the jury and was not relevant. We didn't put in evidence that Mr. Arbery walked in the neighborhood. The state did. So I thought we weren't getting into Mr. Arbery's intent in the neighborhood that day, Mr. Arbery's intent in the house that day. The court forbid us from putting in evidence about those things. So what's the relevance of the state's witnesses to say that he's a jogger? The court's already ruled that's irrelevant. Now, any witness that testifies will be subject to cross-examination. I'm not going to trick a witness into answering questions that open the door. I understand how the law works, but I don't see the relevance here where the court has specifically said his intent in the neighborhood that day is irrelevant to this trial.
Mr.
Now, just to adopt the argument made by Travis McMichael's attorney on behalf of Greg McMichael, I do so now, and just add into it a couple of corrections. We've not argued that Ahmaud Arbery walked into the Satilla Shores neighborhood. What we've argued is that the state introduced a video that shows him walking into the yard and up to the house at 220 Satilla Drive. He may have walked into the neighborhood and walked to the house. He may have run into the neighborhood, but the video we have is of him walking down the street and then into the yard and into the house. That's the first one. The second response to his being an avid runner or jogger, it's logically true that he could be both an avid runner and avid jogger. In fact, we don't have any reason to dispute that. But that on some occasions, when he engages in the activity we call running or jogging, he's doing it for other motives besides physical, mental health, or whatever other reasons a runner would run. And we've offered those before. I made an argument here, seems like a month ago, but it was probably 2 weeks ago. And it goes to this issue, and then I'm done. The state says by offering this evidence, this is an answer to why was he running on 2/23/20. I mean, the evidence is meant to allow an inference to be made in argument that on this occasion, on that day, his motivation for running is the same one as on many other days when he ran for mental health or physical health. And we have some evidence that so far we've not been allowed to introduce to suggest, well, there may be a different answer to that why question than the one the state wants to argue from the inference they'll make that he's an avid jogger on other days, therefore he was jogging on this day. Under 401, it's simply not relevant. And if it's a balance test under 403, then it ought to open the door to the defense at least to offer an alternative explanation for it.
Sure.
We join in the motion as made by Mr. Sheffield and in the further response by Mr. Hogue.
All right, let me do this because I have my, I don't remember a formal response coming in from the defendants. There was more of an advisory brief that was submitted, correct?
You mean the statement the state wrote?
Correct.
I think the state was just trying to identify this issue could come up. We did not respond with our
Except we did file motions regarding the admissibility of Mr. Arbery's being on probation as the alternative explanation for his running. So in the way we did
address just before trial. Yeah.
And I do believe there was a filed response to this issue concerning 404B character and whether or not the introduction of what was going on in Ahmaud's mind and speculation about why he was in Satilla Shores can't come in for the same reasons that the court would not allow the 404B evidence of the defense in, because the argument of the state has always been, and the court's conclusion has always been, what Ahmaud Arbery was thinking that day is not relevant in this case.
Let me, if I can take a short recess, let me look at what I have. I've got a notebook in the back with all the submissions. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what I have, and based on the arguments made here, come back with the ruling. We're in recess, hopefully very brief.
He's in Mr. English's construction site at nighttime. What could he be possibly, doing there? So she'll testify to the nighttime running as well. And those are all the witnesses we have to testify on that subject.
Well, I'll tell you, at this point in the evidence, what I have got in my notes is that the issues that have been raised, I think the first one was through, I think it's Ms. Parr, maybe her parents were the Parrs, but Ms. Parr. She was asked specifically by the defense about whether or not she had seen Mr. Arbery running in the neighborhood. Mr. Albenze was also asked about whether or not he had seen Mr. Arbery running in the neighborhood. I have not heard the questions asked, but based on the proffer, the court's concern is that none of these witnesses are actually testifying or rebutting any evidence that has been brought out by the defense. And the evidence itself would require one to make that logical leap that the court's concerned about with other evidence on why Mr. Arbery was in the neighborhood at the time. They don't actually place him in the neighborhood at any time. So again, the court's, if I'm being asked for a ruling without hearing the evidence, the court is indicating that if this is the type of evidence that comes out, at least in the state's case in chief, depending on how it's worded, it may end up opening the door to the why question that I have addressed in other orders of this court. Now, whether it has to come, whether this comes out as rebuttal at some point, it really depends on the evidence presented. Because again, what I have heard is that there is evidence from witnesses that was elicited by the defense that witnesses did not see him running actually in Satilla Shores. There are other questions here, it sounds like, are out there, like what clothes he wore when he ran. That is not something that has been brought out at this point, as I recall, as far as evidence or argument. The time of day, that the times of day, I guess, that are involved in the various incidents that are before the court. So this could be rebuttal, but as far as the state's case in chief, strikes me as this gets us to the why question.
Understood, Your Honor. At this time, we will then just call Carol Flowers solely for the in-life photo. And having discussed that at the break with defense, that may be your ruling. We understand where the defense is going to go with Ms. Flowers and where we're going to go with Ms. Flowers. So if we may have 5 minutes just to make sure we're on the same page as a team, we'll go ahead and do that.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Judge.
Still here. He is, Your Honor, I think we all know, an icon in the civil rights movement. Not just a witness to it, he is the personification of it. And in other circumstances, I think everybody would be happy to have their picture taken, maybe get an autograph. But in the context of this trial, we object to his presence in the public gallery inside the courtroom. We note that there is a jury assembly room capable of holding, depending on how we socially distance, several hundred people, where these proceedings are being televised live in real time. The issue that Ray brought up previously is how many pastors does the Arbery family have? We had the Reverend Al Sharpton here earlier, last week, and I'm not keeping track. And I think the court has indicated the court doesn't intend to ask anyone to keep track of who was in the gallery. But I don't know who Mr. Jackson, Reverend Jackson's pastoring here. My understanding is, and I was given names, that the Arbery family have local pastors. They also have attorneys. Mr. Arbery, Marcus, has a team of lawyers to comfort him through these proceedings. Certainly, Ms. Cooper has been amply comforted by her legal counsel. And we are concerned about whether it's conscious or unconscious, the impact of their presence with respect to the jury and with respect to the proceedings in this case. And I guess the next question is, which pastor is next? Is Raphael Warnock going to be the next person appearing this afternoon? We don't know. Your Honor, I would submit, with all respect to the Reverend Jesse Jackson, that this is no different than bringing in police officers or uniformed prison guards in a small town where a young black man has been accused of assaulting a law enforcement officer being streamed live, rather than sitting where he can visually interact with the jurors in this case.
Anything from the remaining defendants?
Hang on.
No. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Goff, at this point, I'm not exactly sure what you're doing. I have already ruled on this court's position with regard to the gallery. And with all candor, I was not even aware that Reverend Jackson was in the courtroom until you started your motion. I have indicated the court's position. The court's position hasn't changed. At this point, it's almost as if you're just trying to continue this for purposes other than just bringing it to the court's attention. And I find that objectionable from the court standpoint, I have said over and over and over in this trial that I am attempting to ensure that in this courtroom that the defendants receive a fair trial. And I will continue to do that. I have heard the objection. I have ruled previously on my position with regard to the gallery, and that is unchanged.
And I'm not questioning the court's ruling, but the court,
I'm done talking about this, Mr. Goff. I've heard the motion. I understand what your position is. And if it's simply just to point out that an individual is in the gallery, it has been done.
do I understand that I'm not to do that again?
I'm telling you that the court's position has remained the court's position. And unless anyone in the gallery is disruptive or here to cause some demonstration that will distract from the presentation of evidence in this case, the court is not going to single out any particular individual or group of individual as not being allowed to be in this courtroom as a member of the public. That is consistent with my prior ruling and will remain the ruling of the court. If there's a disruption, you're more than welcome to call that to my attention. If there's a problem, call that to my attention. But on this particular issue that you brought up previously, which has now been effectively renewed, I think I've been very clear we do not need to discuss it any further.
And I've been very clear, my desire to make a record. And thank you, Your Honor.
Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and get the panel. Okay, the witness is not present. So,
Your Honor, is there a way we can do this at the bench or?
we're making a public record. I adjourned because when the state was done, I heard some weeping in the back and was looking at the defense to move forward, and there seemed to be an indication that we should take a pause. So I decided to take a pause. That is all. I have order back in the courtroom now. So I intend to move forward.
And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, I will have to note that I observed a number of jurors looking back. And that's why this is so difficult, Your Honor. We are advocates for our clients, but we are also human beings and parents. And there is no disrespect intended in these remarks, but my one and only purpose is to assure a fair murder trial for Mr. McMichael. And when jurors hear the weeping with a piece of evidence that is absolutely irrelevant and has nothing to do with the decisions this jury must make, but the law of Georgia allows it to come in, and then left with having jurors hear and see and visualize the emotion, and now to be comforted by someone for whom respect abounds. We're in a very difficult position now with this jury to have seen and heard and felt that. When they go back to deliberate this case and to think about the decisions that do matter in this case, and as beautiful of an in-life photo as that is, it bears no relevance to any issue in this case. So while I appreciate the court taking a break and noting your having heard the crying up at the bench, I have to place on the record that not only did I hear it as well, I saw jurors looking back at what was going on in the gallery and then looking at me. So I'm asking the court to place that on the record. Mr. Goff and I may not agree on a number of things, but the idea that this may not be the best way to handle this sort of case has become now the issue that you asked him to bring to your attention, and that is, has there been any disturbance caused by that evidence?
If I could just add, Your Honor was very aware of the issue of emotion in the courtroom and how it plays out in front of the jury. And I think went on the public record and warned the gallery not to engage in that kind of behavior. And I think instructed all of us to make our witnesses aware of any evidence that might come in that would cause that kind of emotional outburst. And did so with the goal in mind of keeping this trial about the evidence. It's becoming less and less about evidence and more about emotion with these kinds of outbursts and those kinds of photographs, which again, to echo Ms. Hogue, have nothing to do with the issues in this case. A photograph that's 8 years old and bears no real resemblance to the person we saw in February of 2020. So I would join Ms. Hogue's difficult position. I think we're all in the same position on the side of the courtroom.
And I can say. All right. So let me tell you what I heard at the bench, some weeping, not outward crying, not yelling, nothing along those lines. So the jury was asked to leave. And this was intended to, and I think is a good reminder to the gallery that there shouldn't be any outbursts, no matter what the evidence is, whether it's this photograph or anything else. But I will point out, with what's now beginning to happen here, I do not understand Mr. Goff, why this motion keeps being made. It is a concern to the court because on the flip side, I've seen a news report where other counsel are indicating that everybody is welcome, come one, come all. We've got a little bit of, there's an odd thing going on here that I'm watching to make sure that I've got a clear understanding of as we move forward in this trial. And I've already put my rulings on the record with regard to public access in this courtroom. That has now somehow got conflated with a photograph that was not objected to as it came into evidence. I understand the defense. Objected to previously, that particular photograph. Okay, and that's fair enough. And I misspoke there. And I misspoke. But the point being that there's other evidence that comes in, elicits responses. I've got issues that are starting to get conflated, and we'll watch what's going on. Court's rulings, again, on public access haven't changed. The evidence is being admitted. It is an emotional trial. That is not unique when it comes to murder trials, which is why the court prefaces a lot of murder trials with, I don't want any outbursts from the gallery. So again, to the gallery, I don't want any outbursts from the gallery. This is not the place for it. We're trying to get a fair trial for the defendants and ensure that the evidence gets presented in such a way where counsel have the opportunity at some point, hopefully in the near future, to make an argument to the panel about what the evidence actually says happened on the day or days involved here. That's what we're doing. And I don't have anything else to say about it, Mr. Goff.
I might suggest that the court consider some Supreme Court precedent
on access to the courtroom.
Maxwell v. Shepard, Stella v. Texas, and I don't remember the other name of the party, but Musladeen, and Justice Souter's concurrence.
Well, why don't you tell me what your understanding of it is, and then I'll go ahead and take a look at it, or give me the full cite if you're going to ask this court to do something in the form of a motion. If you're not moving the court to do something, I'm not terribly interested in continuing this conversation.
Your Honor, I will file a written motion as soon as I can finish it. You might well imagine that we're talking about issues that we don't ordinarily encounter, even in a criminal case.
Well, don't throw up a trial balloon without some support at this point. If you think that those cases in this context move the court to do something, cite them, let me know what it is, and we'll move on from there. Because I've heard a lot of discussion here, and this is the first year now citing case law on this. So if you want to file something, go ahead and file it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is the state ready with? I'm sorry, it's not even ready. Let's get the witness back up. Stay past the witness, yeah. Well, let me back up. If you're moving for a mistrial, you need to move for a mistrial.
I move for a mistrial.
Based on
the presence of people in the courtroom and the public gallery.
Your Honor, I have to step for my moment. We have a witness now on the stand.
And if you go ahead and sit down, thank you.
And I do actually very much appreciate the court helping me maintain a record on this. We formally moved from mistrial under the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution, parallel provisions of the Constitution of the State of Georgia. We contend that the atmosphere of the trial, both inside and outside the courtroom, at this point, has deprived Mr. Bryan of the right to a fair trial. I understand that co-counsel vehemently disagree on some aspects of that motion, and if they don't want to join, that's their business. But I represent Mr. Bryan, and my concern, Your Honor, notwithstanding what, in my observation, would be extraordinary efforts on the part of the court to avoid anything that would interfere with the right of these defendants to a fair trial. At the same time, in extraordinary cases like this, additional steps have to be taken. We have not secured the front of this courthouse. The Transformative Justice Coalition still flies their banner virtually every day outside in what should be protected grounds. Your Honor, we have had numerous instances several instances during jury selection of nonverbal communications between the victim's family and jurors, or from juror to the victim's family. We've had several emotional outbursts during the trial of this case, notwithstanding the substantial efforts of the court to ensure that they don't take place. And we haven't had civil rights icons sitting in here in what the civil rights community contends is a quote unquote test case for civil rights in the United States. Eyeballing these jurors, including one today with his mask down, which the court doesn't want to make part of the record. Under Supreme, I didn't make part of the record. Yeah, I rephrased.
You made it part of the record.
Well, until the court acknowledges it, it's not part of the record.
Keep going, Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, the case law out there in mob cases and other cases demonstrates all the ways that presence in a gallery can influence jurors in a case. I certainly don't mean to suggest that Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson or any other pastor belong to a mob, but at the same time, we are talking about organized behavior by whoever outside the courthouse leading up to this case. But we have all these community leaders fearful that the city's going to burn down. This isn't a mob case. If you testify against a gangster, they might burn your house down. They might burn your business down. Not going to burn your whole city down. And that is the concern that I believe jurors have expressed during the voir dire process in that a county commissioner, a mayor, school board member, a bunch of pastors in this community, both black and white, have been talking about. So in that context, we believe the totality of the circumstances, which is what this court looks at under Shepard v. Maxwell, under the totality of circumstances, this trial has been sufficiently infected, notwithstanding the best efforts of the court, to the point where Mr. Brown's ability to receive a fair trial has become an open question. We think that line's been crossed. The court may see it differently, but we've made that for purposes of the record.
On behalf of Travis McMichael, we're constrained to join. I did notice jurors, a few, noticed the outburst. I don't think it gets any more difficult at moments like this for the family members to have to sit through the evidence. This moment feels unique in that the one piece of evidence that the state put up was not, so inflammatory, but there were several jurors that did look over. Their faces changed, the emotion, the sympathy that they felt. And to see then Mr. Reverend Jackson, whose autographed picture hung in my mother's law office for 2 decades, who is the ultimate figure of fairness and justice and equality. To see that, I don't think it gets any higher in terms of the impression that makes. And for those reasons, I think that makes this very unique. And that's why we're constrained to join, Your Honor. Thank you.
Likewise, on behalf of Greg McMichael, we're constrained to join this motion, but for some slightly different reasons I'd like to highlight. It was apparent from the beginning of voir dire that it was going to be difficult, even long before voir dire, that it was going to be difficult to get a jury who had informed opinions, and we worked very hard to do that. And we would have loved to have had a jury that represents the demographic composition of Glenn County, which would have been 3 or 4 African Americans on the jury. We were not able to do that. I think some comments by the court in denying the state's reverse Batson motion, I take exception to them, and with all due respect, but it's continued the difficulty we've had from the beginning in trying to determine, is this the right venue for this case? We hoped it would be. We wanted it to be. But in light of what's going on now and what has been the history of this case up to now, we are constrained to join the motion for mistrial, but for these slightly different reasons.
Let me be clear. I don't know what this talk about change of venue is. There's nothing wrong with this venue. We're not concerned about the venue, but we are concerned about the details as to how this trial has progressed, notwithstanding the extraordinary efforts that this court has made. And I certainly don't want the court to think for a moment that Mr. Brown and I don't very much appreciate the incredible amount of work the court has put into this and the thoughtfulness. But if the court's not going to grant a mistrial, I would humbly urge the court to consider adopting other precautions to ensure that the court doesn't wind up where the court has to grant that motion.
Anything from the state?
Yes, Judge. A mistrial is a proper remedy for incurable fundamental unfairness in the proceedings. There's a case from 1999, Casey, C-A-S-E-Y versus the state, 237 Georgia App 461, where jurors briefly saw the defendant in handcuffs, and that did not require a mistrial because there was no showing of actual prejudice. Quickly looking today, right now on Lexis, what we have is also Byrd versus the state, BYRD. This is a Supreme Court of Georgia case from 1992. It's 262 Georgia 426. Basically holding that because the trial court took prompt, thorough, and curative action, the outburst of the victim's relative did not deny a defendant a fair and impartial trial, and his motion for mistrial was properly denied. This court obviously took prompt, thorough, and curative action by having the jury leave immediately. In addition, I want to cite something before I actually read it, so I'm going to take a look at it. We have Simmons versus the state, 308 Georgia 327, a March 13th, 2020 case. Simmons contended that the trial court abused its discretion when it denied his motion for mistrial in response to, and they put these in quotes, emotional outbursts of the victim's family members and friends. However, the Georgia Supreme Court saw no abuse of discretion. They then cited 2 numerous cases there, stating that trial courts are vested with great discretion to grant or deny mistrials because they are in the best possible position to determine whether one is actually warranted or not.
Measures to be taken as a result of demonstrations and outbursts which occur during the course of a trial are matters within the trial court's discretion. And of course, such discretion will not be disturbed upon appeal unless there's a showing that a mistrial is essential to the preservation of the right to a fair trial. This was minor weeping in the back, and the court took immediate curative action. Additional action can be taken to instruct the jury there to ignore any sort of emotional outbursts that take place. And at this time, Judge, we ask that you deny any sort of mistrial based on the outburst, or, well, it really wasn't an outburst. It was, in the state's position, it was kind of a gulp and a weep, like that. And that was basically all it was that the state heard. So I just want to make sure that characterization, it wasn't somebody shouting. It wasn't somebody, as they say, falling out hysterical, nothing along those lines at all. So we ask that you deny any motion for mistrial on that basis. And ask that the court take kind of into consideration and disregard the, how am I trying to say, the mixing up or confluence of multiple arguments about Reverend Jackson being here and that somehow having something to do with the outburst or something like this. These are all very, very separate issues, neither which independently or even together at the same time require manifest necessity for a mistrial. We ask that you deny that mistrial.
I believe that's the last word. Well, V. Shepherd, the court's looking at the totality of circumstances here. Under the totality of circumstances, we believe that mistrial is warranted. I think the states has certainly accurately summarized the relevant law with respect to the court's discretion and with respect to whether an appeals court would reverse a determination by this court. But still, ultimately, it is your honor who makes that call. And that's why you get paid the big bucks, because you're the one sitting here as the umpire in the case, the advocates. We all see things from our perspective. You're the neutral here and you make the call. But I would just commit, under the totality of circumstances in this case, from the commencement of jury selection to today, that these defendants can no longer get a fair trial.
It appears, Your Honor, there's some language in these cases about what is now incumbent upon the court. Until the state has to hold the trembling hand of the accused, I would suggest that these types of moments don't impact the state. They favor the state. And it is now incumbent upon the court to decide to grant mistrial or to present curative instruction.
Was asked for curative instruction as an alternative at this point.
Yeah. Well, the idea that you have to then potentially inquire of jurors and ask them if they heard it and if they noticed it, we're not asking for that. However, we're at 2 strikes. We've had 1 outburst that's been addressed. Now we've had a second. The court has to decide what to do.
All right, anything final, Mr. Hunter?
No further comment.
All right, it's in this court's discretion with regard to any outburst in the courtroom, taking into consideration as well as the defendant's motion for a mistrial. So I cited a couple cases. Let's see, Forney, I think it's Forney versus State, 255 Georgia 316, which actually recognizes that emotions are neither unreasonable nor unexpected during a murder trial. And the demonstrations and outbursts which occur during the course of the trial are matters within the court's discretion to evaluate. The court heard exactly what I described on the record, decided to remove the jury briefly, and it was ready to get started. Based on that outburst, the court is not granting a mistrial. As to the totality of the circumstances argument, which I think is the second argument that was presented by Mr. Goff, that gets back to what I'm starting to watch very carefully as far as what's going on in this courtroom with the jury, as well as the arguments that are being made by counsel. I'll point out that a number of times during jury selection, it was raised that jurors were being influenced by individuals outside the court. And I think it was either 4 or 5 jurors were asked specifically whether or not they were influenced in some way by what was going on outside the courtroom. And they were not. There was no, actually, if I remember correctly, they didn't even recognize or see what was going on outside the courtroom. And as counsel are aware, because I briefed counsel, there are steps being taken by the court during the jury trial to ensure that jurors are not influenced by anything happening around the courthouse. So then we start getting into what we have now with individual members or individuals coming into the courtroom. I will say that is directly in response, Mr. Goff, to statements you made, which I find reprehensible. The Colonel Sanders statement you made last week, I would suggest maybe something that has influenced what is going on here. In response to that, and to his credit, Mr. Sheffield made some comments, but did say, come one, come all. And so now the court is faced with balancing a lot of things going on outside this courtroom and doing it in a way that respects members of the public's right to be in the courtroom, as well as what I'm trying to put out there is a fair trial, right? So you need to understand, everybody, that your words in this courtroom have an impact on a lot of what's going on. And so my measured response at this point is to balance all of that out and try to move forward with the trial. I'm not granting a mistrial at this point based on these arguments that are being made, because I think I'm not granting a mistrial at this point based on the arguments that have been made. Are we ready with the witness from the state? Be Mr. Sheffield.
I love it. I love it. He just called him out, because if you wasn't out here making statements, okay, people wouldn't even be upset like they are. Here we go.
12 and 13 for identification purposes. May I approach, Ms. Flowers? Thank you. Ms. Flowers, I'm going to hand these to you and just ask you if you recognize the person in these images. Will you take them from me? Do you recognize the person in Travis McMichael's exhibits 12 and 13?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that to be?
Quiz.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of him? Do those fairly and accurately show who he is?
Yes.
Okay. I move defendants exhibit 12 and 13 into evidence.
No objection.
Okay. All right. Very good. Permission to publish? Yes. Okay. I'm just going to show you defendants exhibit 12. And I'll show defendants exhibit 13. Don't have anything further. Thank you.
Anything from the additional defendants?
There you are.
No, sorry. There we are.
From the stage.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. From state.
They call Anarchist around.
So tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing today?
Good morning. Fine, thanks.
Will you go ahead and state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Ann Kistler Rao, ANNEKISLER-RAO.
And ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab, and I'm employed in the Trace Evidence section.
Okay. And what is the trace evidence section of the GBI?
With the Trace Evidence section, we analyze small, often microscopic pieces of evidence, such as hairs, fibers, paint, glass, fractured materials, and general unknowns.
And your specific occupation, is there a term for your job?
I'm a microanalyst.
And tell the jurors a little bit about your training and your education in trace evidence and microanalysis.
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Pennsylvania. I have a master's degree in forensic science from John Jay College. While I was there, I completed an internship with the New York City Police Department Crime Lab. I've been employed with the GBI Crime Lab for over 15 years, and I've completed extensive training programs in all of the areas that I perform examinations in. And I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in hair and fiber analysis.
And does your certification require you to keep up to date on the current subject matter within your area of expertise, taking sort of continuing learning education hours or anything of that sort?
That's correct. We have to have certain things like continuing education to fulfill points over the certification period.
And how long have you been a microanalyst?
For over 15 years.
During the course of those 15 years, have you continued to keep up your certification and your hours and your continuing education?
Yes, I have.
This might be a tough question, but do you happen to know or have a rough estimate about the number of cases you've done analysis on in your time with GBI?
Probably over 1,000 cases.
And during the course of your employment with the GBI, have you come to court to testify at maybe hearings or trials, that sort of thing?
Yes, I have.
And have you ever been tendered as an expert before in the court in the state of Georgia?
I have.
You know roughly how many times?
Over 50 times.
Judge, at this time, the state tenders Ms. Kistler Rao as an expert in trace evidence and microanalysis. No objection.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you asked to perform some sort of analysis for the case involving Ahmaud Arbery?
I was.
How many different analyses did you have to do for this case?
There were 2 analyses that were requested.
Okay, let's start with the first one. What was the first one you were asked to do?
The first one was a fiber analysis.
Okay, and can you give the jurors a condensed or a simplified version of what fiber analysis is?
Fiber analysis is typically going to be, we will compare question fibers, which are fibers that are collected off of an item of interest where we don't know what their source is, and we'll compare those to a known source, such as an article of clothing, and determine whether or not those question fibers are consistent with the known source.
Okay. When you're comparing fibers, do the types of fibers matter when it comes to comparison?
Yes, we can compare any type of fiber.
Can you explain to the jurors a little bit more about maybe the difference between natural and synthetic fibers and maybe the ease with which those types of fibers are able to be compared?
Yes, so when we perform a comparison, we go through a number of different steps in our comparison. The first step is using a stereo microscope, which is a low-powered microscope. We use that to examine the general features of the fibers. So this can be done with both synthetic and natural fibers. The next step is the comparison microscope, which is a higher-powered microscope. There are 2 microscopes that are connected together by an optical bridge where we can see the question fiber and the known fiber at the same time under the same field of view. With natural fibers, we can look at the morphology of the fibers. You can look at the general shape of the fiber to identify it. If the fiber is colored, you can look at that with both natural and synthetic fibers. With synthetic fibers, there are going to be extra features that you can examine, such as during the manufacturing process, they might add particles called lustrant to the fiber. They can have different cross-sectional shapes to the fiber. There are many different fiber types they can have, like nylon or polyester. So these are the first 2 steps of our procedure. And those would be the differences that we would look at between natural and synthetic fibers.
Now, is this a multi-step procedure besides those first 2?
It is.
What else do you got to do?
The next step would be fluorescence microscopy, which is another comparison microscope where we'll shine different wavelengths of light on the fibers, and different fibers can fluoresce different colors and different intensities, like bright or dull. After that, the next step is called microspectrophotometry, or MSP for short. And this is done with dye fibers, and it is basically an instrumental technique that you can use to analyze the color of the fibers. So fibers that appear the same color under the regular microscope might give different spectra using this technique. The next step we have is called Fourier transform infrared microspectroscopy, or FTIR for short. And this is done with manufactured fibers, and it can help determine the chemical structure of the fiber, and it will help you confirm what kind of fiber you have. And we can also do a melting point analysis with fibers that melt to compare the melting features of the fiber.
You put a lot of terms for us. Okay, so during these various steps, are these steps required in every analysis, or can you tell based on maybe a visual cue which steps you might have to take in each analysis?
So depending on what type of fiber you have, you would not complete all of the steps. So for example, if your fiber is not dyed, we would not necessarily be doing the MSP step to analyze the color. If the fiber is a natural fiber, we would not be doing the FTIR to analyze the structure of the fiber, because we can tell that it's natural based on microscopy alone.
And in the fiber analysis that you did for this case, were you given a potential sample of fiber to look at?
I was.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what came into your office and where they came from, and what you did to compare the fibers that came through and then your results?
Okay. So what was submitted to me was what's called a tape lift. So it's where you take a piece of tape to collect fibers on the item, and they'll collect any fiber on the surface of the item. It was submitted by a police department. And then I also received a white t-shirt, which was submitted by our medical examiner's office. And I compared the question fibers. I took a sampling of the question fibers from the tape lift. I compared 20 of these fibers to the known fibers of the t-shirt. I found that they were consistent in microscopic properties and fluorescence. These were white cotton fibers, so I did not go on to the next step in the procedure because they were not dyed and they were natural fiber. And I found that the question fibers were consistent with the known fibers composing the t-shirt. So I could not eliminate these fibers as coming from the t-shirt. I reached this conclusion because white cotton fibers are a common fiber type, and they are prevalent, and they do have limited features for comparison. However, they were consistent.
So when you say it cannot be eliminated, having come from the t-shirt, does that mean that they definitively came from the t-shirt?
I cannot say that they definitively came from the t-shirt. There could be another source possessing fibers that would also be indistinguishable from these.
But they were similar in characteristics.
They were consistent in all their microscopic properties as well as their fluorescence.
Do you know where this tape lift came from in terms of evidentiary chain of custody?
I can tell you like where it originally came from, who submitted it to us. Is that
Who submitted to it and where it actually came from in terms of the crime scene, if you know, and whether it's listed in your reporting?
It was identified to us as having being taken off of a truck.
And do you know the police department that submitted it to you?
May I refer to minutes?
You can.
It was submitted by the Glenn County Police Department.
And in your job, you get submissions from all over the state, is that right?
We do.
While we're talking about fibers, are fibers transferable between different objects?
Yes, they are. Anytime any two objects come into contact with each other, there's a potential for fibers to transfer off of one item onto the other and vice versa.
Like if you have a sweatshirt on or a sweater on, you take it off, there might be some fibers on the t-shirt underneath. Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
Now, do these fibers, does it matter what the object is in order for a transfer to happen? Are some objects easier to get transfer onto?
So generally speaking, the items are
Objection. Relevant to generally speaking. If you have an opinion about this particular case, we'd like to hear it.
I can narrow it down, but I mean, I think in general, she's able to explain the process of transfer, and then we can narrow it to a specific part of this case.
Again, if she's going to render opinions in this case on this evidence, that's great. We want to hear it. If she's just going to generally talk about things that are not relevant to this case, then we would object.
I understood the question. She was explaining the process. If that's the case, great. But if we're just talking about other cases generally or other experience outside of this case, it's sustained. But if it is to explain her method or opinion, why don't you just restate the question?
Sure. Do you know how easy it would be to transfer cotton type fibers to a truck?
Object to the form of the question. If she's got an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, that's fine. But if this is anecdotal testimony from personal observations that are not peer reviewed, we've got a problem with that.
She tested the fibers.
She tested the fibers.
It's sustained.
When fibers are transferred from a garment to another object, you have to take into account the texture of the items in question. So for example, a fuzzy sweater is going to transfer fibers a lot more easily than say a windbreaker jacket. So a t-shirt would be somewhere in the middle. When you're transferring onto a hard surface, there's less likely to transfer a lot of fibers onto a smooth hard surface like a car than it would be onto like a more textured surface.
Does the amount of fibers left behind on an object have any correlation to strength of, let me rephrase it.
No, I would object to suggest we take this matter up outside the presence of the jury.
What's the objection, Mr. Cobb?
Your Honor, if she has an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, I have no problem with that. But this is a fishing expedition. I object to it. I'm just looking, and I'm basing that based on the report I received in this case.
As long as she needs to present a foundation, you can testify as long as there's a foundation. Go ahead.
Are you able to determine how long an object was on another object based on the amount of fibers left? Generally, science-based.
I cannot determine with absolute certainty how long items were in contact. I can say that the longer that items are in contact, the more likely there is to be more fibers transferred.
Let's talk about the second analysis you did. Okay, what was that second analysis?
I was asked to perform a general materials analysis, which is basically the identification of an unknown material.
Okay, and where did that material come from that you were asked to analyze?
It was identified as coming from the armpit of the body.
And the body of whom?
Of Ahmaud Arbery.
And what analysis did you perform and what were your results?
I performed, so I examined the material using our stereo microscope, our low powered microscope, and also a higher powered microscope. I also analyzed it using the instrumental technique I mentioned before, FTIR, to look at the structure of the material. And I found that it was characteristic of botanical material. So this is plant material. It can be things like wood or bark or leaves, pine straw, that type of material.
And where did you receive this material from again?
This material was received from our medical examiner's office.
And once you're done with your analysis of any case that you get in, okay, once you're done, does it go through a secondary process to determine whether or not you believe that, you know, it was accurate, that sort of thing?
Yes, every case it goes through a peer review process. So a second examiner will look at all of our notes and data and our report and make sure everything supports the findings.
And was that done in this case?
It was.
And do you believe that you followed all your standard protocols and procedures when it came to both of these analyses?
I did.
And once you're done doing the analysis, do you document your findings in some sort of report or notes?
Yes, I have notes for the case file that we retain in our computer system, and then I will issue a report on them.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And for the purposes of the record, what is your case number for both of your reports?
The case number is 2020-6001183.
Just one moment. Ms. Kisarab, do you happen to know where that botanical matter came from?
It was identified to us as having come from the,
You said the armpit was
the
that?
left armpit area.
Okay. But before that, you don't know where it came from?
No, I do not.
Judge, at this time, the state will pass the witness subject to redirect.
They can trust me.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, young lady.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kevin Goff. I represent Mr. Brown. I have just a few questions for you.
Okay.
A moment ago, did I hear you tell the jury that, that you can't say definitely that the cotton fibers came from the shirt attributed to Mr. Arbery?
That's correct.
Okay. But your report doesn't say, that's not the words in your report, are they?
I reported out that I could not eliminate these fibers as having come from the shirt.
Okay. Well, would you not agree there's a huge chasm between the words in your report about you can't eliminate the possibility that the fibers came from the shirt to today when you say that you can't say definitively that they did come from the shirt? Those are conclusions in two completely opposite directions, aren't they?
Well, no, so I can't eliminate those as having come from the shirt. That is also true that I can't say they absolutely did come from the shirt. Those are not exclusionary of each other.
Logically, they're not, but they certainly convey different ideas, don't they?
I hope that I have conveyed properly the idea that I cannot eliminate these.
And of course, you examined fibers that were identified as having come from the driver's side of truck, correct?
Yes, that is what they were identified to us.
You were not asked to examine or compare any fibers recovered from either the front or the back of that truck.
To my knowledge, no other fibers were recovered.
Okay. Now, sheet metal is a smoother surface.
That's correct.
I believe that's what you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
What about grills? Are they all smooth?
They have a smooth surface. Potentially things could get caught in areas of a grill.
Hood ornaments, also not smooth.
They do have some sharper edges.
Bumpers have sharper edges.
Again, depending on the area.
Back bumpers have sharper edges.
They can.
Okay. So in the end, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, what you've told the jury, essentially stripped of everything else, is that these fibers may or may not have come from Mr. Arbery's shirt.
They are consistent in all their properties. They could have come from this shirt, but they also could have come from another source possessing fibers of the same characteristics.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any redirect from state?
No, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You missed it. She also subject to recall.
No, Judge, we're okay.
All right. You are released. Thank you, ma'am.
I thought we were keeping all of it subject to recall.
If you want it, we can keep it, but
We'll keep her subject to recall.
She just walked out the room. Make sure someone gets her the message.
we know where she works.
We can find her. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're a good place to break for lunch. We're going to take a 1 hour recess. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here right about 1 o'clock for a continuation of the evidence in this case.
All right, for the curve.
Please proceed.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you had a good lunch. We are ready to proceed with the evidence in the case. State ready with its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Jesse Worley. Jesse Worley. Yes. And then we can put it. Makes sense.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and sit.
Good afternoon. Can you please go ahead and introduce yourself to the jurors? Tell them your name and spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Jessie Worley. It's Jesseworley.
Okay. And Ms. Worley, how are you currently employed?
I work in the Division of Forensic Sciences for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's also referred to as the Crime Lab. I work in the Impressions Evidence section as a latent print examiner.
Okay. And what are your job duties currently?
Primarily, my job as a latent print examiner is to analyze items of evidence that are submitted for latent print services for comparison, database searching, or chemical processing in our laboratory. I conduct database searches. I do comparisons of latent prints to known exemplars or known prints, and then issue results of my reports of my results, and then testify in court when needed.
And how long have you been working in that capacity in your field?
I've been with the GBI for 14 years.
Okay. And please go ahead and tell us your education and training.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic and Investigative Sciences from West Virginia University. I graduated from there in 2007. I was employed by the GBI that fall in November, and I completed a training program that lasted about 2 years prior to being able to write my own reports. The training covered every aspect of casework that we do as latent print examiners and included courtroom testimony and evidence analysis and processing. I can complete 16 hours of annual outside education or continuing education every year as well since the completion of my training program.
Okay. And are you a member of any professional organizations in your field?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us which ones?
Primarily, I am an active member of the International Association for Identification, which is a professional organization across the globe that is geared towards education and publications for forensic practitioners in identification sciences like latent prints, also question documents, DNA, and crime scene investigation. I'm also a member of the Georgia State Division of the IAI, and I also hold an office with that group as well.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What have you testified as an expert in?
Specifically in latent prints.
Okay. And has that been in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
About how many times?
It's getting close to 60. I think the last time I counted, it was like 57, 58 times.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, we would tender Ms. Worley as an expert in latent print examination.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Worley, I want to go through some terms with you, and if you can just describe or explain those for me, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term friction ridge detail?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
So friction ridge detail, as we refer to it in latent print examination, is actually the composition and features that are on the skin that make up the palms of the hands and also the soles of the feet. It's that detail and those characteristics that are replicated when your hand or finger or foot makes contact with a surface, and then that detail, that arrangement of those features is transferred onto the surface and leaves a latent print that we can subsequently develop and then hopefully compare in hopes of identifying it to a source.
So when I look at my finger, are you talking about the lines and grooves?
Yes. So
on my fingertips.
The skin on the palmar surface of the hands is referred to as friction ridge skin. It's made up of series of ridges and raised areas as opposed to like the rest of the skin on the body, which is fairly smooth. Within that ridge flow, there are different features where ridges either start and stop or they split into two. And it's those specific features and the arrangement of those features within the friction ridge skin that make up the detail that we use for comparison.
Now, what is an inked print, also known as a known print? What's that?
So inked prints, traditionally were taken using printer's ink on a white cardstock to record the detail of the fingerprints so that they can be used for comparison. In today, with all the advancements in technology, most known prints are now recorded digitally with a glass, like a glass plate and almost a scanner or camera type setup underneath. But the idea is the same. The detail of the skin is recorded clearly so that it can be used for comparison.
And can you please tell the jury what is a latent print?
So latent prints are what we are looking for primarily like in evidence in a case to determine who may have handled an item or come in contact with a particular surface. Latent prints are typically referred to as latent in that they're not necessarily visible right away when an object is discovered as a piece of evidence. The latent print may require a development technique like fingerprint powder or other chemical methods to make it visible. And then even at that point, as an examiner, we commonly refer to them as still being latent prints until we've identified them to a known source.
Okay. Now, what does it mean when an item is positive for latent prints?
at the GBI Crime Lab, the policy that we employ for determining whether an item is positive or negative for latent prints, we conduct a visual examination of the item, whether it's a lift card that has a powdered impression that was collected from the crime scene, or if we're getting in an item itself and we do the processing in-house, we're looking to see if after development there is any visible friction ridge detail that could be used for comparison. So sometimes if an item is decided, we decide that it's negative, it might mean that there's no ridge detail on it at all, or it could be that there is some ridge detail, but it's so limited or so sparse or even like obliterated or distorted where it's not going to be usable because it's not clear enough for a comparison. That could also still produce a negative result. But at the point where we say we have enough detail present on the item to use it for a comparison, then we say it's positive.
And what does it mean when you say an item is suitable for comparison?
So once we have a positive result that we've done a visual examination and there is usable friction ridge detail on this item or this lift card, the first step of our process is to analyze the amount of detail that's there, the type of detail and the clarity of it, and determine if it is in fact suitable for comparison. So we do the visual examination, it's either positive or negative. If we have the positive results, then we determine if it's suitable or not suitable for comparison, which is really just, we're going kind of up a ladder in terms of how much quality and quantity of detail is present in the impression. So we have positive, and then if we say the analysis results are suitable, we have enough detail or sufficient detail to be able to compare it to a known set of prints.
And can you just let the jurors know what is the process that you use at the GBI for comparing latent prints to known prints?
So the first step, like as I said, is the visual examination to determine if we have any latent print detail present. The next part of the methodology we refer to is the ACE-B method. It's an acronym for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. So the analysis is the first part that I've described in determining from our positive results which of those impressions may be suitable for a comparison. Once an impression is determined to be suitable, then we'll move on to comparison, and that's taking the latent print and putting it side by side with a set of known prints and looking for similarity or differences between the latent print and any of the known prints that are on the records that we have for comparison. During the comparison, we're looking for similarity or differences. It just depends. Not every comparison will result in a match or an identification, so you may see more differences than you see similarities. But as we start to make the decision in our mind in what the result of that comparison is, that prompts the beginning of our evaluation phase, which is really the decision-making part of the process. In the ACE-B methodology the way we use it at GBI, we can make an identification, which means that we determine that the latent print and the set of known records we're comparing it to came from the same person. We can have an exclusion, which would mean that the latent print and the known prints were made by different sources or different persons. Inconclusive would be that there's just not enough detail to say definitively it either is or isn't this person. Or it can also be that we need a better set of records. Maybe the one set we were given may not have been clear enough in a specific area, so we may say that we need new records for comparison. And then lastly, we also use a conclusion that's called was not identified, or no identification was made, which is, it's kind of like it's not an identification, and we're confident that the latent print is not from a specific source, but we haven't compared it enough to say that it's definitely an exclusion. Exclusion decisions tend to, in some instances, be harder to make. When you're doing a comparison as an examiner and you start to feel like you're making an identification because you're seeing and observing features in the same arrangement and you're seeing the similarity, it becomes very easy to say when you've reached an identification because you have like proof positive, this feature is this feature, this one is this one, and everything lines up and you can see it. When you have an exclusion, sometimes depending on the area, if you're looking for like within a large area of the palm, there's a lot of area to search and you have to exhaust all the available features in the relevant area of the skin before you can confidently say that you have an exclusion. So sometimes exclusion decisions are harder to reach than an identification. And so what we have adopted in our policy is that I know it's not an identification, but I haven't fully excluded this particular person yet. And that we report as, excuse me, we report that as an identification has not been made.
Now, I want to turn your attention to DOFS case number 2020-6001183, okay? Who are the subjects involved under that case number?
According to the report that I have, the subjects that were listed on the evidence submission forms were listed as Gregory Johns McMichael, Travis James McMichael, and William Bryan.
Okay, and who's listed there as a victim?
The victim is listed from the evidence submission forms as Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay, so I want to turn your attention to the work that you did in this case.
Yes.
Okay, what items did you use to do your comparison in this case?
The latent prints that I was asked to examine were on evidence that was labeled as item 21 in the GBI Crime Lab information system. I itemized them to be 21A, 21B, 21C, and 21D. So those were all latent lift cards that were submitted.
Okay.
And then I was given known finger and palm print cards bearing the name Amy Eileen Elrod and William Roderick Bryan Jr.
Okay, and did you also use known prints of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, they appear as item 24.
Okay, all right. If I can just have Mr. Camarillo help me out with this here. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Y'all can move around if you need to move around.
And Ms. Worley, are you able to see what's there, what's pictured? If you need to step down, you can, for the court reporter, okay?
Okay.
Okay, are you able to see this?
Yes.
Okay, please be careful, please. Okay, so, do you see what I have here? AE known prints? If you need to, you can.
Yes.
Okay, so, Amy Elrod known prints, you said you received those, right?
Yes, those are marked as item 20A on my
Okay.
report.
And did you also utilize William Bryan's known prints?
Yes.
And also Ahmaud Arbery's known prints?
Yes.
Okay, and submitted latent lists, we talked about those, right?
Yes.
And did you say they were labeled 21A, 21B, 21C, and 21D?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we can just start, I guess, in reverse chronological order, with B, 21D. What did you determine about 21D? If I could just get the cap off of my marker.
For 21D, after I did the initial visual examination for latent prints on that item, I determined that that item was negative. There was not any friction-rich detail that could be used for comparison.
Okay, so 21D, negative for latent prints, right?
Yes.
Okay, going to 21C, what did you determine?
So the results of the visual examination for 21C was positive. There was friction-rich detail present, but upon analysis, I determined it to be unsuitable for comparison.
Okay, so positive for latent prints, but still
unsuitable.
Unsuitable.
Yes, ma'am.
For comparison. Okay, so that leaves us with 21A and 21B. Looking at those lists for 21A and 21B, what, if anything, did you see in those?
So on both item 21A and 21B, my visual examination result is that these items were positive for latent prints. I also noted that they appeared to be duplicate lists of the same latent print.
Okay, so we have essentially A and B are the same print.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's something that, from experience in the way latent prints work, you can't ever create the same impression twice. They're always going to have different shape, different amount of distortion and movement because of the pliability and the way the hand is built anatomically, that you can't ever create the same thing twice. So when we see lift cards that are the same in most aspects, it's likely that they are duplicate lifts where the impression is powdered and then a piece of tape is used to lift it, and then a piece of tape is used to lift it a second time. And then both lifts were submitted.
Okay, so before we go further on A and B, I just want to double back to D. So were you able to compare anything to D?
No, it was negative.
Okay. Were you able to compare anything to C?
No, because it was determined to be not suitable or unsuitable.
Okay, so no comparisons here.
No, correct.
Okay, so back to A and B, positive for latent prints, but the same.
Yes.
Did you use one over the other for comparison purposes?
Yes.
Which one did you use?
I used 21A because it appeared to be the first lift. The development was a little darker on the card, is a little clearer than what was visible in B.
Now, go ahead and just tell the jurors your findings for 21A in the process that you used, of course.
So I completed an analysis of the latent print that was on 21A. I determined that the print appeared to be from the right palm of an individual and that there was sufficient detail present to determine it to be suitable for comparison. At that point, I began the comparison process by comparing the latent print to the palm print cards for Amy Eileen Elrod and William Roderick Bryan Jr. And my conclusion for both of those comparisons is that no identification was made.
Okay. So for Amy Elrod and William Bryan, you said no identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. What did you do next, if anything?
At that point, I compared the latent print from 21A, which again is that palm print, to the palm print cards that bearing the name Ahmaud Marquez Arbery, and was able to make an identification to that set of records.
Okay. So identified to Ahmaud Arbery.
Yes.
Okay. So positive ID. Okay. And did you testify that that was the right palm print?
I did, yes.
So from his right hand?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to tell where on his right palm that print came from?
Yes.
Okay. So may I approach, Your Honor? Okay. Actually, can you step down, please, Ms. Worley? Okay. So I'm going to show you my hand and right hand. And if you can just show, and if you can come so we can just go this way.
We pull up that. Yeah, go ahead. You do have your back to the
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll do this.
If everybody can speak up because you're off mic.
Of course, Judge. Thank you. We will.
I'm just going to flip to the image that I had of the lift card.
Okay. And my hand is cold. I'm sorry.
Okay. So the shape of the impression that was made, or the shape that appears on the lift card, is indicative of being from the edge of the palm. So this area here, it's commonly referred to as a writer's palm,
because when you're writing and your hand moves across the page, it's usually that portion of the palm that rests on the paper.
Okay.
And so it was very similar to the shape of the palm print that was on the lift card, 21A, and then subsequently as well, 21B.
Okay, so 1 second before you sit. So if I'm holding this marker in my hand, are we talking about like that side that's resting here?
Yes, and then sometimes it varies whether it's very straight up and down or if it's angled in a little bit more to get more of the center portion of the palm, but that's still typically referred to as the writer's palm when it's that outer edge of the palm.
Okay, all right, you can have a seat. Thank you so much. I think we're gonna move this.
Maybe we should just not touch anything.
So, Ms. Worley, what, if anything, in looking at the lift, what, if anything, did you observe as it relates to the presence or absence of moisture?
In this particular impression, there did appear to be some areas that looked like they might have been wet or had an additional amount of moisture than other areas within the same impression. In my training and my experience, one of the things that we are taught to look for as an examiner is what kind of differences may still be present even when an identification is made. As I testified already, you can never create the same impression twice. So even when we have an identification, the latent print is never going to look exactly like the known print. I know sometimes on TV, they show them up on screens and they overlay them and ta-da, they match perfectly. But that's not really how latent print comparison works. There's always going to be inherent movement and distortion within any impression that sometimes may be recorded in known prints. Sometimes known prints are well recorded and they're free from as much distortion as possible. But one of the things that we have to evaluate in making an identification decision is, are we seeing differences that are due to moisture or surface or development issues, or are we seeing differences that are inherent to them being from different sources? And we have to use tolerance where appropriate in making that decision. In this instance, there were areas of the impression that do appear to be wet. The ridges do have a different appearance, and the powder does adhere or react differently to more wet areas of the impression. And so that was one of the observations that I did make in this case, but it wasn't so significant that it overreached the tolerance that I can use in making an identification decision.
Okay, so it didn't affect your evaluation in terms of the identification for Mr. Arbery?
No, but it does make a difference in explaining why, if it were to be put up for anyone to see, the latent print does not look exactly like the known prints. And one of the reasons for that is there is moisture present.
Okay, and in doing your comparison, did you follow valid scientific procedure and methods accepted in your field?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and are those methods reliable?
Yes, I believe actually in going through the ACV method, I left off the V portion. The last part of ACV is the verification. Our policy at GBI requires that if all of our decisions are verified by a second examiner, with the exception of the no identification decision and some of our inconclusives, but my suitability decisions for A, B, and C, those were all verified by a second examiner. And then my identification decision for item 21A was also verified by a second examiner.
One moment. At this time, that is all I have for you, Ms. Worley. The defense may have some questions for you, okay?
I may, Your Honor, just briefly. Ms. Worley.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jason Sheffield. We haven't talked about this case, have we?
No.
Okay. Were you given any photographs to come along with items 21 A, B, C, and D?
No.
Is it true that you're not sure where that latent palm print came from on the item, other than it came from a truck, but you're not sure where on the truck it came from?
That's correct.
Okay. The truck it came from?
That's correct.
Okay.
We describe our evidence based on what's labeled on the lift card specifically.
Right.
In this case, they were simply labeled as being from William Bryan's truck.
Got it. And then 21C, which had some detail on it, was that a fingerprint?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. Do you know from which finger it came from?
No.
Okay. And then 21D, is that simply you don't know what in the world that was, or that it was a fingerprint with no detail that could be used for comparison purposes?
Based on the image that I have available and from what I recall in working this case, there wasn't enough detail to say otherwise, and that's primarily why the result is also negative.
Right.
There's just very little detail present, if any.
So do you have the photograph of it, the card photograph?
I have a copy.
Yeah, could I take a
Yes,
look at it real quick?
it's not a great copy.
Just take a quick look to see what you're seeing. I may have a question. I'm not sure that I will.
The lift cards, you said?
Yeah, the one that goes to C.
C.
Yes, please. Okay, so in looking at this, do you see any detail in it that makes you believe that it probably came from a finger?
The shape of the impression and the direction of the ridge flow is indicative of it being from a finger,
Okay.
but it's still not sufficient to compare it to any known source.
So you've got some detail that you think this probably came from a finger, but then you're looking for enough detail where you can say, now I can start counting up enough of the detail to try to match it to a known. Is that fair to say?
Yes, so our determination for suitability is a combination of quantity and quality of detail. So while the number of features present is a part of the decision, it's not the total or whole component.
Okay, so D is probably a finger. We don't know which one.
D, I don't know. I
That's
didn't
the one
make
that
any
we're saying-
determination.
Okay, but it has some of the details that's consistent with a finger.
We were talking about 21C,
Oh, my
I
bad.
believe.
All right, so 21C is probably a finger.
It's very likely from a finger.
Okay, and then D is such that you can't even begin to determine whether it could have come from a finger or not.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And then you don't know where on the truck those things came from.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
No question, John.
Good question, John. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
And you are excused, but subject to recall. Thank you. Is the state ready with its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state's going to call Special Agent Lawrence Keller. So Richard Dial calls you up, and at this time, did you then submit some video files to another arm of your agency?
I did. When I arrived the following morning, I submitted 2 video files that I had received from ASAC Dial that were videos, 2 videos. One was about a little over probably a minute and almost a little shy of 2 minutes long. The other one was a truncated version of that video to Matthew Heath, who is a digital forensic investigator with our Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes Unit in Decatur.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and take that piece by piece. When it comes to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, that's a statewide agency.
We are.
So where is your office?
My office is in Kingsland, Georgia.
All right. And Matthew Heath, where is he out of?
His office is at our headquarters in Decatur, or at the time was at our headquarters in Decatur.
Decatur, and that is close to what town?
Atlanta.
Okay. So now he was in a different unit, you said.
Yes, ma'am. The Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes Unit. GBI has 2 computer-based units, the CIAT, which is the unit I just mentioned, and the Georgia Cybercrime Center in Augusta.
Gotcha. So he is a digital forensic investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So how is his job duty different than your job duties?
He's not a sworn agent. We do some of the same things. As a cell phone expert, I can download and extract data from cell phones and pretty much cell phones by themselves. He can do that for cell phones, computers, other devices. He also has the ability to do other technical things such as enhancing video files or reviewing video files for information.
Okay. So you sent him a 1 minute and 43-second video. Is that the video of the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
It is.
All right. And the shortened version of it, that was the duplicate?
Yes, ma'am. It was a truncated version originally created. I viewed the metadata. It was originally created approximately 30 some odd minutes after the first video. And it's just by truncated, I mean, it's just a cut portion. It's like a 36-second portion of the original full video.
All right. So did you also send him surveillance video from 219 Satilla Drive?
I did.
Did you also send him 5 surveillance videos from the interior of 220 Satilla Drive?
I did.
And were those the ones dated February 23rd of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also send him 47 surveillance videos from 224 Satilla Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, with regard to the videos from 224 Satilla Drive, were 3 of them from the date in question, February 23rd, 2020?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
All right. So the other 44, they were from January 1st of 2020.
I don't recall what they were not from. They were from prior to the incident. I don't recall the exact date.
Okay.
Any questions, please?
Yeah, you keep them on the record.
Sure. So after submitting all of this to Matthew Heath, the digital forensic investigator in Decatur, what did he provide back to you?
He provided back to me several videos that he had enhanced One of them was a contrast enhancement. Basically, he lightened up certain shadow areas in the video. One was a stabilized video that showed portions of the video, kind of keep the video had a lot of extraneous stuff on the side, so it just showed that the major part of the video. And then there were some frame by frame videos, still frames from each of the videos that we saw.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take you through this. You had the opportunity, of course, to review the items Matthew Heath sent back to you back in May of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So did you have the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 191, Matthew Heath's half-speed video of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was it fair and accurate?
It was.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 191.
No objection, no.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
And in addition, did he also submit to you State's Exhibit 192? I think you mentioned the high contrast video of the homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 192.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
Publishing State's Exhibit 191. And how is this labeled? I'll back it up to the beginning. And Agent Kelly, how's this labeled?
It's 5618 half-speed.mp4.
Agent Kelly now publishing State's Exhibit 192. How is this labeled?
5618.contrast adjustment.
Now, stop this right here. With regard to the difference between 191 and 192. 191 was slower?
Yes, ma'am. 191 is a half speed from the original, and these are from the 36-second truncated video. These are half speed.
All right, and then the high contrast, that is at which speed?
It looks to be at full speed.
Full speed. All right. So when we get to approximately here, which appears to be at about 10 seconds. Describe this image as compared to the half-speed image. I guess, is it brighter or darker?
It's brighter. As you can see, the road on this one is kind of washed out, and the sun, instead of seeing the blue sky and the stuff, you just see white where the light has washed out the pale blue in the sky.
All right, and the intent behind this is so you can see what?
See things that are might be obscured by shadow in the original video.
All right, so when we look at this right here, I'm going to focus your attention right in here. Okay? Are we able to actually see what takes place here? I'm going to hit play. What happened right there?
It appeared that the person known to me as Mr. Travis McMichael raised his hands in this kind of motion.
All right. Did you see what he had in his hands at that time?
He had something in his hands. I couldn't see exactly what it was at that point. I can infer what it was from context from later. But
any context from later, what does he have?
A shotgun.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the witness describing what is obviously in the video. I don't understand why the witness needs to say there are trees in the video. There's a road in the video. Travis McMichael's holding a shotgun. The video is in evidence now. The video is the evidence. The witness doesn't need to describe it.
This is a GBI investigator who received evidence, and there's a reason behind what he is doing and what he's observing as far as this case and prosecution goes, which is the details that are within these particular videos.
Yes, that would be the appropriate question then. What did you do? But describing the video, it doesn't make any sense, and it's wrought with peril, Your Honor.
We are.
Yeah, he's explained what he's done. You're asking him to explain what he believes he's seeing in the video. Yeah, it's the same.
Okay. So, in addition, did Matthew Heath also, having received state's exhibits, or for having received the videos from 219 Satilla Drive, 220 Satilla Drive, and 224 Satilla Drive, provide you with another video?
He did. He took those videos, and basically there's extraneous material in both of them. He cut that out to show Mr. Arbery's path through the neighborhood and through what he was seen in any of those particular videos that we submitted.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 224?
I have.
All right. And was that what Matthew Heath had provided to you to just show Mr. Arbery's path that day?
It is.
All right. This time the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 221, 222, 223, and then 224, the path merged.
If I could just have a moment, Your Honor. I'm having trouble remembering what those are.
Sure. It's going to be 221, 222, 223, and then 224, the combined. Any objection?
Oh, I thought we were just clarifying. Yes, no objection. We were just clarifying the exhibits you put together.
Okay.
The minute.
Thank you, Judge. Looking at State's Exhibit 224. Completing published Exhibit 224. So May 7th, did you also then receive from ROCIC, Caitlin Nguela in Tennessee, did she attempt to provide you what she attempted to do with the Greg McMichael 911 call and the Bryan video as far as audio went?
Yes, ma'am. I received notice from ASAC Dial that the Glenn County Police Department had previously submitted the 911 calls and the same videos that I submitted to Mr. Heath to the Regional Organized Crime Intelligence Center, or OCIC. They also have the capability of enhancing audio and video. And I was told that some of the files were ready, and so I downloaded enhanced 911 calls and some of the enhanced video products that they produced.
Okay, but the audio files, no noticeable enhancement was made.
But the audio files, it's not like NCIS or TV, and it really wasn't. The original video was of an audio quality that you could hear what was going on, and I don't think the enhancements brought anything new to light.
All right, but with it came to Ms. Nguela, she had also done some videos.
Yes, ma'am.
In an effort to enhance some things. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So State's Exhibit 129 has already been tendered into evidence, and you've had an opportunity to review that. That's the one where you said she kind of cut out some extraneous stuff?
Yes. Yes.
All right. At this time, the state will go ahead and publish the two video files from State's Exhibit 129. I believe 129 was contained in the Court's Exhibit 3 stipulation. say here?
Stabilized color. And it's from IMG 5617, which is the longer of the two videos.
Now, publishing states, first video out of States Exhibit 129. The second video out of States Exhibit 129. What does this say at the bottom here?
Stabilized IMG 5617, which is again the longer of the two videos.
Publishing this. Now, directing your attention to May 8th of 2020. Were you tasked with following up on tips?
Yes, ma'am. That's actually, I was actually tasked with that upon my arrival on May 7th, but with all the other things I was doing, it was myself, Agent Nicholas Anzac, and several of our analysts from the Georgia Information Sharing and Analysis Center in Atlanta, which is a GBI work unit, were tasked with reviewing the numerous tips that were coming in.
All right, so they're coming into where?
They were coming in, originally they were just coming in through either Glenn County PD or the Sheriff's Office, and then GBI announced we had created a tip line, and most of them shifted to the GBI tip line.
All right, so you were tasked with this unit to follow up on tips that you're getting, and these are from where?
Just from the general public. I believe the video had been released publicly at that point, and people were calling in. We had asked anyone with information to call in directly about the case, but we were getting everything from.
I object to hearsay, Your Honor.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted that, I'll just make something up. Bob called in and suggested this. It goes to, they were receiving these and he took some action on one of the specific tips, which I was going to ask about.
Let's get more specific.
I will, Judge. All right, so did you attempt to determine if Mr. Arbery could be seen running with a stick or a hammer?
I did.
All right, tell the jury what you did.
We have, as I viewed the video, I viewed the half-speed videos. We also had all of the still frame images that I mentioned earlier. I believe there were nearly 2,000 of them, and we picked the ones from the requisite area and reviewed them one by one.
And what were you able to determine as far as Mr. Arbery running with a stick?
Objection, Your Honor. This is not an expert opinion here. He's saying I've looked at some pictures taken from some videos that other people enhanced for me, and this is what I think I see or I don't see. This is an issue for the jury.
Join you. It's the same issue. He's looking at pictures and saying what he thinks he sees in the picture.
Each one, Your Honor, and I think we're potentially opening doors to go into other tips and the narratives that they might foster.
Wasn't going to go into any other tips or other narratives that they might foster. He was tasked with dispelling this tip or this rumor that was out there, and he went.
Characterization. Your Honor, we're now testifying, so I think we need to take it outside the prison.
I think I understand where we're going. Overruled.
Thank you.
Were you overruling Mr. Goff's? We're concerned about going into other tips. Mine was the issue of him testifying as an expert of his review.
Actually, when I was overruled on both, for the record.
Thank you. You may ask the question.
It doesn't appear there's anything in Mr. Arbery's hand at any point while he's running.
Okay. All right, so you mentioned our frame by frame that Agent Heath gave to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to look at State's Exhibit 314, the folder containing those?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The large number of still frames.
All right. At this time, the state will tender into evidence both States 314 at this time. Just States 314 at this time.
And I'm sorry, the witness was saying what it was, but it got, I just wasn't close.
It is a large number. I believe there's 1,095 still images from the video.
Actually, this is what he looked at as part of what he was following up on, correct?
Yes, Judge.
And as the state tendering 1,900 still images from the video, is that what you're sticking to?
Yes, we are tendering the entire 1,095 still images digitally in a digital folder.
No objection. These are the stills from the entire video or just a selection of the video?
Okay. What I understand is being tendered in, he just testified to a review of photographs from the video. I understand these are the still photographs that were reviewed by the agent as part of his follow-up that he has already described on the record.
No objection.
No objection.
So I'm still trying to find, is this, if I may, while you're the witness, is this these are stills that he did not create. These are stills that were provided to him in the pickup of the other stuff in the stipulation. Is that correct? All right, very good. But it just wasn't made very clear. So, all right, no objection from Greg and Mike.
You're admitted.
Thank you.
Sometimes our discussions are like concentric circles. And we all eventually realize we're talking about the
I
same
think
thing.
we're talking about something different. So I'm actually going to go back. When we look at this particular folder, what does it say right down here in states 314?
The name of the first file, you mean?
No, right down here in the far bottom corner, how many are in there?
1095.
All right. And when we open it up, are we looking at the first image?
Yes, ma'am.
And how's it labeled? Is it labeled? At the very top.
IMG 5618 frame 00001 PNG, which is an image format.
All right, and how did you scroll through these?
The same way it appears you're doing it, I use the gallery function on the computer.
Such as this?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to go ahead and stop here real quick for you. We're on 57,
Yes, ma'am.
and then we look at 58. Do you know why there's a difference in clarity between those two particular images?
Based on my training, since the case at the time, I didn't. Based on my training since the case, it's going to be probably because there was motion blur in that particular frame, as is the camera might be moving a little bit or the car is moving. That would cause the distortion in the earlier frame.
Right, because you're in a moving car.
Yes, the two things are moving. The car is moving, and the person taking the video is moving.
All right. Do you have any idea? I don't know if you know. Do you know whether this has autofocus where it's trying to focus?
I happen to know it was taken with an Apple iPhone. It does. And anybody who's ever taken a photograph of an iPhone knows as you move it, it kind of locks in on something and tries to focus to that one thing.
Continue to publish. If I hold it down, what does it do?
It moves forward like an animation, like a movie, one frame at a time, but it looks more like a movie.
And by the time we are here on frame 379, what's happened?
First taking the video has moved the camera. For what reason, I don't know. Cellbrite physical analyzer to do an iPhone, which is a software that runs off of a laptop PC. And we had a UFED, which is a device, a universal forensic extraction device, also made by Cellbrite to do Android devices like Samsung phones.
All right. So during your investigation, were you given previous extractions?
I was. I was not given the extraction. I was given the reports of the extraction, which is when you load the extraction into Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, in order to make any sense without that software, you have to generate a report. And I was given the reports from extractions that Glenn County PD did.
So Glenn County PD, were they able to give you the raw data?
They were not. I asked for it. Detective Marcy said he did not maintain the data at that time. Since then, he has been told it's probably best to maintain the data.
Okay. So you got the report, not the data.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to work with the report, though, due to the Cellbrite system?
I was. Investigator Marcy had generated the reports in what's called a UFED reader report, which can also be loaded into the physical analyzer software and reviewed.
All right. So for the purpose of your analysis on May 11th, 2020, did you look at the report, the extraction reports for Travis McMichael's cell phone?
I did.
And did you look at the extraction reports from William Bryan's cell phone?
I did.
All right. Were you able to find any communication between Bryan's cell phone and Travis McMichael's cell phone on February 23rd, 2020?
Not from that extraction, no.
All right, so I'm going to move you then forward to May 11th of 2020. Did you work with Agent Seacrest along with Mr. Bryan and his attorney, Mr. Goff?
I did.
Okay. And did Mr. Bryan consent to the download of his phone at that time on May 11th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so, but this, of course, is a download as the phone is on what date?
May 11th.
Okay, so this is May 11th that you're downloading this?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what were you able to notice as far as Greg McMichael's cell phone number and Mr. Bryan's number?
In the original extraction reports, neither McMichael appeared as a contact. In the May 11th extraction, Mr. Greg McMichael appeared as a contact in Mr. Bryan's phone.
Right. Now, also on May 11th, 2020, were you present during the entire time Mr. Bryan was being interviewed by Seacrest?
No, ma'am. I was up there for the very beginning. Mr. Bryan agreed to let us download his phone, and I took his phone in the hopes that we would be able to get it back to him at the end of the interview. The extraction ended up taking longer than we had thought it would, so we weren't able to do that.
All right. So May 11th, were you also interested in any surveillance video that Mr. Bryan may have had?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell the jury what happened with regard to the night owl surveillance video.
Agent Seacrest, after the interview, came to me and said that they had surveillance at their house, and the video had caught some, might have caught some information related to the case. So I accompanied Mr. Bryan, Mr. Goff, and Ahmaud and Agent Seacrest to the house, to 307 Burford, 307, the Bryan's house, to attempt to download the videos.
All right. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194.
Yes.
So, Special Agent Kelly, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 194. Are you able to recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am. It appears to be a true and correct copy of a GBI waiver of constitutional rights form.
All right. And what's that in regard to?
It's the Night Owl digital security system at the Bryan's residence.
All right. And who witnessed that?
Well, I signed it as the witness. Mr. Bryan signed giving consent.
All right. And did he sign freely and voluntarily?
He did.
All right. This time the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 194.
No objection.
No objection. No. Submitted.
State's Exhibit 194. And this is for the night owl video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what is the date we have here?
5/11/2020 at 1854, which is military time for 6:54 p.m.
Okay. So once he signed the waiver and agreed to have his night owl surveillance system downloaded, you went out to the house. What happened?
Initially, neither Mr. Bryan nor Amy Elrod, who lived with him, could recall the password. So we began looking for the instruction manual for the device. We found that, and in the course of finding it, they were able to, I don't remember how they may remember the password. So we were able to, in the instruction manual, said that you could download a software that would allow you to view and download the videos from the device. So I did that on my GBI computer. Downloading the software and installing it was no problem, but due to a poor internet connection, downloading the videos, the download kept failing, and it was going to take an inordinate amount of time if we continued.
All right, so what did you decide to do?
At Mr. Goff's suggestion, I took the passwords, the consent form, and I had the software loaded on my computer, and I went back to where we were working out of the DNR office here in Brunswick, much better internet connection, and was able to download several videos.
All right, tell the jury what the DNR is.
DNR is the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. Their office is right there next to the linear bridge, that nice white building with the tower that's right there on the marsh.
So you're operating out of there.
Yes, ma'am. We were operating out of the side building.
And were you able to then download the night owl videos?
I was.
Right. Have you had the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 193, the night owl videos?
Yes, ma'am. We actually reviewed the videos at the scene. We were able to look at them, just not download them. And then when I got back to the office, the downloads that we had didn't seem to play very well. So we actually got the DVR later and got the downloads off of them. Again, got the videos off the DVR specifically again.
Okay, so you kind of did it twice.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
But did anything change?
No, ma'am. The videos that we received, the actual ones that we could actually play, were true and correct to what I saw when I was at Pearson and Burford that night.
Right. So at this time, the state will tender into evidence State's Exhibit 193.
No objection. No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
So Agent Kelly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to direct your attention first to the night owl video that ends in 257 within the folder labeled 194. I'm going to stop it right here. What's the jury looking at?
A video of the porch at, and I think I'm getting just, it's the Bryan residence. I think it's 307 Burford Drive.
And what does it say down here?
Front door.
What does it say up here in the upper right-hand corner?
2/23/2020 at 13:09:45, which is again in layman's time is 1:09:45.
Publishing. So with this particular video system, we have about 30 seconds here. Why is that?
It appeared that the video system was motion activated, so it only records when there is motion to capture. Usually there's, as anybody's ever walked into like a bathroom with one of those motion detectors, there's a split second before it actually starts, and then if there's not a lot of motion, it turns off.
So when you looked at the night owl videos, you didn't have one continuous long video.
No, ma'am, there were short little snippets.
Publishing then within State's Exhibit 194, the video ending in 258. All right, so once again, pause it right at the beginning. What time are we looking at up here in the upper right-hand corner?
At 13:11:04. 1:11:04.
All right, so we're talking about 2 minutes later?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing the video with the last 3 numbers, 258 within State's Exhibit 194. So even though we don't have anything happening here, any motion within the video, it's still taking this 30-second snippet?
Yes, ma'am. My understanding of how the motion video works is once the motion is activated, it takes video for a certain period of time. If there is continual motion, it will continue to record. If it's not, it will stop recording.
And I want to correct the record for a minute. This is State's Exhibit 193 is the folder containing the images. State's Exhibit 194 was the signed waiver. So if I misspoke earlier, this is the folder labeled 193. We're now going to look at the video with the last 3 digits, 261. So what is the time on this, the video ending in 261?
13:11:03 is when it starts.
Was there any video with this angle before this?
Not that I call, no, ma'am. Well, not on that date anyway.
And were you able to then find any video afterwards? Meaning, as Mr. Bryan pulls the truck up, was there another video showing what he actually did out in the street?
No.
Now bring your attention to the video for 278. What time do we have here?
13:58:09.
Same day?
Same day.
So 1358 hours. When we saw the one with this truck, that was at 1311 hours.
Yeah.
And then publishing video 312. What's the time we now have here?
14:40:18.
And do you have any idea why Mr. Bryan is coming back to his residence on a bicycle at this
No.
time? All right, so let's go ahead and talk about May 13th of 2020. Were you present when Agent Seacrest had another interview with Mr. Bryan, Mr. Goff?
I was not present for the interview. After the interview, I was told that we had consent to download a Facebook page.
And did you in fact download his Facebook page? All right. So with regard to Mr. Bryan's Facebook page, was he a member of the Satilla Shores Facebook group?
He was not.
And was he Facebook friends with Travis McMichael?
Not on May 13th. No,
And was he Facebook friends with Greg McMichael?
not on May 13th.
Okay, so when you downloaded it, you were able to see who he was friends with on that date?
Yes, ma'am. The downloads on the date that the download actually takes, that you actually downloaded. We use the feature of that's the feature of Facebook that just allows any user to download their page. I was provided with the passwords and user credentials, and was able to. I believe I've actually used his phone to do it, to download the page.
Okay, so this isn't like an official record from Facebook or anything?
No, man, this is not. We didn't get this from Facebook.
All right.
We didn't get this from the provider through legal methods. We got it through the consent and downloaded it, logged into his Facebook page and downloaded it just like anybody else could.
All right, so would it be fair to characterize it as a snapshot as it was in May of 2020?
Object to her testifying and meeting the witness, Your Honor. She got it on direct.
Let's go ahead and ask him to do a direct question.
How would you characterize the download for May 2020?
It is how the account appeared on the day at the time that I initiated the download.
Was there any historical data?
There was historical posts and things that were just like anybody, your Facebook feed. It stays there until you delete it or until it eventually, I guess, goes away. Most I've got Facebook information back many years ago, so I think you actually have to actually delete it for it to go away.
Is there any way for you to know, based on the download for May 13th of 2020, whether Mr. Bryan had deleted anything?
No, not with that. Not with the information from the download.
Right. May 15th, did you continue to assist with looking into tips from the GBI tip line?
I did.
All right. And were you tasked with looking into another social media website, not Facebook, but a different one?
Yes.
Which one?
Several actually, Nextdoor and Snapchat.
Right. So regarding nextdoor.com, what did you do?
I sent a preservation letter to through their legal compliance office. Preservation letter is just federal law allows law enforcement to preserve certain records of electronic communications providers, social media platforms, cellular telephone providers, things like that. And all you have to do to preserve it is send a letter with a case number.
All right. So you sent a preservation request to Nextdoor?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you send a preservation request to any other provider of cell phone data?
Yes, ma'am. Verizon, AT&T, I believe we sent one. Apple, we sent one. You sent several, I think.
Okay, so let me ask this. How in dispute was it as far as the defendant's location on the day of February 23rd, 2020?
It wasn't. It's just sometimes it's nice to corroborate information that you already have with additional information.
All right, so this was out of an abundance of caution.
Yes.
May 18th, 2020, did you also download someone else's Facebook data related to Mr. Bryan?
Yes, ma'am. Amy Elrod, who I believe she was his fiancée at the time. They were living together.
And then May 19th, Ms. Elrod's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am. She could not provide her cell phone. Agent Seacrest told me, and I later verified that she had provided consent to do both. And I was not able to get her. She had work, so we had to get her cell phone the following day.
All right, now I'm going to jump forward to May 19th of 2020. What was going to take place on May 19th of 2020?
I'm sorry. We've got how much longer this examination is going to be. I need that from a break. I'm trying not to be disruptive.
I have 5 more questions and nothing else to publish. Okay. What was going to take place on May 19, 2020?
A search of the Michael's residence.
Right. And what did you do to assist in that execution of a search warrant?
Prior to the search, I searched the tax record of 230 Satilla Drive.
Okay. Who actually owned 230 Satilla Drive?
The Scoggs, I don't remember this. I believe Amy was the first name of one of them. They are from Athens, Georgia. I don't remember their exact address in Athens.
All right. So 230 Satilla Drive, owned by the Scoggs of Athens, Georgia. What did you do next?
When I accompanied the agents who did to perform the search.
All right. It would be fair to say all you did was seize the Wi-Fi router?
That's all I did. Other agents did other things, but we were interested in some of the data we had gotten off one of the cell phone dumps, had the Wi-Fi router information. We were trying to verify it was that router.
And then going ahead to June 30th of 2020, do you send a preservation request to some other agency? Or rather, Amazon.com?
I did. Intermedia, I think, which is owned by Amazon, is who I sent it to. It's for Blink, the Blink camera systems.
All right. And who had a Blink camera system?
Larry English.
Did you ever get anything back from Amazon.com or the other company with regard to the Blink camera system?
We never got a response that they had received the preservation request. I don't know if any, that was not my purview at this case to issue warrants. I don't know if any warrant was obtained or anything like that. But we never got verification that they preserved the records.
Right. Now, on June 4th, did you actually get feedback from Nextdoor.com?
I did. I received a telephone call from their legal analyst and their counsel of record, and they advised that they had done a diligent search of their records based on the information that I had provided them, plus publicly available information at the time, to see if there was anything in their system that would be relevant to the case or important, and they were unable to find anything.
Were you specifically looking for Larry English's potential Nextdoor stuff?
Well, yes, we were looking for references to the case in general. We're also looking at references to crimes in the Satilla Shores or adjacent neighborhoods.
Nothing of relevance.
Nothing. What they told me, nothing of relevance.
All right.
And they didn't provide anything.
Gotcha. And did you eventually receive the cell phone records back from Verizon for Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael?
I did.
And at some point in time, were you given an extraction report for another person's cell phone?
I was. Special Agent Chad Lott with our Region 4 office, who is my counterpart over there, he's the cell phone person over there, had downloaded Mr. English's cell phone and provided me with actually the data. It was not a report. He provided me with the data and I generated the report.
All right. So now the videos of the interior or exterior of 220 Satilla Drive, when they came that way to you from Larry English's phone, did they have dates associated with them?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, they did.
All right. And were you able to find them embedded in texts that he had sent to other people?
Yes, ma'am. Some of them were duplicated, which is indicative of them being associated or forwarded or sent out in a text message. And we also found them within the text messages in the bodies of some of the text messages.
All right. All right. I will pass the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're a good time to go ahead and break. Why don't we go take a 15-minute recess? Again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
All right, sir.
I'm gonna try to get us through this day. If we can get through day 7, which it doesn't seem like we got a whole lot left. If we can get through day 7, it'll be perfect.
All right, mind you, you're under oath?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, let's go get the panel.
All right, sir.
All right, well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As
I indicated, be ready to proceed in 15 minutes. I believe we are. Mr. Sheffield.
Yes, thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon, Agent. I'm Jason Sheffield.
Nice to meet
We
you.
haven't spoken yet before right now, have we?
I don't believe so. I spoke to one of the defense attorneys over the phone a while back, but I haven't. I don't believe so.
Okay. So one of the questions that I'm having you answer today is on the idea of communication between Roddy Bryan and Travis McMichael on February 23rd. And so you were asked to look at cell records, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And looking at the cell phone number of Travis McMichael, meaning any phone calls that he may have made from that cell phone on that day, right?
I did.
You did. And looking at Roddy Bryan's cell phone to look at any cell phone calls he may have made on that day, February 23rd, right?
Yes, sir.
So in terms of on the subject of whether Travis McMichael and Roddy Bryan were on the phone with each other at any point during the 23rd, the answer is a resounding no.
That is correct. I found no evidence of communication.
That's right. And in terms of looking to see whether Travis McMichael had a friendly Facebook connection with Roddy Bryan, or they followed each other or friended each other, you looked at their Facebook pages, correct?
I looked at Mr. Bryan's Facebook page.
Right. And on that Facebook page, you saw 0 Facebook connection between he and Travis McMichael.
On May 11th, yes, sir.
On May 11th. Yes, we're trying to figure out all the time, but all you're limited to is May 11th.
Yeah, just from the records I have available.
All right, fair enough. You also had some communication with the medical examiner's office in this case, right?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall talking with a Shannon Walden at the medical examiner's office?
I did.
Okay. And one of the things that you were tasked with was to try to work with the medical examiner who literally looked at Mr. Arbery's body and the gunshot wounds on Mr. Arbery's body, correct?
Not really. I was tasked with following up a tip of someone who had claimed to have gotten information from the medical examiner's office about the order of the shots.
Okay. And based on your inquiry back around May 7th, 2020, it was your understanding that the medical examiner did not have an opinion on the order of the shots, correct?
Right, that is correct. At that date, he
said he could not determine that.
No, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Agent Kelly, you had William Roddy Bryan's phone number when you did your work in this case?
I did.
And you had the extraction of his phone that the Glenn County Police Department had done, right?
Yes.
You had Greg McMichael's phone number when you did your work in this case?
I did.
And prior to February 23rd, you saw no communication between those two phones?
That's correct.
On February 23rd, 2020, no communication between those phones?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
No questions?
Any redirect from the state?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down. You are released for the day, but you are subject to review.
Thanks, sir.
At this time, the state will call Brian Leopard.
Agency, we analyze evidence that are submitted to us by outside agencies. Those might be police departments, the GBI investigative, the GBI investigative division, sheriff departments, district attorneys, other medical examiners, other people that are in the law enforcement and legal community in the state.
And how long have you been with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Crime Lab?
About 16, a little over 16 and a half years.
All right. And what is your job title?
I'm a firearms and tool mark examiner.
Tell the jury about your job duties and responsibilities as a firearms and tool mark examiner.
Yeah, routinely I am called upon to determine whether or not a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a specific weapon. If no weapon is submitted, to determine what type of weapon a particular bullet or cartridge case may be consistent with being fired from. Also perform function testing on weapons. I perform serial number restorations. I perform muzzle to target distance determination on weapons. I perform general tool mark analysis, as well as other various job duties related to firearms.
All right, so tell the jury a little bit about your training and education in the field of firearms and tool mark analysis.
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's of science degree in chemistry from Georgia Southern University. Since being employed by the GBI in 2005, I underwent an extensive training program of approximately a year and a half. That was basically a year of both academic work and training, as well as other various practical exercises. The last 6 months of that year and a half was actually working cases under another qualified examiner called supervised casework, where we work cases, and those are then looked at by a second qualified examiner. I've attended numerous firearms and ammunition manufacturing plant tours, where I've seen different ammunition components, as well as firearms produced, manufactured in their respective manufacturers, by their respective manufacturers. I have completed numerous armors courses on weapons function testing by different manufacturers. I've currently worked
somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,500 to 2,000 actual firearms cases. I've examined somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 weapons, performed thousands of microscopic comparisons, as well as other different things in the firearms field.
All right, so at this time, the state will tender Mr. Leopard as an expert in firearms and ballistic analysis, as well as tool mark analysis.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection. He's admitted.
All right, so let's go ahead and start. Go ahead and explain to the jury what the difference is between a semi-automatic handgun and a revolver.
So you can kind of classify those two things both as handguns. A semi-automatic handgun normally has a magazine of some sort. Many times that is a box magazine that's loaded into the bottom of the weapon. A revolver has a magazine that is in the center of the weapon. That's normally is the cylinder of the weapon. The main functional difference or end result difference is that when you fire a revolver, the cartridges and the resulting cartridge cases, those are the fired spent components that hold the gunpowder. They stay in the weapon. In a semi-automatic handgun, those stay there. Sorry, for the revolver, those stay there until they're manually removed from the revolver by the shooter or by someone else. In terms of a semi-automatic pistol, that weapon is loaded by a box magazine and it is fired. Every time it is fired, a cartridge casing, that's the fired ammunition component that holds the gunpowder we talked about, that's automatically, semi-automatic is where the name comes in, extracted, ejected from the weapon, and the next one is fired in. The next one's loaded in. That happens in a split second. So as long as you pull that trigger of that weapon, it will fire unless it runs out of ammunition or malfunctions in some way.
All right, so coming out of the end of the barrel of a gun, like a revolver, what comes out of the end besides kind of the projectile that might hit somebody or hit a wall?
And so you've got the projectile, obviously, and then you've also got both partially burnt and unburnt particles of gunpowder, also a bit of lead that comes out with that.
All right, so what's soot?
Soot's sort of a layman's term for the combination of all of those things.
And stippling?
Stippling is the mark that's made on a particular object if that object is close enough to the end of the muzzle of the gun to be hit by that, by the gunpowder.
So if something's really far away from the gunpowder doesn't hit it, you're not going to see stippling?
Correct.
All right, but if it's close enough, you might see stippling on what kind of surface on a person?
On their skin.
Would you see it on their clothing if they had clothing over the skin?
Not likely. You could see the embedded particles of gunpowder because the gunpowder, if it's relatively close to the muzzle of the gun, it will stick in the fabric itself.
Does the fabric make a difference, like what the person's wearing when they're shot?
Yes.
All right, so a leather jacket's different than a t-shirt?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to draw your attention to the Department of Forensic Sciences case number 2020-600-1183. Did you perform an analysis in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. So who submitted the evidence to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's crime lab?
There was different evidence submitted by both the GBI Coastal Regional Medical Examiner in Fuller, as well as the GBI Region 14 office out of Kingsland.
All right. So you got a whole bunch of different evidence from a bunch of different places.
Correct.
All right. So I'm actually going to kind of start backwards for a second here. All right, so I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 339, which has been made safe by our Sheriff's Department here, okay? So I want you, so it's been opened. I want you to take a look at State's Exhibit 339 and see if you're able to recognize this exhibit.
Yes.
How are you able to recognize that particular item within State's Exhibit 339?
By its unique case number, which is 2020-600-1183. I believe we spoke of that already. It's submission number 19, and the item contained within is a .357 Magnum revolver, and it is serial number AA Alpha Alpha K 7222.
And was this submitted to you for analysis in regards to this particular case, the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes.
All right. At this time, the state would tender into evidence States 339.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. Admitted.
So what else is in that particular item number, your item number 19, States Exhibit 339?
There's also a holster.
Did you do any sort of analysis on States Exhibit 339?
I did not.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether that particular Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum was in working order?
I refer to my notes.
Yes, of course. That would help with you refresh your recollection.
Yes, I was able to determine that State's Exhibit 339 was operational as I received it.
All right. So capable of firing?
Yes.
All right. And when it came to you, did it have ammunition in it?
Yes, it did. It had 6 357 Magnum cartridges in it.
I'll go ahead and take that back. Thank you. So when evidence comes in to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's crime lab, tell the jury how it actually kind of comes into you and how you keep track of it.
Yeah, so when evidence is submitted to us, the submitting agency fills out an online submission form where they indicate the stuff like the case number, the victim or suspect name, the evidence that they're submitting, what it actually is. They put all that stuff in, and then when they come in, they bring the submission form in with them. Those items are then placed into a secure lockbox by the submitting agency. That lockbox is only accessible by from the inside part of the lab, so it's a sort of a double-sided box. One side, they put it in and they put the key inside, and it's locked at that point. No one can access it from the outside. The inside staff is the only one that has access to that, and it's locked. And once they put that evidence in there with the submission form, the evidence receiving staff in the lab takes that evidence out. They verify the information on the submission form that it matches what's on the evidence packaging, and then they take and they finish entering the rest of the case into the LIMS system. LIMS is the Laboratory Information Management System. That's the system by which our lab keeps track of all the evidence. It's all barcoded. At that point, it's all photographed. It's given a unique case number and item number so that we can track it throughout the lab system until it's returned to the submitting agency or the court or whoever.
All right. So in this case, the Department of Forensic Sciences case number 2020-600-1183, what did you actually receive from the medical examiner within your office?
Yes, referring to my notes again, there was a number of different items, pellets, wadding, that were submitted from the GBI Coastal Medical Examiner's office to us for analysis.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 342 and 343. See if you're able to recognize this.
Yes, 342. I recognize it's the same case number I mentioned before. It's a submission number 3. States 343. It's the same case number. It's submission number 4.
This time the state would tender into evidence States Exhibit 342 and 343.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
So States Exhibit 342, what are we looking at?
342 is some pellets, arson pellets.
All right, what kind of pellets?
They are lead pellets.
You able to tell what kind of gun they came from?
Presumably they come from a shotgun. Most times the lead pellets of this size would come from a shotgun. There's a few odd examples, exceptions to that, but normally pellets like this come from a shotgun.
All right, and what is States 343?
States 343 is a combination of both pellets and wadding, similar types of materials as the other, just more in different types.
All right, so when it comes to these kinds of pellets, we see on TV, CSI, you match up this gun to this piece of ammunition or this bullet, that kind of thing. Can you do anything with those pellets?
Not in terms of matching them.
Tell the jury why not.
Because normally when we look at couple different things there, we're looking at a projectile when we match, as you said, something to a particular gun to identify that it was fired from that gun. These don't make marks that are sufficient or in really any way comparable because they're just random balls going down the barrel of a gun. There is a shot cup, but those aren't normally compared to a shotgun unless there's some very extenuating circumstance where the plastic could maybe leave a random mark. Shotgun could maybe leave a random mark on the plastic of the bodies, but normally those things are not compared.
Gotcha. All right, so I'll go ahead and take that back from you. Thank you, sir. So what then did you get from the Region 14 of, let me make sure I get this right. What did you get from GBI Region 14, Kingsland via lockbox?
There were a number of different things. I was submitted the revolver we just looked at a few minutes ago. There was a 12-gauge shotgun. There were different waddings, 12-gauge cartridge cases, 12-gauge cartridges, excuse me. Those are the unfired rounds that were submitted to the crime lab by GBI Region 14.
All right, what's the difference between a cartridge case and a cartridge?
So a cartridge, specifically as it refers to a shotgun, is also sometimes called a shot shell. A cartridge is the unfired ammunition component. In terms of a shotgun, a cartridge contains the pellets or other projectile, if that's the case, waddings and gunpowder. The gunpowder propels the wadding and the pellets downrange out the end of the barrel of the gun. At the point that it's fired, that thing is empty, and it is that point a cartridge case or a fired shot shell.
All right, so I'm going to direct you to what has already been tendered and admitted into evidence as states 332. It's been made safe by our sheriff's department here. Would it help you to come down here and look at it rather than up there?
Yes.
All right. Can you step down, Your Honor? All right, Mr. Lever, take a look at states 332. See what we got.
Just for the courtesy of the court, the weapon is unloaded. All right, so within section 332, the main item in there is a 12 gauge Remington shotgun. It is serial number C659540M.
All right, and is this the shotgun that you received in reference to this particular case, the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, it is.
All right, what else is in there?
There are also some test fires that were made by myself, as well as 12 gauge cartridges that were submitted with the weapon.
All right, so I'm going to have you turn so we're looking at the right here. So that's okay. So get the shotgun, and then you said there are test fires?
Yes, the test fires are in this package. I can open that up. These are 2 test fires I made.
Now, these particular cartridge cases,
Yes.
were they submitted as cartridges to you with that particular shotgun?
Yes. So in this package here, this as well, and I can answer your question. In this package, there were 4. This is item 11C. The bigger item, my submission was item 11. This is item 11C. There were 4 12 gauge cartridges in here, and I used 2 of those to make these 2 test fires, and these are the 2 remaining.
All right, and why were you making test fires?
Those test fires were made as part of a muzzle to target distance determination that I was asked to perform.
All right, so when this shotgun first came to you, it had 4 cartridges that could be fired in that shotgun.
In this package.
Okay. Did you get any empty or fired cartridge cases?
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna direct your attention over here. I'm gonna show you what has been marked as Stacy 0334. I'm actually gonna have them stand if that's okay. And I'm sorry, so 334.
Yes.
I'm gonna have you take a look at 335 and 336. I was just looking for scissors.
Okay.
I'm sure I have any.
States 334 is same case number we mentioned before. It is submission number 14. And it is a single 12 gauge cartridge case fired shot shell.
335.
.335 is same case number, submission number 15. It is a plastic wadding.
Thank you, sir. And 336.
336 is same case number. It is submission number 16. And it is a single 12 gauge fired shot shell.
So with regard to, I'm going to step in front of you real quick, with regard to states 334 and 336, did you do a comparison on these fired shot shells with that shotgun?
Yes, I did.
And what were you able to determine?
May I refer to my report?
Yes, of course, please take a stand.
I was able to determine that those 2 items were fired in the firearm. I don't remember state's exhibit, but it's the 12 gauge Remington shotgun we spoke of.
So 12 gauge Remington shotgun, State's exhibit 332, fired those 2 shell casings.
Correct.
believe you testified that you were asked to do a muzzle to target distance analysis.
Correct.
All right. And did you in fact do that?
I did.
All right. So what was submitted to you so that you could do this analysis?
There was some clothing from the victim.
Clothing where? I just didn't hear.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
And where did you have the clothing came from? Who?
I'm sorry. The clothing was submitted by the from the Coastal Regional Medical Examiner's Office.
And did you also have the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 190, the video of the homicide in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 314, the frame-by-frame images from State's 190, the video?
I reviewed those, yes.
And did you also have the opportunity to review some crime scene photos of Mr. Arbery's body?
Yes.
And once you did that, what did you do to perform your muzzle to target distance analysis?
So I looked at the clothing that was submitted. Specifically, there was a white T-shirt that I examined, made notes, took measurements, photographs of that shirt, and looked at specifically the entry holes in the shirt. I tested some particles chemically to determine the presence of fired ammunition or fired gunpowder chemicals, if you will. I looked at those. I also looked at, we spoke about the photos, looking at where that stuff was assimilated to the defects, the gunshot holes of entry and exit on the body. And I made my analysis based off of that.
And what was your conclusion?
My conclusion, sorry, I keep forgetting about the mic. My conclusion was that the areas on the shirt, the defects on the front of the shirt, I don't know the State's exhibit number, but that you mentioned, but it was Mr. Arbery's shirt, was microscopically examined and chemically processed for the presence of gunshot residues. The examination revealed the presence of gunshot residues and a physical characteristics consistent with contact or near contact gunshot holes of entry.
Okay, so we've got contact or near contact gunshot holes of entry. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what has been marked. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 401 through 409. Take a look at 401 through 409 and see if you're able to recognize those particular photos.
Yes.
How are you able to recognize 401 through 409?
All of them except for 406 were photos that were taken by myself during my analysis. 406 appears to be, there's no identifying other than the date and time stamp, and I don't have a recollection of when this occurred exactly, but that does appear to be the body of Mr. Arbery.
All right. And was that sent to you by myself so that you could review it?
It was, yes.
Okay. So at this time, the state would tender into evidence States 401 through 409.
Is 406 duplicative?
406 is duplicative of the principal. It's just not.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at 401 through 409. You'll be able to see them on your screen right here. So I'm looking at State's Exhibit 401. What's the jury looking at here?
State's Exhibit 401 is area, what I marked as Area 1. That was at the left shoulder area of the white shirt.
Okay, so
By shoulder armpit area.
shoulder armpit area. So that's right here.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your determination about this particular? Was contact, near contact, or something else?
That it was contact or near contact.
And what do you mean by contact or near contact?
That the end of the shotgun was very close to that fabric when it was fired. That's evidenced by looking at the large hole there. That hole, just by looking at the ruler, I could look at my notes for a more specific measurement, but it's 4 or 5 inches across. Normally when pellets and wadding exit a shotgun, for the first few inches, foot or two, they will be in a single shot string. That shot string's give or take an inch or so in diameter. So to have something that large, it had to be made by in my opinion, made by the gas from the tearing of the large amount of gas that exits the end of the barrel of the weapon. Also observed is the rolling of the fabric where the edges of it are seared and rolled up. That's also something that's indicative of a contact or near contact shot.
Something like that? Or is that part of the fabric?
It's kind of difficult to see. I mean, in the sort of middle top there, you can see where it's rolled up. The edges there, yeah, appear to be rolled up. It's a little fuzzy on my end, but.
Are you able to say, based on just the fabric that you looked at in the photo of 406, whether this shotgun was pressed up underneath his arm or here or here? I mean, is it easy to say or hard to say?
Just by looking at the photo, I mean, I would say, like I said, it's contact or near contact. There's a little variation there, but it has to be pretty close for that to happen.
So then when we look at states 403, what are we looking at there?
The states 403 is again, those notations are by myself. Those were marked. That's the back left. So that the shirt there, as you see it in the photo, the back is folded over so that you see the back left shoulder of the shirt. Those appear to be exit. They're consistent with exit marks by pellets that had gone through the body and are starting to exit on that side.
So we look then at states exhibit 402. What's the jury looking at there?
So 402 is what I call defect areas 2 and 3. That is positioned where the neck band of the shirt would be in the top of that photo. So in the uppermost chest, you would have that defect area there, which is, yes, in that area that you were pointing at. Those 2 holes, those were consistent with the top, and we'll get to it. Presumably another photo in a minute, but those are consistent with being directly over and associated with the chest wound of Mr. Arbery.
All right, so Mr. Arbery had 1 chest wound. How do we have 3 holes?
I don't really know. To be able to say that, you know, that bottom hole could very well be associated with the chest wound that is directly above it. It would just be a bunched up fabric where you're making contact with the gun is passing through, the pellets are passing through those 3 areas at the same time. That's plausible. The other would be that bottom area is a fired and missed shot that did not make impact with the chest area.
But we don't know.
I don't know.
And so when we look at 404 and then 405, what are we kind of looking at here with these 2 sort of images here?
These are 40. Yes, 404 is diphenylamine. That's a chemical I use to look for. It's either nitrates or nitrites. I apologize. Those are from the the unfired gunpowder particles. So they have a particular shape that we look for. They're either ball shape, flattened ball shape, disc shape. There's some other shapes there, but we look for those, and then sort of the chemical confirmation is that it turns out blue. So this is a positive. This just shows that the diphenylamine test solution that we're using is working. We take a piece of gunpowder that we know is gunpowder, and we test it with that.
And so what do we have in 405?
Those are some particles that although they didn't look like gunpowder, they appear to be consistent with Grex, which is or shot buffer, which is a portion of the loading of many shot shells that make the pellets sort of have something in between them. It's sort of sidetracked here, but it's to prevent what we call billiard ball effect, so that when the pellets are fired, they don't bounce against each other and cause themselves to spread out faster. I suspect that's what that is. It didn't test positive for gunshot residues, but it was something that I wanted to make sure it was not gunpowder. Even though it didn't look that way, I tested it.
Where did this come from?
Those were collected from the shirt.
All right, so both this 405 and 404 collected from the shirt.
No, 40. That picture there is that 404.
404.
404 is a control. So that's 2 things that I brought out. One is the solution to test for the gunshot residues. The other is a known particle of gunpowder. 405 were suspect particles that I tested.
All right, but they didn't actually react.
They didn't react, correct.
Gotcha. So 406, of course, is this the photo that you went ahead and looked at as part of your analysis for the muzzle to target distance? Is that what you looked at?
Appears so, yes. Like I said, it doesn't have markings on it other than the time stamp at the bottom, but that appears to be the photo that I looked at, yes.
All right. And so when we look at 407, is that consistent with what we just looked at in 406?
Yeah, that would be the same orientation of the shirt relative. This was a photo I took. That would be the same orientation of the shirt relative to the body as is the previous photo that you saw.
408, what are we looking at here with 408?
408 were two test fires I made. Basically wanted to see, or was kind of wanted to confirm that the rolling of the fabric wasn't caused by the blood shirt that was the same manufacturer and design, essentially the same shirt that Mr. Arbery was wearing. And I shot that 2 times just to see what that would look like.
So when you talk about a press contact, are you talking about the end of that shotgun in states 332 up against somebody?
Up against the test material that I had testing it, yes.
Okay. And then near contact was further away.
It was within an inch or two. It was right there at the fabric.
And when we look here at 409, what are we looking at? Here, I'll focus it.
So that would be, I was trying to read, that would be defects under the right side and right arm. So that's on this side of the body, on the right side of the body. Those were also consistent with pellet exit defects in the shirt.
All right. So when we're talking about Mr. Arbery, we've got this particular shot and this particular shot, correct?
Yes, there were 2 shots, one to the armpit, shoulder area, one to the mid-chest area.
All right. So with the one to the torso and chest area, your conclusion was that it was what?
Contact or near contact.
And the one up here under the arm, your conclusion was?
The same, contact or near contact. And that's to the fabric. You know, I'm looking at the wound, but I'm looking at examining the shirt.
So because you're looking at the fabric of the shirt.
Yes, correct.
You're not the medical examiner.
Correct.
All right. So you're not looking at the body, right?
I look at the body to assimilate the holes, but I'm making my observations and my analysis based off the shirt.
All right. And the shirt really is just how much it tore and the curling of the fabric?
The searing and the tearing and the curling and the size of the holes, yes.
Okay. And you're not able to opine as to, offer an opinion to the jury as to the order of shots?
I mean, it appears from looking at the video that I saw that the last shot was the shot to the armpit area. And it also appears that just looking at what appears to be.
I'm going to object to Mr. Leopard opining what he watched in the video, which we've all watched now dozens of a dozen times, and is coming to a conclusion when the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, if it's sustained. I mean, if anything, sustained as the question's asked, yes.
Without having watched the video, would you be able to tell the order of shots?
No.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about this particular shotgun that is within State's Exhibit 332. Okay, I'm actually going to ask you to come back down. Sorry. And unfortunately, you took your gloves off. You got them right there. Okay. You got it.
Yes.
So. How does that shotgun work? Go ahead and pull it out so you can go ahead and show the jury.
From start to finish?
From start to finish.
Okay. So this weapon has there's 2 places that cartridges are loaded into it. One is in the tube magazine, that's this physical bottom tube here. The other is into the chamber of the weapon, which is in the top tube at the rearward most section here. So cartridges are loaded in one of those 2 ways. If they're in the tube magazine, the slide, that is this, and that will, excuse me here, that will not operate with this in place. But this slide, as it is pulled rearward, will pull a cartridge out of that tube magazine, and as it is pushed forward, we'll load that cartridge. It will elevator it up into the top, into the chamber of the weapon. That at that point, the weapon is ready to fire. There's a safety on the weapon here. As it's pushed to the right of the weapon, that would be that way, it is engaged. That means the weapon will not fire. As it's pushed to the left, that means the safety is disengaged. It's ready to fire. So assuming it is loaded and the safety is off, at this point, the only thing that happens is you pull the trigger. When the trigger is pulled, the weapon fires. Okay, the cartridge stays in the chamber of the weapon. And in order to load another cartridge in there, you move the slide rearward, the slide forward. That extracts the spent cartridge and loads the next cartridge from the magazine. And at that point, it's ready to fire again.
How many cartridge cases can fit into that shotgun?
Again, can I refer to my notes?
Of course.
So as I tested it, the magazine would hold 6 and the chamber would hold 1. So that's 7 total.
And when this shotgun came to you, how many cartridges and cartridge cases did you get that were submitted?
So in the box with the weapon, there was 1 cartridge case and 4 12-gauge cartridges. So 1 fired and 4 unfired. Also submitted in separate packaging from that. There was my item 14 was a single 12-gauge cartridge case. My item 16 was a single 12-gauge cartridge case. Also, there was item 17, which I don't believe we talked about yet. That was 3 12-gauge cartridges unfired. I believe that is all the 12-gauge ammunition that I received.
Okay, so excluding the item number 17, I think, no, I take that back. Hold on, I want to make sure I get this right. 1 cartridge case, meaning spent shell case, came with that gun.
In the box, yes.
In the box. Then you had 4 cartridges which could be fired.
Yes.
They came with that.
Yes.
All right, so that's 5. Then we have State's Exhibit 3, 3, 4, and 3, 3, 6. Okay, and that makes a total of 7. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So with this particular shotgun, how do you get 7 in there?
You put 1 in the chamber and you load the other 6 in the magazine, in the tube magazine underneath.
Okay, so you got 6 in the tube magazine underneath. You load 1 in.
Yes.
Okay. Once that one is loaded in, what do you have to do to fire it?
You have to disengage the safety and pull the trigger.
That's all you have to do.
Yes. By assuming, and I say that assuming by loaded, you mean that the cartridge is in the chamber and the slide is forward. Safety off, pull trigger, fire weapon.
Okay, so let's say, for instance, there's 7 in there, and I take the safety off, and then I go chink, chink. What's going to happen?
You're going to eject the first one that's in the chamber. You're going to load the next one that is in, I'm sorry. Yes, you're going to load the next one that's in the magazine, assuming it functions correctly.
Okay, so if this shotgun already has 6 in and 1 in the chamber, I just take the safety off and pull the trigger.
Yes.
Now, in order to fire it, the next time.
One thing there to clarify too.
Go ahead.
Your question about extracting that first cartridge. Okay, so there is a lever, I think it's called a slide lever lock. It's on the side of the weapon. Once the slide is forward and it's loaded, that lever has to be pushed to unlock that slide unless you pull the trigger. So I don't know exactly what your question was there, but in order to take that one out, you would have to unlock the slide with that button, that lever.
So for instance, I loaded the shotgun, I had the 6 below and the 1 in here, in the top, the 7th one. If I just wanted to take it out without having to fire the gun, I'd have to hit the lever.
Yes.
So that's me, basically if I just wanted to unload the gun at that point.
Correct.
Okay, but if I am about to fire the gun, I've got the gun, I just hit the safety and I can pull the trigger, will anything eject at that point?
No.
Why not?
Because you will have to manually pull the slide rearward to extract and eject the spent cartridge and then push it forward to load the next cartridge into the chamber.
So if I have fired it once, I have to ching ching, and then a cartridge goes this way. I know I'm making noises, but cartridge goes this way.
Yes.
I'm ready to fire again.
Yes.
I pull the trigger again. What happens?
The weapon should fire.
Is the cartridge going to eject?
No, it will stay in the weapon.
Until
Same
what?
cycle of order there. You would have to extract and eject by moving the slide rearward and forward.
And I fire it a 3rd time. What happens next?
Same situation. Slide rearward, slide forward.
Do you know how much pressure is needed to pull the trigger on that particular shotgun?
That is something I tested, yes.
And what was that?
I tested it 3 times and it was an average of 3 1/4, 3.25 pounds.
3.25 pounds of pressure.
Yes.
Let me have one moment. I want to make sure I covered everything. Oh, of course I have not. I'm going to ask you, did you measure that shotgun? And if not, can we measure it now?
We can, yes.
All right.
Did I measure? I guess that was your first question.
Well, as part of your analysis, did you actually measure the shotgun when you first did your analysis back in June of 2020?
Yes. The main thing we're looking for there is to determine if the barrel of the shotgun is of legal length and if the overall length of the shotgun is of legal length. For shotgun, per federal statutes, the barrel length has to be at least 18 inches or longer. Overall length of the shotgun has to be at least 26 inches or longer. So we're just looking to see if it's longer than that.
And was this of legal length?
Yes.
All right. So what I'd like to ask you to do is come on down and measure the shotgun.
I'm measuring from the butt of the shotgun, that's the rearwardmost point, and to the end of the barrel is just shy, I would say 38 3/4 of an inch. Just shy of 39 inches.
Okay. And how long? Well, first off, when you go ahead and fire the shotgun, go ahead, if you don't mind
just sort of hold it in a manner that you might hold it to fire a shotgun, maybe up against your shoulder. And please don't point it anywhere, that way. All right, that way. So you put it up against your shoulder
Yes.
and you hold it. Your finger is there.
Yes.
Okay. So normally, where would you put your left hand? Where it is right now?
Where it is right now, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to hold it like that. From here to here is, well, you can't see that. From here to here is how long? Basically where the pull is.
To the trigger is about 25 inches.
About 25 inches. Okay. Now, are there other ways to carry and fire a shotgun other than just up against your shoulder like that?
Sure. I mean, that would be what we would call the normal shooting position. That's with the weapon up like this, with the rear of the gun against your shoulder, sort of in the crease of your shoulder, like this. It could be held unlimited ways, basically. As long as your finger can reach the trigger, and as long as you have something supporting it reasonably here on the forend.
Got it. Thank you very much. Your Honor, I believe at this time, I will go ahead and pass the witness. Thank you.
Afternoon, Agent Leopard.
No, I'm a civilian. I'm just a crime lab scientist.
Scientist Leopard.
Sure.
Excuse me. Mr. Leopard, my name is Paul Rubin. I was in Travis B. Michael, and you and I have spoken before.
Yes, sir.
We spoke about, it was November of 2 months ago.
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And we talked about some of your findings in the case, correct?
We did.
Specifically, the muzzle to target examination that you did.
Yes.
Okay. But let me go backwards in time a little bit. You first, well, let me go even further back. When you, as a crime lab examiner, complete your examination, you complete a report.
Yes.
Has a case number, right?
Correct.
Has your name on it.
Yes.
It has your signature on it.
Correct.
It has a list of the items received or evidence received.
Yes.
And it has your conclusions or results.
Correct.
And you do that in every case in which you are asked to conduct an examination.
Yes.
Okay. Within the report is a report date. Right?
Yes.
How soon after your examination do you do a report date?
It just depends upon the case. Sometimes it takes a bit of time to after the examination to wrap up all the paperwork. If the case is a situation where it's verified, microscopic work, it's verified by a second examiner, and then peer reviewed, it just that time varies.
Okay, so you don't have an official report until you've done your examination and your examination results have been and methods have been reviewed by another peer in your agency.
Correct. All those things are done and released, and that's the report date.
Okay. Do you have your reports with you?
Yes.
Okay. There's a case number which the state has asked you about. And it's 2020-600-1183. That's the case number for this particular case.
Correct.
And it's specific only to this case. There's no other cases that have that case number.
Correct.
Now you received evidence in this case as far back as, if I'm reading this correctly, February 25th, 2020. And that would be the report where there's a whole lot of items received.
That is the farthest back date, I believe, yes.
Okay. Now, those items are not given directly to you. They're put in a lockbox.
Correct. They're entered in, like I spoke before, they're put in a lockbox, and then they're kept under secure access until at which time they're returned.
Okay. And even though they're delivered to you on February 25th, you may not get to your examination for some weeks or months later, depending on your caseload.
That's reasonable, yes.
Okay. In this case, the items were delivered, and we're talking about items such as the 12-gauge cartridge cases, the wadding, pellets that you testified about, the 357 Magnum revolver. You got those on the 25th, but your report, your final report is dated June 10th, 2020.
Correct.
So it took, 5 months or so, 4.5 months for you to get to the items, examine them, do all the analysis, and then have it peer reviewed, and then a final report.
Give or take that timeline, yes.
Okay. You have a second report in which you testified about this as well, in which you.
I'm going to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to do that. You have a second report in which you received items in May of 2020, May 11th, and the items you received were the Remington 12-gauge shotgun, right?
Yes.
And 12-gauge cartridge case and cartridges.
Correct.
And you turned that around and wrote a report even earlier than your other report. Your report is dated 5/21/2020.
Correct.
Okay. And you've testified to the items you reviewed, what your conclusions were about the cartridges and the shotgun, the unfired cartridges, your examination that the shotgun itself was functional, all of those things you did in those 2 reports covered those things.
Yes, I did.
It wasn't until a year later that you were asked to examine the T-shirt. Right?
That was in 2021, yes.
2021. Who asked you to examine the T-shirt?
That was at the request of the Cobb County DA's office.
The people at this table?
Yes.
Their office?
Their office, yes.
Not the medical examiner, right?
Correct.
Not GBI agent in charge, Richard Dial?
Not at that timeline, no.
Okay. So at that time, you were asked to determine the muzzle to target distance because it had not been determined yet.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever speak to a former GBI agent named Jay Jarvis?
Spoke to him, yes, I'm going to say 2-ish months ago, 3 months ago, somewhere in that timeline.
Around the time that we spoke?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who he was?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be?
He's an outside independent expert in firearms.
Okay. And did he call you?
Object to relevancy as to an outside expert having anything to do with this.
It goes to the timing of why he examined this clothing in June of 2021, as opposed to doing it back in May of 2020 or June of 2020 when the case first came in his office.
And I believe he already testified that we asked him to do it. So I'm not sure where we're going with relevancy here.
I'll move on.
Yeah, that's the state.
Mr. Leopard, so we spoke in September of 2021. You had completed your analysis in June of 2021.
Yes.
And your results were that the hole in the T-shirt in the left armpit area, upper shoulder, and the hole in the T-shirt or holes in the T-shirt in the center midline of the chest were caused by shotgun blasts from a contact or near contact wound.
Yes.
And you described for the jury that contact, of course, we know it means it's pressing against it, right?
Correct.
And near contact sounds like from what you testified to is an inch or 2 at the most.
It's very close. I wouldn't put a definite number on it just to say, I would just say that it's got to be close enough for that gas exiting the end of the gun to make an impact on the fabric to cause that searing and tearing and rolling back as we saw.
Okay. And the gun itself, the barrel of the gun, you said was 18 inches.
Approximately, a little more. 18 inches is the cutoff to be legal, so it was just slightly more than that.
Slightly more than that. Okay. I certainly don't want to handle that gun. No one wants me to handle that gun. Do you mind stepping down if it's okay with the court and picking the shotgun up?
You have another set of gloves.
You'll just point it just at the wood right there. Contact near contact wound. If the wood were the T-shirt that you described, could you show the jury how close that gun would be to that T-shirt?
Yeah, and again, this would be an approximation. Obviously, contact is touching the wood. Near contact, it's going to be close. I don't have an exact number. As it were, it's just an approximation. But it's going to be close to the wood, close to the shirt.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can do it now. Please have a seat.
Okay.
Were you ever asked to submit that shotgun to another department within the GBI crime lab, the fingerprint department?
No, fingerprints would happen before I received the shotgun. And to my knowledge, I'm not going to say fingerprints weren't done, but they would have been done before me. So that would have been taken care of before I got the shotgun.
And you were not made aware of any fingerprint results from the examination of that shotgun?
There are none that I know of. There could have been, but I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Based on your analysis of the shirt that you received from the medical examiner's office, the shotgun was clearly within arm's reach of whoever, Mr. Arbery in this case, was on the receiving end of a shotgun blast.
Objection calls for speculation as to whether the shotgun was within arm's reach.
I don't think it does, based on his testimony. Can you answer that question without speculating?
I mean, I think it's reasonable to say that if the end of the shotgun can touch your shirt, if you were the victim, then it would be reasonable to think that you can also grab the shotgun. Is that answering your question?
Sure, that's all I had going.
Anything from Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bryant,
There you are.
any redirect?
A few questions. So I'm going to take a look at your report. I just want to clear this up. On February 25th, 2020, what exactly did you receive?
So on February 25th, that would be the items from, yes, that would be the items from the medical examiner, both the pellets and wadding that we spoke of, as well as the clothing.
Okay.
Those
So-
were all received, and by me, those were received into the lab on that day.
So the medical examiner's offices, or how close are they to your offices?
So we're in the same building. They're a separate section, but we're in the same building.
So you guys are in the same building?
Yes.
Okay. So, but you're following procedure because you got to mark everything, right?
Yeah, as we treat them as a submitting agency, we treat them as a submitting agency, just like we would treat any other agency. So they bring items over, they put them in lockbox or hand deliver them to another scientist or to another, evidence receiving technician, and they're treated the same way.
All right. So when we're talking about that, what we're talking about is State's Exhibit 343 and 342.
The autopsy stuff, yes.
Autopsy stuff. Okay. So moving down that particular page, when did you receive from GBI Region 14 Kingsland the actual shotgun itself? 332.
The shotgun was received May 11th of 2020.
All right. And then when did you receive the handgun, the Smith & Wesson 357, which is State's 339? When did you receive that?
That was received May 22nd of 2020.
And State's Exhibits 336, 334, and 335. When did you receive these?
Those are all of the cartridge cases, items from GBI Region 14.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the same date, May 22nd of 2020.
So May 22nd is when you received all of this stuff.
Yes.
And so then your report was June 10th of 2020.
Sorry, that report. Yes, that report was issued June 10th of 2020.
All right. And who's the person who called you up and asked you to do the muzzle to target analysis?
It was your office.
Okay. Was it me?
I believe it was you. It was someone from your, it was either yourself or someone previous to you.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Thank you very much.
Yes. You know why Ms. Donkowski called you to do the muzzle to target distance?
It was my knowledge that they wanted it done just for the completion of the case, the totality of the case. So that was what I think we decided was the best thing for the evidence.
Any reason it wasn't done earlier, do you know?
It was asked earlier, but earlier on in the case, it was asked by a GBI agent way earlier in the case. And a muzzle to target is not a service that we typically just do on every case. It's only done on an as-needed basis, and typically it's on an as-prosecuted basis. So a lot of times it will not be done until the prosecutor asked it, because one was the video in the case was evident, and that was asked by her at a later date, and we decided that if that was what she needed to prosecute the case, that was what would be done.
Do you know if the medical examiner came to a conclusion after his autopsy of a muzzle to target distance based on what he had at that time?
I don't object to the ME is about to testify next. So him testifying what the ME said or did at any time.
I have not asked him what the ME said. I just want to know if he knows if the ME did a muzzle to target distance, not what the answer is, not what he said or anything. Do you know if the medical examiner did a muzzle to target examination as part of his autopsy?
I don't think he did a muzzle to target examination per se. I think he may have had an opinion on distance.
Okay. Do the elevators work in your building?
Yes.
Were the elevators working back in June of 2020, July of 2020, August of 2020, all the way to June of 2021?
I'm sure they were, yes.
Any reason the medical examiner couldn't come to you and bring you that white t-shirt?
That would be up to him.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Webb.
Thank you. You can step down. You're released for the day, but subject to recall. Thank you.
All right, people, we've hit our sweet spot for the day. I think we are finishing up on day, what is this? 7. So we'll pick up tomorrow on day 8. A few folks are asking about next week. So next week, we know that Jackie Johnson is supposed to seat a jury for her trial to begin. And then someone also just threw out there that Jarvis Butts has a 121 as well. I would actually anticipate his trial being a little bit later, I think that would be pretty quick after the prelim to have a trial. They're probably doing some pretrial motions and they still have to see the jury. So if it does start next week, we'll figure out how we'll divvy up our time. But that is what's kind of going on. I hope that you all have a great and happy Thursday. And we will be back tomorrow to try and get through as much of Ahmaud Arbery's case as we can. Have a good night, everybody.